The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows, and here is what happened on May the 23rd, on this day in history. In 1618, Second Defenestration of Prague, two Catholic lords regent and their secretary are thrown out of a window and amazingly not seriously injured by the 70-foot fall. This triggers the 30 Years' War. Yep, you heard it here first, folks. Two guys not dying caused the war. Ugh. In 1785, Benjamin Franklin announces his invention of bifocals. In 1813, South American independence leader Simon Bolivar enters Miranda, leading the invasion of Venezuela. He is proclaimed El Liberator. In 1934, American outlaws Bonnie Parker and Clyde Barrow are killed by police in an ambush near Sale, Louisiana. In 1949, Federal Republic of West Germany, created out of the American, British, and French occupation zones. In 1958, Mao Zedong starts the Great Leap Forward in China, which ironically leads to millions of deaths and sends China a great leap backwards. Isn't that how all dictatorships go? Yeah, but I thought it was worth noting for the record. Good to see you. In 1998, the Good Friday is accepted in a referendum in Northern Ireland, with 75% voting yes. In 1980, horror film The Shining, released, directed by Stanley Kubrick, starring Jack Nicholson and Shelley Duvall, based on the book by Stephen King. In 2000, Eminem releases third studio album, The Marshall Mathers LP, is the fastest ever selling studio album, Grammy Best Rap Album 2001. In 1874, first Preakness Stakes, G. Barbie aboard Survivor wins in 2.43 in Pimlico Race Course, Baltimore, Maryland. Did you understand what any of that meant? No. Did you? Not a chance. Well, let's just try to put that behind us and get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbot and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette of costlier, properly aged tobaccos. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel the first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the great rhythms of Will Osborne and his orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Hayes. And that sawed-off, stubby, overstuffed little statesman who, when invited to San Francisco for the United Nations Security Conference, proudly said,
Hey, Abbott. Costello, calm yourself. Why are you so excited?
Hey, Abbott, I think the war is over.
Oh, that's silly. What makes you think the war is over?
I just heard the lady next door talking back to her maid.
Oh. Well, never mind that. Yes, look. Never mind that, Lou. Look. You know, we've got to drive out to the 8 to the Bar Ranch to see the Andrews sisters about the coming show next week.
Yeah.
Now, did you borrow Ken Niles' car?
Oh, yeah, I borrowed it just like you told me.
Well, that's swell.
But I had a terrible accident, Abbott.
What do you mean?
I upset it. I got to turn it over right away or Ken Niles' wife won't like it.
Well, we can do that when we come back from the Andrews sisters' ranch.
No, I got to turn the car over now or Mrs. Niles is going to be mad.
I'll explain it to Mrs. Niles. Where is she?
She's under the car.
She's under the car? Is she in a coma?
No, she's wearing her evening gown.
Oh. Well, then let's get Ken Niles to help us lift the car.
Oh, Ken is in a good spot to help us.
Fine. Where is he?
He's under the car, too.
For goodness sakes, how did this accident happen?
I bumped into another car, Abbott. Boy, that driver was mad at me. He said for 2 cents I'd punch in the nose.
And what happened?
He ran up a bill of $8.
You were silly to argue with the driver. Why didn't you call a policeman?
I didn't have to. I hit one.
Hey, you hit a policeman?
I hit a policeman.
You hit a policeman in uniform?
Nope, I hit him in the nose.
Oh, this is liable to spoil our whole trip to the Andrews sisters' ranch. Did the cop recognize you?
Yep.
Could he swear to you?
Yep. And I sweared right back at him. I said, oh, you David Copperfield, you tale of two cities, you Oliver Twist.
What did you say that for?
I was giving him the Dickens.
This is a fine thing. Now I have to straighten you out with that policeman. Where is he?
He's under the car, too.
What are they all doing under the car?
Have you looked for an apartment lately?
Oh, here comes Mr. and Mrs. Niles. Better beat it, Costello.
No, you don't. You fat-headed, flabby, car-flipping fool. Do you realize you left me out there under the car holding up my rumble seat? Don't stand there like an idiot. What have you got to say?
Good morning, Mrs. Niles.
Don't good morning me.
Good night, Mrs. Niles. That day went fast, didn't it?
Costello, why did you leave Mrs. Niles under the back seat of her car?
Well, isn't that where they always keep the crank?
Well, Kenneth.
You had it coming, Mrs. Niles.
Now, be nice, Lou.
Kenneth, say something.
All right. Just a minute now, you worm.
That's
Don't
enough.
you...
All right.
Yeah,
Please.
Go ahead. Ball me out, kid.
All right.
You're supposed to.
Don't
Here.
you try to wiggle out of this. What about me? Look at my suit. I'm a mess.
Niles, without looking at your suit, you're a mess.
But look at the spots all over my suit.
Well, throw away the suit and wear the spots.
Oh, Costello, I've had enough. We're going out to get the policeman and sue you for damages.
Damages? But, Mrs. Niles, did you get hurt?
Did I get hurt? I have a big scratch on my crazy bone.
Put your hat on and nobody will notice it.
Oh, come, Kenneth.
Hey, come on, Abbott, think fast. I got to get out of here before they come back with the cop.
Oh, you can cause more trouble. We were going to the 8 to the Bar Ranch to ask the Andrews sisters to appear on our show next week. And you wrecked the car we were going to use. Well, now we'll have to rent a car.
Well, let's get another car.
We'll have to.
Well, where can we get one?
Now, you drive.
Me drive?
No, you drive.
I said I drive.
You don't drive it. I drive it.
Drive what?
You drive.
Why should I drive when you want to drive?
I'm going to drive. Look, Costello, I'm renting a you drive, and I drive it.
Oh, then we both drive.
No, we do nothing of the kind. I drive. When I say you drive, I don't mean you drive. I mean that I drive, although it's a you drive.
When you say you drive, you don't mean me drive?
No.
You mean you drive because I don't drive?
Now you've got it.
Now I don't even know what I'm talking about. Now look, Abbott. You go to a place and you're going to rent a car.
Yes.
You are driving the car?
Yes.
Where am I sitting?
You are sitting right next to me.
Is there a steering wheel in front of me?
No.
And you're positive that I am not driving?
I'm positive.
And you are driving the car?
Yes.
All right. What kind of a car are you driving?
You drive.
Somebody better be driving.
No, look. Please. I'm trying to explain this. We go and rent a car.
Right. Now, where are we going to get it?
You drive company.
Now I drive company. I thought we were going alone.
You don't understand. It's hurts you drive.
Well, if it hurts, you drive.
That is right.
That's right. This is getting worse.
Don't you see? The head of the company's hurts.
That's too bad. What hurts him?
Nothing hurts him. Look, every company has to have a head.
Naturally.
Now, this company's head hurts.
Oh, why don't we take an aspirin?
Listen. It hurts you drive all over the country.
Well, if it hurts to drive all over the country, why should I drive and get hurt?
You don't get hurt.
I'm not going to get hurt.
You don't get hurt, Costello.
And nobody's going to hurt for me.
That's right. You're not going to get hurt.
I'm a fool to get hurt.
You're not going to get hurt. It's the Hertz Company.
Oh, the Hertz Company? I still... Look, Abbott. Am I mixed up?
All right. It's very simple.
Look, Abbott. Thank you, boys.
All right,
Look, Abbott.
Now,
I don't want to hurt nobody.
will you listen to me, please? The man's name is... Look, Flo, please. Now, look, take it easy. The man's name is Hertz. He rents cars. You drive. It's the you drive all over the country.
You drive all over the country?
Yeah.
Not with that OPA, brother.
What are you talking about?
That's why I can't go. OPA.
What do you mean, OPA?
Only a puny A car.
Get out of here!
Tonight, right now, maybe a pal of yours or the kid who used to live next door is parking his weary self in a nice muddy foxhole. Probably he's been fighting for days, never had a chance to take off his clothes, not a bite of hot food. And look at those lines in his face. Battle fatigue, if ever you saw it. And the kid turns to you and says, "Give me a cigarette, will you, bud?" Would you give it to him? And how you would. Your last cigarette, if there was only one left in the pack. Well, that's virtually what you're doing by giving up the Camels you want and can't get these days. When your dealer says, "Sorry, no Camels today," an important reason is because Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, wherever they go in their winning of the war, they have the first call on Camels.
A-M-E-L-S.
The service first. Camel presents Will Osborne with arrangement of one of your favorites, "My Dreams Are Getting Better All the Time." Two heroes, Abbott and Costello, are driving their rented car over the desert to the Andrews sisters' ranch. We find them on the road, their motor merrily hammering away as they head for the ranch. Let's listen to these hammerheads.
Well, Costello, no matter how you drive, the pedestrians always manage to get across the road somehow.
Yeah, sneaky devils, ain't they?
Yeah.
I wish I was a truck driver.
Why do you want to be a truck driver?
Oh, they run into so many interesting people.
Costello, you're a dope. Hey.
Huh?
Hey.
What's
Costello.
wrong?
Costello, there's something wrong. What's wrong here? What's wrong with this? What's the matter with this car?
Out of gas.
Hello, fellas. Have an accident?
No, thanks. We just had one.
Quiet, Costello. Say, mister, could you pull us to the nearest town?
Nope, but my horse can. It's 10 miles to Palm Springs. I'll tow you there for $30. Here, just hook this rope on. Okay, here we go. Get here!
I think the horse is horse.
You know, Costello, that guy is a gyp. Imagine charging us $30 to pull us 10 miles.
Don't worry, Abbott. I'm getting even with him.
How?
I got our brakes on.
Okay, Costello, here's the hotel. I'll ring for the clerk. Oh, clerk!
Oh, Jerry!
Clerk!
Oh, Jerry!
Clerk!
Oh, Jerry!
Clerk!
A moment, please. This is a very high-class hotel, and I'll have you understand I'm not a jerk.
You're not even a vibration.
Costello, will you act like a gentleman, please? Clerk, we'd like a room.
All I have left is the bridal chamber. Do you want that, Mr. Abbott?
I do.
Do you want it, Mr. Costello?
I do.
I now pronounce you room and bath, $5.
Mr. Clerk, just a minute. You don't understand. We were here on our way to the 8 to the Ball Ranch, and our car broke down. We're going to see the Andrews sisters.
Ah, yes, the Andrews sisters.
Yes.
They are so sweet. Every time I see them, I want to kiss them. My mind says no, my heart says yes.
And what do you hear from your liver?
Well, Mr. Costello, if you'll just sign the register, I'll have the boy show you to your suite.
My what?
Your suite, your suite.
You're cute, too. I like you.
All right.
Come on, clerk. What about our room?
All right, Mr. Costello, it's on the 10th floor. Here's the key, 1006.
Now get going.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Wrong.
All right.
Wrong.
All right. I know you are. Now listen, clerk. We want to get up early. We're going to the... Hey, wait a minute. 10th floor? 10th floor? Wait a minute. You sent Costello to the 10th floor. There's only one floor in this hotel. You haven't got a 10th floor.
Good heavens,
Do
man,
something.
you're right. Oh, this is serious. Oh, Mr. Costello, there's no 10th floor. Come right down.
Costello, speak to me. Are you all right? What can I do for you?
Send a boy up for my bags. Hey, come on, Abbott, let's get out of this place. I've never been so humidity in all my life.
Humidity?
Yes, he humiditied me.
Humidity means damn.
Well, let's get out of this damn hotel.
You...
Banana.
Yeah, look. Look, you can't check out. You just checked in.
Oh, it's the gypsy in me.
Oh, shut up. You're going right to bed. Now, we've got to see the Andrews sisters in the morning. Oh, here's our room. Come on. Oh, I wonder who that can be. Nobody knows we're in town.
I'll take it.
Go ahead.
Hello, yes, this is Lou Costello. No, I'm sorry. I'd like to, but I just can't. No, I won't tell you.
Who was that?
Bolivar. They wanted to know what time it was.
You're crazy. Now, go get to bed. Come on, hurry up.
Okay.
Now, we've got to get up early. You understand?
Yeah.
To get to the ranch. What's this?
Pardon me, boys. I'm the chambermaid. I heard you two clowns had checked in, and I thought you might like to hear a funny story.
How about it, Abbott? This chambermaid might have something. We could use a good joke. We haven't had one on 3 pages.
All right, go ahead.
Well, did you ever hear the story about the double bed?
Nope.
I just made it.
Oh, this kid is going to lay an egg.
Oh, how dare you? I've never been so humiliated in my life.
Now, you see, Abbott? She said the same thing, humidity. She thinks it's a damp hotel, too.
Oh, dampness has nothing to do with it. She said humiliate. Conjugated from the Latin, humilius. Humilia. Humilium. I humiliate. She humiliates. They humiliate. Now, do you understand?
Yes, sir. Everybody in the joint is damp.
No.
Say, miss, if you're so smart, maybe you could tell me something. Our car broke down, and we got to get to the Andrews Sisters Ranch. Now, how can we get there?
On a jackass. Did you ever ride a jackass?
No.
Then you better get on to yourself.
How do you like that? That's a very funny joke. If you ask me, and I'll ask me. I think it's a funny joke. I think I'll try that one on Abbott. Hey, Abbott!
Yes?
Did you ever ride a jackass?
No.
Then hop on my back.
Okay.
Out of 50 pounds of seawater comes one single precious ounce of magnesium, that miracle metal for airplanes. Sort of a parallel to the job of getting the precious tobacco for Camel cigarettes. You see, oceans of leaf tobacco are produced in the United States each year, about 1.5 billion pounds. But only a fraction of this enormous production is good enough for Camels. Then those choicer, costlier tobaccos are properly aged and blended in the time-honored Camel way. Why, Camels just wouldn't be Camels if they were made of green, insufficiently cured tobaccos. So ask for Camels when you buy cigarettes. Their full, rich flavor and cool mildness make them worth asking for every time. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels. War or peace, Camels are still Camels. Lovely Connie Haynes sings for her Camel fans one of the most popular songs of the day, I'm Beginning to See the Light.
I never cared much for moonlit skies. I never winked back at fireflies. But now that the stars are in your eyes, I'm beginning to see the light. I never went in for afterglow, a candlelight on the mistletoe. But now when you turn the lamp down low, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a whole on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning to see the light. Used to ramble through the park, shadow boxing in the dark. Then you came and caused a spark that's a full on fire now. I never made love by lantern shine. I never saw rainbows in my wine. But now that your lips are burning mine, I'm beginning. Yes, I'm beginning to see the
Well, come on, Costello. Costello, come here. Yes, we've got to check out of this hotel and find the Andrews Sisters Ranch.
Gee, Abbott, I hate to leave this lovely hotel room.
I know.
But I can't get it into my suitcase.
What do you mean?
My suitcase is full of towels.
Costello! I'm surprised at you, stealing towel from a hotel. What could be smaller?
Wash rags.
Now! Come in.
Oh,
pardon this unwarranted intrusion, gentlemen, but I'm looking for Abbot and Costello.
Oh, that's Abbott over there, and I'm Costello.
You? No, it couldn't be. I'm sure, sir, I'm sure that Lou Costello does not look like a sawed-off, pot-bellied, imbecilic, flea-bitten bum.
Oh, yeah? You want to bet?
Say, neighbor.
What did I say?
Wait a minute. Just a minute, neighbor. Who are you, anyway?
Oh, pardon me. My name is Melonhead. I'm sorry.
Well, with that head, you should be sorry. Look at that scalp, Abbott. His forehead goes all the way back to Santa Monica.
Just a minute, Costello. I resent your remarks. I have plenty of hair.
I mean on your head and button your shirt.
Oh. Costello, before you
Did that
insult this
die?
man anymore,
Wow.
please, before you insult him, let's find out what he wants.
Go ahead. Find out what he wants.
Well, go ahead.
All right, Melonhead. Tell us what you want so I can insult you again.
Gentlemen, I'm a theatrical agent specializing in television. Here's my card.
Hey, there's nothing on the card.
Well, television isn't here yet. Now, let's get down to business, Costello. Let's get down to business. I understand you boys are here to engage the Andrews sisters to appear on your radio show.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Costello, if I could save you a lot of money, look, if you found $14,987.50 in your pocket, what would you think?
I'd think I'd had on somebody else's pants.
Oh, no. Now, gentlemen, my proposition is very simple. The Andrews sisters would cost you $15,000, but I happen to represent the original Andrews brothers.
The Andrews brothers? Who are they?
A great act. And the Andrews brothers. The Andrews brothers will only cost you $12.50. Do you know what that means?
Yes, that means they must be lousy.
Will you shut up, Costello? Mr. Melonhead, how can you afford to sell the Andrews brothers so cheap?
Oh, I was caught by the price ceiling. You see, think of it, boys. The three Andrews brothers for $12, and that's less than $5 a brother. Where can you buy brothers cheaper than that?
I can buy the Smith brothers for a nickel.
All right, Costello. Stop.
And they got more hair as a beard than you got on your head.
Yeah, all right. You stop quibbling with Mr. Melonhead?
Well, I mean, he quibbled on me first.
Well, so what?
I mean, after all, I don't go around quibbling on anybody unless they quibble on me first.
All right, well, forget about it.
I got a good mind to let them have it some more. I'll quibble them with both barrels.
Now, never mind the quibbling.
I guarantee I can quibble further than he can.
All right, we don't want no more quibbling. Now, quiet.
We might as well stop right here. We ain't getting no place
All right,
with
Mr. Melonhead.
Yeah?
When can we hear the Andrews brothers?
When you can hear them right now. All right. Come in, boys, and sing for Abbot and Costello. Hit it.
We are the Andrews brothers, and we are known as sisters. Yoo-hoo! Could make much more money if we were only sisters.
Well, Costello, what do you think of the three Andrews brothers?
Well, they could be worse.
How could they be worse?
There could be four of them.
Now, wait a minute, Costello. Let's not pass judgment until we hear the boys sing something else. Do you boys know Apple Blossom Time?
Do they? Of course they. Boys, go ahead, hit it. Sing a medley. I'll be with you in Apple Blossom Time.
Sounds more like apple cider time.
I'll be with you and change your name to mine.
They'll have to change more than their names if they want to get on this program.
Hit it, boys!
Roll out the barrel. We'll have a barrel of fun and a boy. Roll it out, boy. Roll out the old barrel. That's a boy. Roll it out, boy.
Hey, you.
That's a quiet.
Hey, you.
Roll it out, boy.
Hey, you in the middle. Hey, you in the middle.
Will you be quiet?
Hey, you in the middle. I wondered what happened to that guy. I mean, that's not funny.
Now, never
That
mind.
guy not only rolled out the barrel, he emptied it.
All right. Well, Abbott and Costello, didn't I tell you the Andrews brothers were out of this world?
They ain't out far enough.
Now, let's not quibble, Costello. Look, where can you find a better bargain than these three wonderful singers? Think of it. Three brothers for $12.50. Now, why, that you cost that much for three goats.
Yeah, but look at the difference. Nothing doing, Melonhead. Your prices are too high.
Too high, Costello? Before I'll sell the Andrews Brothers for less than $12.50, I'll drown myself.
Okay, you asked for it.
That salsa bottle down.
Get him out of here.
Abbott and Costello will be back for Camel cigarettes in just a moment.
Thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Lieutenant John Battenfield Mitchell of Brentwood, Pennsylvania, engineer with the 9th Armored Division who risked his life to disconnect wiring from the explosives which would have blown up the Remagen Bridge over the Rhine in just 10 more minutes. His action made possible the tank dash to the Rhine's eastern bank. In your honor, Lieutenant Mitchell, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 500,000 Camel cigarettes.
Each of the 2 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 500,000 Camel cigarettes overseas. A total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States twice a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are fighting, and in cooperation with a good neighbor policy, also to Central and South America. Listen Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello, who will have as their guests the famous Andrews sisters.
It's only human that these terrific blasts of good news from Europe should deafen us for the moment to the importance of our war with Japan. Let's not deceive ourselves. Japan is still strong in spite of the powerful blows we've been striking. Japan still has millions of fighting men standing in our way. Japan still clings to a fanaticism we can hardly comprehend. So stay on your job. Keep on buying more and more war bonds. Let your servicemen overseas know that they're not fighting alone, that you, too, are fighting a war.
And now, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, what have you planned to do next week with the Andrews sisters?
I'm going to show them up, Abbott. I am going to sing.
Well, that should be of interest to music lovers all over the world. Have you chosen a song?
Yes, Abbott. I'm singing that popular ballad entitled, Who Spilled the Beer on the Stove? Or Foam on the Range.
Good night, folks. Good night.
Yes, folks, be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, Camels are worth asking for every time. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
Well, the fishing season's come around again, and here's a wish I'm making for you. May all your bites be confined to your line, and may there be none from your pipe to plague your tongue. And you won't get that bite you don't want if you load up your pet pipe with Prince Albert smoking tobacco. Because Prince Albert gives you all that rich, full-bodied, real He-Man tobacco flavor without any tongue bite. Why? Because it gets a special no-bite treatment that makes it as gentle to your tongue as these April breezes on your brow. Also, Prince Albert is crimp-cut for perfect packing, easy drawing, even burning. And what a bargain, mister. Just about 50 pipefuls per package. More men smoke Prince Albert than any other pipe tobacco in the world. And one pipeful will tell you what.
If you're not a little nervous, then you're not alive. So if you want to stay cool, soft and dry.
Soft and dry, wide oval solid. Stay cool, soft and dry.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Hello, all. In the showcase today, we have General Electric light bulbs and Fells and Company products.
We're displaying some very nice tunes there, too.
Stand by. I think I'll drag one out and show our friends how it goes.
Please do.
Surprise, I'm glowing with a wonderful surprise. I know it must be showing in my eyes. Oh, what a joy, what a prize. Goodbye to my humdrum affairs. Countless nights that went by with no rockets or flares. My lucky star looked down on me and said, so there you are. If I can help it all, you're going far. Lucky me, lucky star. Who ever dreamed I'd be swept to the sky? Surprise, surprise, surprise. Lucky star looked down on me and said, ah, there you are. If I can help it all, you're going far. Oh, lucky me, lucky star. Now who ever dreamed I'd be swept to the skies? Surprise, surprise, surprise.
I forgot to ask you, Bing, did you have a pleasant trip?
Pleasant trip? Where have I been?
Well, those circles under your eyes, you look as though you've been wearing driving goggles.
No, I picked those dark circles up honestly. I was up playing poker on the patio.
Playing poker on the patio, da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum. How'd you make out?
Not bad. Filled the bobtail straight.
You did? What did you do about the bugs?
Couldn't get them in the game. There are already 7 sitting there, you know.
No, the insects. Night-flying insects.
Oh, they have sense enough to keep away since we put up General Electric yellow bug lights.
Stayed away, huh?
You bet.
Wonderful how such a pleasant, attractive yellow light could be so repulsive to bugs.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
Isn't repulsive. The GE yellow bulbs don't even exist for most bugs, Rosie. It's like your shadow when you turn out the light. Too bad to do that, of course, with the attractive, thin shadow you're affecting these days.
Thank you. I
Not
needed
for long,
that.
I
Thank you, Bing. You can't be too sure. How do these GE bug lights really work?
Well, you'll have to ask Ken Carpenter, Ken.
Well, it's just as Bing says, Rosie. When you put up GE bug lights, most bugs don't even know they're there. And so they don't know that you're there either. A bug's eye is like a filter that makes the special light of these General Electric yellow bulbs practically invisible.
The moral is, girls, if you want to win at poker like Bing, or if you just want to have ice cream and coffee on the terrace without bugs, try GE Bug Lights in your outdoor light sockets tonight.
Non dimenticar means don't forget you are my darling. Don't forget to be all you mean to me. My love is like a star, my darling, shining bright and clear. Just because you're here. Please do not forget that our lips have met, and I've held you tight, dear. Was it dreams ago my heart felt this glow, or only just tonight, dear? Non dimenticar, although you travel far, my darling. It's my heart you own, so I'll wait alone. Non dimenticar.
Penny Shine has cut all the muss and fuss and work out of shoe shining. Now you can spray on a brilliant 10-day shine in just 10 seconds. It's 1-2 shine your shoe with Penny Shine. And one giant can of Penny Shine does a beautiful job on black shoes, brown shoes, any color shoes. Does wonders with children's scuff marks, too. Get Penny Shine, a fine turtle wax product in self-polishing liquid spray or in quickly buffable wax spray. Giant can, 98 cents, wherever you shop.
Here's a song that Andy Williams has made into a smash hit. Lovely lyric, nice melody, The Village of St. Bernadette.
I've traveled far, the land and the sea. Beautiful places I happen to be. One little town I'll never forget is Lourdes, the village of Saint Bernadette. Ave, Ave, Ave Maria. Ave Maria, there like a dream, this wonderful night, I gazed at the grotto aglow in the light, a feeling divine swept over me there. I fell to my knees as I whispered the prayer. Ave, Ave, Ave Maria, Ave, Ave, happy to be. Telling of places I've traveled to see. One little town I'll never forget is Lourdes, the village of Saint Bernadette. Ave, Ave, Ave Maria, Ave, Ave, Ave Maria.
Well, now, let's see. What next here?
Maybe a tidbit for the ladies, huh?
Something for the weaker sex, no doubt, huh?
Weaker sex, you foolish boy. You kidding?
No.
Haven't you heard, boy, that the weaker sex ain't so weak anymore?
I refuse to acknowledge the fact.
Why?
I much prefer the shrinking violet type of women.
You Victorian fellow, you. Get up to date.
Very few shrinking violets around now, Ken.
Girls are more tiger lilies now.
We can stand on our own 2 feet. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, you spoke a book, sister. A rather amusing little story here which more than illustrates the point. It's about a little old lady.
Are little old ladies tigers nowadays, too?
Indeed, they are. Many are just that, Ken.
Oh, heavens, I may just pack up and go hide in Lucius Beebe's private car.
But what about this little old lady, Bing?
Well, a little old lady saved a London police officer's neck just the other day.
I don't doubt it. What happened?
Well, this policeman in London was having a little trouble with some teenage hooligans. They'd been spraying ladies with water pistols and, generally acting like rowdies. Several of these burly kids lit into the constable, and just as they were giving him a good pummeling, a little gray-haired elderly woman dove in, pushed them aside, grabbed the officer's whistle, and blew it for help.
Quick thinking, I'd say.
Good show.
Brave girl.
And here's the laugh. Several men were watching this fracas.
No.
Yes, they just stood there while the policeman was being attacked, and nobody, do you hear me, made an effort to help.
They were obviously scared.
They didn't mix in, I'll tell you that.
Well, it took a little old lady to step in and restore law and order, huh?
That's the way it goes, you see. The weaker sex ain't so weak anymore, not a bit of it. Now, about a song here, Rosie.
Sure thing.
The sky was blue and high above. The moon was new and so was love. This eager heart of mine was singing, love of where can you be? You came at last, love had its day. That day is past, you've gone away. This aching heart of mine is singing, lover, come back to me. I remember every little thing you used to do. I'm so lonely. Every road I walk along, I've walked along with you. No wonder I am lonely. The sky is blue, the night is cold, the moon is new, but love is old. And while I'm waiting here, this heart of mine is singing, lover, come back to me. The sky is blue, the night is cold, the moon is new, but love is old. And while I'm waiting here, this heart of mine is singing, lover, come back, lover, come back, lover, come back to me.
Bing, how do you spell cleanliness?
Oh, that's easy. F-E-L-S.
But that spells fells.
And fells spells cleanliness. Like gentle fells with lanolin D for dishes, instant fells naphtha for laundry.
And both for a spotless reputation. You know, Fells has a fine reputation for cleaning.
A spotless reputation.
Why, Fells has been famous for cleaning power for generations.
And they're still champ. Why, if there's a new way to clean better, Fells has it.
I know. Take Gentle Fells. Now, who but Fells would invent a dishwashing product that not only cleans your dishes in a jiffy, but also protects your hands while it's doing it?
Yeah, that's where lanolin comes in.
Yep. And Gentle Fells is the only dishwashing detergent that contains lanolin D to keep hands lovely and soft and dishes spotless clean.
And for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world...
all you need is water, a washer...
any kind of washer.
Right. As I was saying, all you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and Instant Fells Naphtha.
It's the complete wash day product.
And Instant Fells Naphtha washes out every bit of dirt every single time. It does the complete job. Leaves wash clean, fresh, and soft, the way you want it.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products.
Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes.
And Instant Fells Naphtha for laundry. F-E-L-S, Fells. Rosie and I would like to do a sad and an old love song now, folks.
Get your hankies ready, girls.
A song called Green Grow the Lilacs. We have this out in an RCA album, by the way.
I once had a sweetheart, but now I have none. He's gone off and left me to live here alone. He's gone off and left me contented to be, for he loves another girl better than me.
Then green grow the lilacs, and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue. She passed by my window both early and late. The looks that she gave me made my heart break. For the looks that she gave me 10,000 would kill. For loving another would make me quite ill. Then green grow the lilacs, and so does the rue. 'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you. And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the Oregon blue.
I wrote him a letter in fancy fine line. He sent me an answer all tangled in twine, saying, keep your love letters and I will keep mine. Just you write your true love and I'll write to mine.
Then green grow the lilacs, and so does the rue.
'Tis lonely, my darling, since parting from you.
And at our next meeting, I hope you'll prove true and change the green lilacs for the red, white, and blue.
Before we close up shop here today, Rosie, I think we ought to congratulate station KFH in Wichita, Kansas. Today, you know, is their 38th birthday.
I know. I already sent them a Norcross birthday greeting card.
You're a thinking one, aren't you? So it's happy birthday, then, to station KFH and their fine staff.
And, Bing, let's send best wishes to all of our friends in Wichita, too, huh?
Yeah, by all means. Rosie, guess we better toddle on for today, huh?
Okay. Join us again, won't you, ladies and gentlemen?
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
Hi, I'm Walt Willey from All My Children. If you've been meaning to order your free subscription to Episodes, the new magazine from ABC, but you haven't yet, you get yourself a pencil and write this number down. 1-900-860-2000. Write it down and call now for your free one-year subscription. The call will only cost you $3. That's to cover postage and handling. And since our lines are open 24 hours a day, you can call anytime. 1-900-860-2000. Got it? Good.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
California, we present the Bob Hope Show with our special guest, Robert Montgomery. And now, here is Bob Hope. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? Well, tonight we're here at Van Nuys, California, doing a benefit for the War Memorial Park. Van Nuys, that's a small group of houses surrounded by Andy Devine. I hear Andy Devine has been having quite a bit of trouble as mayor of Van Nuys. When he sits down in the city hall, his stomach overlaps into Sherman Oaks. The mayor sent me a personal invitation to come here. He said it would be great advertising and help business. I found out after I got here he's a lemon grower. And this is a great citrus country out here, and the smog really confuses things. The other day, one farmer squeezed 4 orange trees dry before he found out he wasn't milking his cow. And there are airports all over San Fernando Valley, and no one sweeps his porch here. They just wait for the jet planes to go by. These new jet planes really take off fast. 3 times last week, the Van Nuys City Hall had to hitchhike back from Kansas City. And they're really doing a lot of building out here. I went through one of the model homes. It was a typical California bungalow. I could tell by the shower it had 3 spigots, hot, cold, and orange juice. And they really put up those houses in a hurry. They built one so fast, it was all finished and the termites were still in their pajamas. And I saw one place they put up so fast even Kilroy hadn't been there. And then I found out why. Richard wouldn't let him in. But it's a very busy metropolis, Van Nuys, and California is really growing. Yes, sir, the out-of-state cars are bringing people in faster than the California cars are killing them all. California is really growing fast. So many people from other states are coming out here these days that deep in the heart of Texas is now 4 miles west of Pasadena. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like you to meet our guest vocalist, one of England's outstanding musical picture stars and a great favorite of the American servicemen over there during the war. Now here in Hollywood for radio and pictures, lovely and charming Miss Beryl Davis, ladies and gentlemen.
Is it a sin? Is it a crime? Loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty. Guilty of loving you. Maybe I'm wrong, dreaming of you, dreaming the lonely night through. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty. Guilty of dreaming of you. What can I do? What can I say after I've taken the blame? You say you're through, you'll go your way, but I'll always feel just the same. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty, guilty of loving you. Maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong, loving you, dear, like I do. If it's a crime, then I'm guilty, guilty of loving you.
That was Miss Beryl Davis, England's own, assisted by Desi Arnaz, San Fernando's reject. Say, I want to tell you, that was wonderful, Beryl. Really charming chanteusing. Beryl, have you seen much of our town yet?
Oh, yes, Bob, and after London, your Hollywood traffic amazes me.
Well, I don't know why. We drive on the same side of the street as you do. How do our Hollywood drivers compare with those over in England?
Oh, English drivers are much more sporting, Bob.
More sporting? How do you figure?
Well, before they hit a pedestrian, they always shout, tally-ho!
Yeah, and over here all they yell is, lay down, Joe. You're scratching my fender.
I want to visit Mexico while I'm here, Bob.
Mexico?
Uh-huh. How do you get to Mexico from here?
Well, you can take a train. That's the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe line.
Well, how about flying?
Oh, sure. That's the Artie, Liffey, and Van line. But you don't have to go to Mexico for natural beauties, Beryl. Right here we have... Well, Miss Vera Bay! Miss Vera Bay, the gal with Lassie's chassis.
Well, Mr. Hope, the guy with Tigger's figure. Oh, my goodness, who's the pretty girl, Mr. Hope?
Oh, Miss Vague, meet Beryl Davis. She's just come over from England.
Oh, how do you do? Pip, pip, high tea, it's low tide, and all that.
Wait a minute. Miss Vague, I said England, not Lower Slobovia.
Oh, don't pay any attention to trouts now. Tell me, do you happen to know any nice... do you know any nice English gentlemen here you could introduce me to, Miss Davis?
Oh, Miss Vague, the Englishmen I know are so reserved. You wouldn't like them. They're all very backward.
Backward? Mm-hmm. Oh, who cares? I've got a bit of Studebaker in me, too. You know, most Englishmen don't interest me at all.
Well, what's wrong with the Englishmen, Miss Vague?
With goodness, you can never tell whether they're winking at you or just trying to get a tighter grip on their monocle.
Well, just what type of man do you go for, Miss Vague?
Are there different types?
Why, certainly, Miss Vague, the kinds you can't catch and the older type.
Don't be silly. I wouldn't think of chasing your goose, Mr. Hope.
Miss Magee, you live out here in the San Fernando Valley, don't you?
Oh, yes, and I think branch life is wonderful. I really love to plant things. It keeps me young.
It keeps you young. What do you plant, your birth certificate?
Ah, you dear moist-eared youth, you. Can't let myself get mad at you here right in front of all my neighbors.
Oh, well, just where do you live, Miss Magee?
In Woodland Hill.
Oh, out there near Russ Neely, huh?
Yes,
oh,
that's
good,
right.
Right.
In fact, not so long ago, I ran for mayor out there.
Oh, did you catch him?
You shouldn't tease me about anything so serious, Mr. Hope. I won the election, and it's really an important job being mayor.
Mayorette. F.
Mr. Hope, are you talking baby talk, or is the hot air in your head leaking out again?
So you really live out here in the valley, Miss Magee?
Oh, yes, I do, and I'm really getting rustic.
I noticed. Have you tried 3-in-1 oil?
Oh, if I could only get a nutcracker around that walnut head of yours. I'd give Dick Tracy a new character to chase.
Never mind. Say, now that you're the mayor, what have you done for Woodland Hills besides frighten the male populace?
Right now I'm helping to build a new post office.
Oh, I knew you'd get your mail one way or another. I knew it.
Excuse me. I stepped on it, didn't I? A bit of a messy, that is. I really, thank you very much. I really would like to have you see the construction work of the post office, Mr. Hope. Come on, I'll take you down.
All right.
Dad, I wish I had a hammer. I'm getting a headache.
Professor Colonna, there he is. How are you, Professor?
I'm fine. Say, just a minute, Hope. I've got to put these two boards together. It's really very easy, you know.
Well, Professor, why do you have to pound so much?
No nails.
Professor, why don't you describe the layout of this post office for Mr. Hope?
Very well. There's the first floor, then the second floor, then the garage, and then the third floor.
Wait. The garage between the second and third floor? That's ridiculous.
Haven't been driving out here long, have you? Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd better rip off the scaffolding.
Professor, why are you ripping it off with your fingers? Why don't you have a crowbar?
Beg pardon?
Why don't you have a crowbar?
Oh, we don't need one. The crows around here never touch the stuff.
Tell me, where were you when they were giving out brains?
Well, don't you remember playing Jim Rummy with you?
Professor, you have the sidewalks all poured.
Yes, Miss Magee, and as long as you're the mayor, don't you think you should put your footprints in the cement?
Oh, yeah, wonderful. You sure the cement's all right, though?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing but pure cement and sand. Pure cement and sand.
All right. I'll step on it. Here I go.
Forgot to mention it was quicksand.
One of the finest voices in radio, the Capitol record man, Mr. Clark Dennis.
I'll close my eyes to everyone but you, and when I do, I'll see you standing there. Any other caress, I'll never say yes to a new love affair. I'll close my eyes to everything that's gay if you're not there to cherish lovely day. with my I'll close my eyes that day if you're not there to share each lovely day. And through the years, those moments when we're apart, I'll close my eyes and see you with my
Very nice, Clark. And thank you very much, Desi Arnaz. I'll be out to the Aragon Ballroom to see you over the weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, every once in a while, someone in the motion picture business has the courage to introduce a new technique. And tonight we welcome back one of our favorite guests, a wonderful actor who in his latest picture also took over the director's reins and inaugurated the camera technique you'll still be talking about this time next year. Here he is, naval veteran, star and director of MGM's Lady in the Lake, Mr. Robert Montgomery, ladies. Well, Robert Montgomery, it's been a year since you were on the program last, but I knew you'd be back after that nice check I gave you.
Yes, Bob, I'm back. Here's the check. Sign it.
You got a pen that writes under rubber? Say, we ought to do something. Bob, we ought to do something about these names. If I keep calling you Bob, your fans might get confused and think you're me.
Oh, that's okay. I like to live dangerously.
You talk like that and you'll get your wish.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding. Just feel that bicep, brother. There, feel that knot.
Yeah, what an interesting way to take up slack.
Come on, feel my bicep when I tense it now. There. Hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. But why is it under your arm?
How do you like that? My man put it on wrong this morning. But Robert M., tell us about your new picture, Lady in the Lake. What's the new technique you use?
I have great hopes for this idea, Bob. Everything is shown through the eyes of the hero and the audience.
We use the camera as the hero in most of the picture.
Yeah, and I hear when you kiss your leading lady, Audrey Totter, her lips come towards the camera, and it seems as if she's kissing the audience.
That's right. It looks so real. When we previewed the picture, the ushers caught a guy climbing up on the screen and trying to kiss her back.
I was not. My bubblegum slipped, and I was just going after it. But, Robert, let's say we play a couple of private detectives and do our own little one-reeler on the Lady in the Lake.
Fine. Where'll we find the lake?
You native son, you. Set the scene.
Okay, Bob. The Lady in the Lake, or the case of the waterlogged girdle. As our story opens, we find a car speeding along a lonely road. In the car are two black derby hats. And under those derby hats sit the two most dreaded private eyes in the business. Private Detectives Transom Hope and Keyhole Montgomery. They speak.
Hey, Deadeye.
What is it, Red Eye?
Where's the antifreeze? Where's the antifreeze?
Here it is. Shall I stop the car?
No, I can drink it okay.
Say, Lefty.
Yeah?
My back itches. Thanks. We're really tough, Red Eye. That time they made the bullet hole in your head, did you ever go to a doctor?
Nah. Look.
Gee, what a clever idea, keeping your fountain pen in there.
Yeah, but last week it leaked and my eyes turned blue. Turn on the radio, Deadeye. Let's see what's doing on the police call.
Okay.
Calling all cars on the north side. Calling all cars on the north side. Stand by for a bulletin. Calling all cars on the south side. You all stand by, too. Calling all cars. Go to the corner of Spruce and Juice. All cars in the city go full speed to the corner of Spruce and Juice. Going to be a big accident, isn't there? Attention, men. This is Sergeant Brush Colonna of homicide, suicide, and insecticide. Attention. Be on the lookout for one Herman Pills. If seen, shoot to kill. He wrote, "Open the door, Richard." Attention, car 47. Go to corner of Main and Sprain. Put a ticket on Green Buick, license 806221. Its lights are on, the engine is running, the horn is blowing, and it's parked on the traffic cop's foot. Here's something that may interest you. Calling all cars. Go to Griffith Park at once. As if you weren't there already. Go to Griffith Park and hurry. There's a lady in the lake.
Let's go, Red Eye.
Okay, Deadeye. Boy, this hot rod really moves. How fast are we going now?
I can't tell. The needle is pointing to my beneficiary.
Okay, Deadeye.
Hold it, Red Eye. We're coming to a red light.
I'll go right through. Why didn't you tell me the red light was on the back of a truck?
Here we are, Red Eye. Here's Griffith Park.
Did I stop too quick?
No, I always wear my shorts around my neck. Are you sure we're in Griffith Park?
What's that?
Are you sure we're in Griffith Park?
I don't know. I'll ask that couple sitting over there in the dark in a parked car.
Hey!
I guess you've all been there, huh? You look familiar. Go ahead. It's all right.
You know, so far this is nothing like the picture I made for MGM.
You should be thankful. Hey! There's the lake, and there's the lady in the lake. Come on!
Don't worry, we're coming.
We'll save you.
My goodness, that second voice sounded like a man.
Oh, it's Miss Vague. Come on, Deadeye. We got to get Miss Vague out of the lake.
It's too late. Look, there's an octopus out there, and it's grabbing Miss Vague.
An octopus? Oh, gee. Look, that octopus, that terrible crushing, that horrible squeezing. Let's swim out, Denis. Yeah, the octopus is crushing her. It's okay, Miss Banks. Don't worry about the octopus. Don't worry, we're here. We're here.
How do you like that? Everywhere you go, chaperones.
Thank you very much, Robert Montgomery. We're going to rush over and see that picture, Lady in the Lake. And thanks to Beryl Davis. It was a pleasure meeting you. Hope you enjoy yourself here. And I also want to thank Clark Denis, quite a singer. It's really been a pleasure to do this War Memorial Show out here in Van Nuys, folks. And I hope you get a lot of the necessary to commemorate the fine service guys from this area. Yes, sir, it's nice to be broadcasting from this auditorium after putting on our program in Ken Murray's El Capitan Theater. You know, Murray has been running that stale stage show there so long, one of the seats in the balcony has a sign on it saying, George Washington slept here. And another thing, I want to tell you, if there's ever a thing that Well, Ken Murray! Oh, no! Oh, shut the door! Oh, Ken Murray! Oh, no!
Come on. Come on, Sickle Snout. I'm here for the best rent.
What rent money? I class up that barn of yours with all those prestige audiences I bring in there.
Some prestige audience, 50 relatives, and a scout from Alcoholics Anonymous.
You ought to pay me for using that shooting gallery.
Listen, never mind the alibis, Hope. Your radio show cost me a lot of dough.
How do you mean?
After each broadcast, I have to fumigate the theater.
Will you take that smudge pot out of my face, please? You don't have to worry about fumigating. That cigar you're smoking will kill anything.
I don't know. You're still here.
Now, listen, Murray, you can't push me around.
No, that's a job for a bulldozer.
Do you really want your money, or did you just come out here to ham it up?
Oh, look who's talking about ham. Look who's talking about it. Every time you pass a delicatessen store, the mustard jar tips its lid.
Yeah, well, look, there's only one thing that keeps me from telling you exactly what I think of you. What's that?
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
When people first see Airwick Crystal Air air freshener, they say,
ooh.
But because Crystal Air works so beautifully, after that, it's all in the kitchen. In the bathroom. Everywhere. Crystal Air works beautifully day after day in places where you have the toughest odors. Crystal Air works beautifully.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a homicide detail. You receive a complaint about the owner of an apartment building. He signs leases for the apartments, then he threatens to kill the tenants if they move in. Your job? Investigate.
Comparison proves Fatima quality.
Yes, comparison proves Fatima quality.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs. 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Definitely the best quality in its class, but the same price as the cigarette you're now smoking.
In Fatima, the difference is quality. Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, May 9th. It was hot in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of homicide detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Warman. My name's Friday. It was 6:47 p.m. when I got back to the Capitol Avenue Auto Court. Cottage number 11.
No reason in the world for it. I tried to reason with him. He wouldn't even listen. It's the craziest thing I ever saw.
Yes, ma'am. George, you find the phone all right?
Yeah, I checked the office. Lopey says they picked up Daniels a few minutes ago. They'll bring him downtown now.
Well, they got him, did they? They're going to put him in jail?
Well, it depends, ma'am. It's going to take a little more investigating first.
I don't see what else you need. He threatened us with a gun, me and Doris Ashby. If that isn't a crime, I don't know what is.
A few more questions we'd like to ask you, ma'am, if you don't mind. A couple of things we'd like to clear up.
I told you just how it happened. Doris will tell you the same thing. He's just a crazy old man, if you ask me. Ought to be put away.
Did you ever have any trouble with Mr. Daniels before this afternoon, Miss Cameron?
Excuse me, the baby.
Yes, ma'am.
What is it now, honey? Can't you sleep? You try now. Won't your daddy will be home pretty soon? That's a good boy. You try and sleep now.
Miss Cameron?
Yes. Oh, you be quiet now. I don't want any trouble from you. You heard me. Be quiet now.
You got your hands full, ma'am.
Don't I know it? A canary, a 4-month-old baby trying to keep house in an auto court. If I knew it was going to be like this, I never would have left Paso Robles.
You've only been in town a week or so, is that right?
It's closer to 2 weeks. Seems more like 2 months trying to get along in a place like this. A room and a bath, no place to cook, rinse out diapers. It's terrible. I told my husband he should come down here alone, find us a place to live first, then we could move. No, he had to have it his way.
Mm-hmm. You say your husband made the first contact with Daniels. He gave him a deposit on this apartment, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. The same day he started work at the aircraft plant in the valley. We've been living in Paso Robles since we got married. A month ago, Pete, that's my husband, he got a lead on this aircraft job down here. Him and Ralph came down and signed up for it.
Ralph, who's that, ma'am?
Ralph Ashby. He's Doris's husband. Doris Ashby. She's my best girlfriend. We were neighbors up in Paso Robles.
Oh, I see.
They're not doing much better than we are right now. They're staying in another court up the street. Same thing, room and a bath. Doris is expecting, too, a poor kid. Did you hear me? You be quiet now. You want to wake up the baby?
About the arrangements your husband made with Daniels to lease this apartment, Miss Cameron, when was all this?
A week ago Monday, the day after I moved down here. My husband and Ralph Ashby saw the rental ad in the paper, and they went over and talked to Daniels. He said, all right. He had an apartment for the Ashbys and one for us. Nice places, too.
I see.
Ralph and my husband signed the leases, gave him the first and last month's rent in advance. It was all decided.
Well, how is it you couldn't move in right away, Miss Cameron?
Well, he said he was having the apartment house redecorated. Daniels did, I mean. He told Ralph and my husband the apartments would probably be ready for us on the 8th. That was yesterday. He said the 9th for sure, and that's today.
And you tried to move in this afternoon, and Daniels refused to let you in. Is that it?
I had the movers get all our things out of storage and move them out to the apartment. So did my girlfriend, Doris. The movers were just starting to get our furniture out of the van and move it into the apartment when Mr. Daniels showed up. He acted like a crazy man.
Well, did he give you any reasons why you couldn't move in?
He tried to give us a lot of reasons. None of them made any sense. You could ask Doris. She'll tell you. She was there with me.
Well, what did Daniels say, now, just for instance?
He said a lot of things. First, he told us there was no water in the apartments. It hadn't been turned on yet. He said the gas wasn't turned on either. Well, I knew that was a lie. I was in the apartment late in the morning. Everything was fine. The gas was working, so was the water.
I see.
When I caught him in that lie, he got madder than ever, made some more excuses. Then he started yelling and swearing at me right there on the sidewalk. Said the apartment just wasn't ready yet. I told him to go climb a tree. We signed the lease. We paid the rent. We were moving in anyway. Told the movers to go ahead, take in the furniture.
Well, what did Daniel say then?
Nothing. He just got real purple in the face, and he put his hand in his coat pocket, and he took out a gun, pointed it at me and Doris, and I had the baby in my arms. Imagine that.
Mm-hmm. He actually told you he'd shoot you if you tried to move in the apartment, is that right?
In so many words, yes, he did. He threatened the moving men, too. They tried to talk to him. He wouldn't listen. We all tried to talk to him. He didn't make any sense at all. I wasn't going to take any chances with the baby in my arms. Doris and I got in the car and drove away. So did the movers. They left with us. Can't say I blame them either.
Yes, ma'am.
That Daniels must be out of his mind. It's the only thing I can figure. A real nut.
Well, did either you or your husband have any arguments with him at all before this afternoon?
No, everything was fine. This afternoon was the second time I ever spoke to the man.
And he had no objections to your having children or pets in the apartment?
None at all. That's one of the first things my husband told Daniels when he went to look at the apartment. We had a baby and a canary. Daniel said it was all right with him. He didn't object at all.
I understand there's 6 apartments in the building, Miss Cameron, that right?
Yes, that's right. They're all vacant as far as I know. Daniels just bought the building a month ago. That's what he told my husband, anyway. He had the place redecorated, and the work was all done. The apartments are just sitting there. That's why I can't understand it. Why won't he let us move in?
Yes, ma'am.
We paid our money, signed the lease. If he gave us any kind of a good reason why we shouldn't move in, I could understand it. But to keep us out for no reason at all, to stand out there on the sidewalk and threaten to shoot us if we move in, me with a baby in my arms. I don't know. He must be crazy.
You say you were in the apartment this morning, Miss Cameron. Did you notice anything unusual about the place, anything out of the ordinary?
No, nothing.
And you say Daniels couldn't give any reason at all why you shouldn't move in?
Just one. It convinced me.
Yeah.
That gun.
Before we left Mrs. Cameron, we took her crime report and had her sign it, and then we drove back downtown to the squad room where Gene Bechtel and Lloyd Bond were waiting with the suspect, Edward Daniels. They'd already checked him through R&I. He had no previous criminal record. They gave us a .22 caliber H&R revolver along with 6 shells which had been found on the suspect at the time of his arrest. The gun had been loaded. Pawn shop records showed that the weapon had been purchased by the suspect and had been registered in his name. We had stenographer Eleanor Eastlack type up the crime report, and Ed and I took Daniels down the hall to the interrogation room. He was a small, thin man, blue eyes, gray hair.
Don't know what all the fuss is about. I own the building. I can keep people out if I want to.
Well, we saw the lease you signed with the Camerons. The other couple, too, they paid their rent. Why the sudden change of heart?
I don't think that's any of your business. Matter between me and the tenant.
It's our business when you threaten him with a gun, Daniels. Assault with a deadly weapon, that's a felony.
Didn't hurt the woman. Just wanted to scare her, that's all. Just a couple of farmers anyway. Never should have given them the lease in the first place. Lousy kid with him and that bird chirping all the time.
How'd you happen to have that gun with you this afternoon?
Didn't happen to have it. Carry it all the time. It's my business, isn't it? Registered down here.
Mean you got a permit to carry this gun?
Don't need a permit. It's registered, isn't it?
Who gave you the idea because the gun's registered you can carry it around your pocket?
Friend of mine. Nothing wrong with it, is there?
Having a gun registered is nothing more than keeping a permanent record of it. You can keep the gun in your home or in your office, but it doesn't give you the right to carry it around with you.
Oh? Well, why didn't they tell me that when I had it registered?
You were told, Mr. Daniels. You know that.
Well, I don't remember it.
Doesn't make much difference if you remember or not. Nobody has a permit to threaten people with a gun.
Told you I wasn't going to hurt her. She just kept arguing with me. I'm a sick man, you know. Thought she was going to hit me.
You mean while she was holding that baby in her arms? Now, come off it, Daniels. What's this thing all about?
Told you before. I think that's my business.
You signed a year's lease with the Camerons. You accepted the first and last month's rent. You took their money. You advised them they could move in this afternoon. When they try to move in, you meet them at the front door and threaten them with a gun. Now, what's it all about? None of this makes any sense.
Changed my mind. I'm not ready to rent them out yet.
Well, then why'd you sign that lease with the Camerons? How about it, Mr. Daniels? If there's something in that building you're trying to cover up, you might as well tell us. A couple of men out there now checking it.
You can go ahead and check. I don't care. They won't find anything. Got nothing to hide.
How long you lived here, Daniels?
18, 20 years. Why?
Where'd you live before you came here?
Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio.
You ever been arrested?
Yeah, a couple of traffic tickets. Cop said I went through a stop signal. I wasn't guilty, though. What's the point, anyway? What are you trying to get at? Trying to force me to let those people in that apartment?
I'm not trying to force you into anything, Daniels. Business about the lease is a civil matter. That's between you and the Camerons.
And what are you holding me here for?
We told you. You threatened that woman with a gun. She signed an ADW report.
What do you mean, ADW?
Assault with a deadly weapon. Now, that's a pretty serious charge, Daniels.
Didn't hurt the woman. Didn't even touch her.
Pointed the gun at her, didn't you?
Yeah.
Gun was loaded, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Capable of being fired?
Yeah, but I wasn't going to shoot her, I told you. Just wanted to scare her off, get her out of there. It's the truth. I wasn't going to shoot her. What do I have to do to convince you?
You don't have to convince us.
What do you mean? Who do I have to convince?
You got your choice, a judge or a jury. Ed and I took the suspect, Edward Daniels, down to the main jail where we booked him in on suspicion of 467 PC ADW. Before he was locked up, Daniels asked us if we would take the keys to his car and the keys to his apartment house to an Oliver Randall, an employee of his who acted as a janitor and general handyman at 2 other apartment houses Daniels owned. We told him we would. After we left the main jail, we checked with the office, and then we drove out to the location of the apartment house to interview the neighbors and deliver the keys to Daniels' handyman, Oliver Randall. Other than telling us that they considered Mr. Daniels a little eccentric, the neighbors were unable to give us any additional information that might help us in the prosecution. After we finished talking to the neighbors, we went across the street to the apartment house. There were lights burning in the upper rear apartment. We tried the bell, but there was no answer. From the set of keys Daniels had given us, we found the one that fit the door and let ourselves in. We heard somebody moving around on the floor above us. We went up and found a man there who identified himself as Oliver Randall. He appeared nervous and upset. There were papers and rags scattered over the floor of the room.
Oh, yeah, I was just cleaning up here. Mr. Daniels told me to be sure and clean this up, papers and junk.
I see. Well, here's some keys for you, Randall. Daniels asked to get them to you.
Oh, yeah, apartment house keys. Mr. Daniels was supposed to meet me here. He said 8 o'clock. I think that's what he said. I wonder where he is. You know where he is?
Yeah, he's in jail.
Oh, what's he doing in jail? Did he do something wrong?
He's had a complaint filed against him, assault with a deadly weapon.
What happened? He get mad at somebody? Mr. Daniels got an awful bad temper. When he gets mad at somebody, he doesn't forget it. I know. I worked for him.
How long have you worked for him, Randall?
I don't know. A long time. Maybe 5 years. I forget.
You say Daniels has a bad temper. Have you ever known him to be violent, Randall?
How's that?
Well, have you ever known him to be violent? I mean, have you ever known him to hurt anyone?
Well, I don't know. I don't remember. A lot of times he says he's going to do things. I work for him, you know. A lot of times he gets mad at me. He says I don't work fast enough or I don't do the right things. He always carries his gun, you know. Once he said he was going to shoot me. I was pretty scared.
You live with Mr. Daniels, do you?
No, I have a room downstairs in another apartment house. He owns a place over on South Hoover. It's a nice room. It's got a window in it.
You're on a regular salary. Is that the way you work?
Yeah, $15 a week. I get the room free, too. It's not bad.
You ever been arrested, Randall?
Me? No, I've never been arrested.
You ever been in the state hospital, any kind of an institution?
No, I was up at Camarillo for a couple of years. I didn't like it too much. I came down here to live with my sister. She's dead now. She died about 4 years ago. She's the one that got me this job, you know.
That's so?
Oh, yeah. This isn't a bad job at all. Jobs are pretty hard to get now. That's what Mr. Daniels says. Real tough to get a good job now. That's why I do what I'm told. I better get on fixing up this place.
Well, how'd all these rags and papers get here, Randall? The painters leave them behind?
I don't know. I guess so. I guess somebody left them here.
We understood the apartments were already cleaned up. They were ready to move into.
What's that?
I say we understood the apartments were all fixed up, that they were ready for the tenants to move right into.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't know about that. Mr. Daniels takes care of renting the places. I just help him. I do what he tells me.
Joe?
Yeah?
You notice that smell? Seems to be stronger out in the hall.
Yeah, I think I do. How long's it been since the painters were working here, Randall? Do you know that?
Painters? I don't know. A couple days, I guess. What's the matter?
That's a pretty strong smell. Might be paint there or something like that. Don't you notice it?
Oh, yeah, I've been wondering about that. I noticed it when I came in. It might be from upstairs, the attic. Painters were working up there, too, I think.
Don't you think you ought to check it, see what it is?
Mr. Daniels didn't tell me to. I guess I better, though. Smells pretty strong. I guess I better see what it is.
Well, how do you get to the attic from here?
Down the end of the hall. There's a stairway there. It goes right up into the attic. I'll show you.
All right, fine.
Yeah, smells like gasoline or something.
All the apartments are vacant, is that right? No one living in the building at all?
Yeah, that's right. We go up the stairs here. Mr. Daniels had the whole place worked over. Nobody here at all right now. I guess he'll be moving in pretty soon. Going to be a lot of work. Got the other two apartment houses to take care of, and there's going to be this place. It's going to be a lot of work.
Daniels hire anyone else besides yourself to help out with the work, I mean?
No, I don't think so. Just me. I keep pretty busy. Here's the attic.
Yeah, this must be where it's coming from.
Yeah, it's strong enough to knock you over, isn't it?
The light switch is over here. Just a minute.
Yeah, it's sure a mess. Papers, boxes, pile of old rags.
That 5-gallon can there on the floor.
Kerosene, huh?
Yeah, it's just about empty, too.
It's all spilled all over the floor. Mr. Daniels ain't going to like that. He's going to get mad.
You usually keep this stuff up here, do you, Randall?
No, I guess it was with the painter's stuff. Those cans and things on the table there, I guess it got knocked off and spilled. Spilled all over the place, didn't it?
Well, how come the painting crew didn't take their stuff with them when they left? All this equipment here. They're all finished with the job, aren't they?
I guess so. You'd have to ask Mr. Daniels about that. They're all finished on the inside. I know that. They have the outside to do, though. Maybe that's why they left their stuff.
Well, it's not a very safe way to leave it. Rags, papers, look here, kerosene spilled all over. You better get this place cleaned up first, don't you think, Randall?
Well, I don't know. I sure wish Mr. Daniels was here. You won't let him know, will you?
What do you mean, let him know what?
Don't tell him I'll let you see the attic, huh?
9:35 p.m. Ed and I left the handyman, Oliver Randall, at his apartment house, went outside and got in the car. Neither one of us could find any explanation for it, but we both had a hunch there was something wrong with the setup. We drove to a neighborhood service station, called the office, and told them that we were going to stake the apartment house. We drove back and found a place to park where we could keep the building under surveillance without being seen. We waited. 10 p.m., 10:30, 11 o'clock. At a few minutes past 11, we saw Randall come out of the front door of the apartment, get in a blue sedan, and drive off. We followed him to an apartment building on West Pico and saw him enter a rear door. We waited. At 12:15 a.m., Ed got to a phone, called Captain Bernard at the business office, and notified him of our location. At 12:45 a.m., two men arrived to relieve us, and we briefed them on the facts. We drove back to the office, made out a 15.7 to Captain Lorman, and signed out. At 4 o'clock the next afternoon, we reported back in for work. We checked the book and found a message that the suspect, Edward Daniels, had been released from jail that morning on a writ, bail $2,500. The writ was returnable Thursday, May 10th. There was also a message in the book for us to contact Daniels' attorney, Richard Tiernan. Ed put in the call.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh. I see. What's that? Yeah, I know. All right, Mr. Tiernan. Yeah, thank you. Goodbye. You were right, Joe.
What do you mean?
Daniels' lawyer wanted to know how serious the charges are. He says Daniels is pretty upset. Seems he had some trouble lately. His insurance company.
Well, what's the matter? Do you have an accident?
The insurance company doesn't seem to think it was an accident. Happened 2 months ago at an apartment house over on South Union.
Yeah.
It burned down.
You are listening to Dragnet. Authentic stories of your police force in action.
Fatima, America's first largest-selling blended cigarette. Now, best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Prove it yourself today. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make this money-back guarantee to every king-size cigarette smoker.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas before August 1st, 1952, and we'll give you your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Remember, because of its quality, its extra mildness, its better flavor and aroma, more smokers now insist on Fatima than ever before.
Insist on the best. Fatima, extra mild and soothing, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Smoke Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Thursday, May 10th, 4:30 p.m. We contacted the fire department's arson squad to find out if the fire at Daniels' apartment house on South Union Avenue 2 months before was under investigation. After checking back, they told us investigators from the arson squad had found a large amount of kerosene to be present in some of the burned timbers found in the debris after the fire was put out. They said that Mr. Daniels had admitted after the fire that the apartment building had been recently redecorated and that kerosene, paint, and other inflammables had been stored in the attic of the building. Ed and I contacted the insurance adjuster handling the case, a Snyder Peebles, and he told us there wasn't any doubt in his mind that the fire at Daniels' apartment house 2 months before was of incendiary origin. But he said so far the investigators were unable to prove it. The one thing that seemed to puzzle him was if Daniels planned on burning down the building, why did he go to the trouble and expense of redecorating first? Well, as soon as it was dark, Ed and I drove out, relieved the men on stakeout at the apartment house on West Pico, where the handyman, Oliver Randall, had his room. They reported no unusual activity during the day. 7:32 p.m., Randall came out of the apartment house, got in a car, and drove off. We followed him.
If we got this Randall made right, it shouldn't be too long before we find out. Daniels is using them to work something out. Pretty sure we can count on that.
Yeah, maybe. I'll watch it, Ed. He's turning down Union.
Yeah.
He's pulling up ahead. Don't crowd him.
Mm-hmm. There's a good spot here. Shouldn't be able to see us.
All right, pull up in here.
All right.
That's fine. He's getting out of the car. He's going over the house.
Down the driveway. Going around back. He's out of sight now.
All right, let's go.
Still no lights in the place. Oh, yeah, there they go, in the basement.
All right, easy. Let's take it easy. All right. Yeah, I think I can see the back door from here. All right, come on, easy now.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
All right, easy with this door, Ed. Don't let it bang.
Uh-huh. Where now?
Sounds like somebody upstairs, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on, watch your step.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, next floor up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up in the attic. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, come on.
Uh-huh.
Through this door.
Uh-huh.
Back in the corner, Ed.
I see him. right, hold it, you.
What's the matter? There's a fire right over in the corner. I'll get it. Hold on to him.
Right.
Well, don't put it out.
You need any help, Joe? You getting it all right?
No, I'm getting it all right. Just a minute. Here, I got it.
Okay. You want to get the lights?
I got them. All right, Randall, what's the story?
He told me to do it. He told me to come back tonight and burn the whole place down.
Who told you?
He said, Ollie, you go back to the place, to the attic, light a match, that's all, and then get out. Mr. Daniels, that's just what he said.
Daniels told you to do this?
He told me just light a fire and nobody'd know. He said there wasn't going to be any trouble. No trouble at all.
Well, it gives you the edge, doesn't it?
No trouble, he said.
Yeah, well, next time you see him, you can call him a liar. 8:50 p.m. After making sure that the place was secure and that there was no danger of fire from the recent arson attempt, Ed and I took the suspect, Oliver Randall, outside and put him in the car where we questioned him. He made no attempt to disguise the fact that he had been directed by his regular employer, Edward Daniels, to commit arson by setting fire to the attic of the apartment house. In addition, he told us that Daniels had threatened him with bodily harm if he refused to obey the order and set fire to the building.
He had this gun, you know, Mr. Daniels did. He always had it with him. I was scared of it, I don't mind telling you.
Uh-huh. Well, he threatened to kill you if you didn't do what he wanted, that it?
Yeah, I guess so. He used to get mad a lot of the time, and he had this gun. He always had the gun. He'd get mad at me and tell me he was going to shoot me. I'm afraid of guns.
How about the fire at the other apartment house, Ollie, the one over on South Union Avenue?
Yeah, that was a big fire.
Did you start that one?
Daniels told me there was nobody living there. He said nobody'd get hurt. Nobody did get hurt, did they?
Did you start the fire?
Yeah, I guess so. Yes, I did.
Mr. Daniels tell you to do it?
He said it was his building. He owned it. He could do anything with it he wanted to. I didn't want to do it. He told me I'd have to. He said he'd hurt me with that gun, and he said he'd fire me, too. I didn't want to lose my job.
You knew you were doing wrong, didn't you, Ollie?
Well, I guess I did, yeah. What could I do, though? I didn't want to lose my job. Good jobs aren't too easy to get nowadays. You know that.
Where's Mr. Daniels now, do you know?
You're not going to tell him what I told you, are you? He said not to say anything about it. He said nobody believed me anyway. Nobody. He said he'd tell everybody I was a liar. Said they'd believe him before they'd believe me.
Well, where's Daniels now?
If I tell you, you won't let him hurt me, will you?
No, we won't let him hurt you. You're going to have to help us out, though.
What do you want me to do?
I'd like to find out where Daniels is first.
He's in a movie over on Pico by his house. He's waiting for me.
You mean he's waiting for you in the show?
See, in the center section, 10 rows from the back. He's waiting for me now.
Well, how's it you're supposed to meet him there?
I don't know. He said if anybody wanted to know where we were tonight, this would prove we didn't start the fire. We were at the show. I was supposed to start the fire and then go to the show and meet him, 10 rows from the back, the center section.
You want to show us where this movie is, Ollie?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Daniels won't tell you anything, though. He's going to be mad. He won't tell you anything.
Well, that's where we need your help, Ollie.
What do you mean?
We'll let him tell you. 9:44 p.m. Ed and I, along with the suspect, Oliver Randall, drove to the movie house on West Pico. On the way, we explained to Randall what he was supposed to do. 9:55 p.m. We parked our car half a block from the movie house, bought 3 tickets, and went inside. The feature picture was still on. There wasn't much of a crowd. We sent Randall down the aisle ahead of us and watched him move into the 10th row and sit down next to somebody. Ed and I followed him down and found seats in the row directly behind him. We recognized the man sitting next to Randall as Edward Daniels.
Hello, Mr. Daniels. I did it just the way you told me up in the attic. It was okay.
Nobody saw you? You didn't have any trouble at all?
No, it was okay. I don't feel so good about it, though.
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
I don't know. Maybe somebody might find out. Don't you think we'd get in trouble if they found out?
You just keep your mouth shut. I'll attend to that. Nobody's going to find out.
All right, Daniels, you mind coming outside? We'd like to talk to you.
What are you doing here?
Come on, we'll talk outside.
What's this all about?
We'll let you tell us.
All right, what do you want? You arresting me?
That's right, mister.
Why? What's it supposed to be this time?
Think you know arson, conspiracy. Caught Randall here, caught him right in the act. He told us the whole story.
What? Ollie? What story? What is this?
I told you I didn't want to do it, Mr. Daniels. I told you we'd get in trouble.
Fool, stupid fool. Should have known better.
Yeah, you should have.
Just 2 questions for you, Daniels. Why'd you burn down your own property? Why'd you redecorate the buildings first?
I never forgot it. Told him when it happened. I wouldn't forget it as long as I lived.
What do you mean, forget what?
24 years ago, I was just starting out. Small store back in Ohio burned down. Real fire. Lousy insurance company that wouldn't believe me. Had to sue. Lost the whole thing. Had to start all over again. I told him I'd never forget it. Told him I'd make him pay.
mean you've been nursing this grudge for 24 years?
Why not? Why shouldn't I? I lost everything I had.
Well, why'd you redecorate the apartment houses if you planned to burn them down?
Simple. Gave me a good excuse. Could have all those things stored in the buildings. Paint, kerosene. Besides, you'd think I'd burn down the building right after I got done redecorating. Not a bad idea. Worked pretty good, didn't it?
Yeah, you're going to jail. You figure it.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 18th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 86, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
And now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, comparisons are often very helpful in modern police work. Now, for instance, a suspect may be identified by comparing his M.O., or method of operation, with the known facts of a case. Comparisons are important to you in choosing your king-size cigarette. Compare Fatima for quality. You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection. Cools the smoke for your protection. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size. And you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. Buy Fatima. I'm convinced that you'll agree Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes.
Edward John Daniels was tried and convicted of 2 counts of conspiracy and 1 count of arson and received the sentence as prescribed by law. Conspiracy is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not more than 2 years. Arson is punishable by a prison term of not less than 1 or more than 5 years. Daniel's accomplice, Oliver Randall, was examined by 3 psychiatrists appointed by the court and was found to be mentally incompetent. He was placed in a state hospital for the mentally deficient. The charge of assault with a deadly weapon against Edward Daniels was dismissed. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Barney Phillips and Vic Perrin. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes. Best of all king-size cigarettes has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles. Now, it's Counter Spy on NBC.
A night for Excedrin PM.
Today was sure no Mother's Day.
She hit me first.
This expired.
Daddy let me.
The company's moving us. So?
So I can't sleep and my head aches.
When just a pain reliever isn't enough, you want Excedrin PM. Strong aspirin-free headache medicine plus a second ingredient to help you sleep. Tonight, Excedrin PM. Headache medicine, and it helps you sleep. Also in caplets.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Bristol Myers, makers of Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair, bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? Meat to eat, Archie. The manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. How's business? Well, let me put it this way. If business was a prize fighter, we'd be throwing water in his face. Huh? Grogan's across the street is doing great business? I don't know about that, Duffy. There's just as many people coming out of his place as there is going in. Huh? Look, Duffy, there's a million jobs open, and if you don't like the way I'm running this place, why don't you fire me? Huh? Duffy, after 8 years, do you have to be so hasty? Huh? Look, Virus, I have a TL for you. Compared to you, Simon Legree is the smiling Irishman. And as long as you're in this mood, how about a raise? Hello? That chiseler. That crumb. That miser. That...
Stunk?
Stunk? Eddie, quit defending the guy. Works me like a dog. 7 days a week. On me feet, 15 hours a day. Where's that newspaper?
You're sitting on it.
Oh. I'm going to look up them help wanted ads.
Yeah. Look and see if you can find an ad saying, wanted, lazy bartender.
Just a minute. Bartending ain't the only thing I can do. There's 100 jobs I'm qualified for.
100?
Yeah.
Name one.
Well,
Well?
Okay, so there's only 99. Now, let's look at that paper. Accountants, bakers, barbers.
Anything there for experienced chicken plucker?
Eddie, please.
Let me see that paper. Maybe I can find a job for you. You have a job at the circus.
Circus, huh? Sounds good. What is it?
Yeah, it says, wanted, ambitious young man to place head in lion's mouth.
Better read the next one.
Wanted, plastic surgeon to contact man who formerly held job listed above.
Eddie, give me the paper. I'll look up my own ad.
Hey, Archie.
Huh?
What did you say to Papa on the telephone?
Why?
Well, when I left home, he was clutching the receiver, frothing at the mouth. His face was turning purple.
But all I did was ask him for a raise.
You might just as well have shot him through the heart.
On your father, Miss Duffy, that's a pretty small target. Look, why does the guy hate me so?
What makes you think that he hates you?
I don't know. It's the funny way that he looks at me every time he says, Archie, I can't stand you.
Granted. But don't forget he hates you less than he hates other people, and with Papa, that's the same as liking you.
I see.
After all, you know Papa. His bark is really worse than his bite.
Well, that's only because he ain't got no teeth.
Miss Archie, hey, got something here for you.
You got something for me? It ain't a laugh by any chance.
Coming up.
Let's shoot a gun off around here. Anybody got a gun? We can shoot it either direction. I don't care. They can aim it at myself or we'll aim it at anybody you can think of here. What was you saying, young man?
I got something for you, though. No stuff. Yeah.
What do you got?
I got you. Yeah, it says, in the personal column, lonely lady would like to meet young escort.
Well, that sounds pretty good.
Must be tall.
Yes.
Athletic.
Yes.
Good dancer.
Yes.
Speak Hungarian.
Oh, can't. Too bad it ain't French.
You speak French?
No, but a Hungarian dame would never know the difference. Anything else in that personal column, Eddie?
Let's see here now. Man, 3'6", wishes to contact woman of same size. Midgets need not apply.
Pretty choosy, ain't they, them little lilliputses? But you know something, Eddie? That personal column, that gives me an idea.
You mean you're going to advertise for a rich wife?
Why not? It's the good old American system of free enterprise. The right of every man to hook himself a rich dame. Eddie, write down this ad, will you?
Okay.
Got the pencil there?
Yeah, man, I'm ready.
Okay, now, independently wealthy tavern keeper seeks wife in similar straits. Tall, handsome, intellectual.
How you spell intellectual?
Who knows? Let's see. Debonair, divine dancer.
Look who's a divine dancer.
May I remind you that at Roseland, I am still remembered as the only 3-time winner of the pickle dish.
Miss Archie, this idea of putting an ad in the personal column, it's crackpot.
Mr. Green, it may amaze you to know that some of our greatest geniuses has been called crackpots.
What?
Hiya, Finnegan?
What? No.
Oh, not much. I'm thinking of getting married.
Well, that's nice. To a dame?
Of course, to a dame, you know. Sometimes being a bachelor, gets kind of lonely. Take you. Haven't you ever felt alone and deserted?
Only when I'm with people.
Oh.
But, why do you have to get married? Look, come here. Why don't you play it smart? Get divorced.
Well, Eddie, and you can't put the cart before the hearse. You can't get a divorce until you get married.
Really? See, them married guys get all the breaks.
You know something? You're beginning to talk like a philosopher.
Well, a guy can't make sense all the time. Hey, what kind of a dame you think you'll marry, Art?
Oh, well, I'm thinking of marrying a dame with plenty of dough, you know. I'm going to marry for money.
Oh. Well, why not? If the alley Khan can do it, what can it do?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Archie, this ad for the personal column, how you want to sign it?
Sign it, Prince Charming, Maharaja of Pakistan.
Okay, Sahib. Check it out.
Okay.
Hello, Arch. What's going on?
What's going on is terrible. Hello, Joe. Ain't you heard? I'm getting married.
Well, congratulations. Who's the lucky girl?
Peaches Latour.
Well, who's she?
Yeah, she's the dame that ain't marrying him.
Quiet, Eddie. No, Joe, I'm marrying a very wealthy dame.
What?
You know, you wouldn't mind if this was subtle, Joe. I'm marrying a very wealthy dame, Joe.
You are?
Yeah. Here, read me ad.
Well, Arch, I'm surprised. What would a guy like you do if you married a wealthy woman?
Nothing, Joe. Absolutely nothing.
Well, you know, you'll never get a woman this way. This ad. Well, you forget to mention the one thing you've got that'll attract any woman.
Joe, you mean...
I certainly do. Brains.
Funny, Joe. I could have sworn you was going to say Vitalis.
Oh, well, that goes without saying.
Really?
It takes brains to know that Vitalis is just about the best thing you can use to keep your hair well-groomed, healthy-looking. That's because Vitalis protects your hair against the drying effects of the hot sun and all those extra showers you take in summer. Why, no other hair preparation can give your scalp and hair better protection than Vitalis and the 60-second workout. For the Vitalis formula contains two of the same ingredients that many skin specialists prescribe for dry, flaky scalps, plus all the other extras that make your hair more handsome, more healthy-looking. So try the Vitalis 60-second workout. Let it prevent scalp and hair dryness, rout flaky dandruff, and give you the best-looking, healthiest-looking head of hair you ever had. You look your best tomorrow if you get a bottle of Vitalis today.
Hey, Miss Archie, look there. You got an answer to your ad in the personal column.
No kidding, Eddie. Quick, open it up.
Okay, let's see. Wait a minute. You say, Dear Prince Charming, I am a widow.
Yes?
My name is Agatha Pitts.
84 years old.
How can you tell?
Who do you know that has named his kid Agatha in the last 84 years? However, continue the letter.
Okay. You know, in addition to being independently wealthy, I am...
Eddie, what was that word?
Independently.
No.
Addition?
No.
I am...
Eddie, stop frustrating me. Give me the letter. Hey, you're right. Independently wealthy. One little ad, and I meet Agatha. Me soulmate.
But I still think anybody that gets married is crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and I agree with you, Finnegan.
You agree with him?
Yeah.
You? Bit of tea from a girl with a general yen. And what's wrong with marriage?
Just that nobody that gets married is happy, Archie.
On the contraire. There's plenty of couples that's happily married.
Name me one.
How about Mr. and Mrs. Kelly?
Her mother came to live with them.
Oh. Well, how How about Millie, Willie, and Mabel? Now, there's a happy couple.
You mean Mabel Higgins?
Yeah,
The one with the blonde hair and the dimples?
that's right.
The one that ran off with a good humor man?
The good humor man. Really?
Yeah. She fell for him just 'cause he had a car.
Oh.
There. Now, you see what I mean, Archie?
Well, that's just two cases. What about Harry and Maggie? That Maggie, what a devoted wife.
Archie, remember what happened last week?
Okay, so she poisoned him. But did you happen to notice the way she cried at his funeral?
Miss Archie, look here, look.
What?
Look at the lady getting out of that limousine, pulling up outside.
Holy cat. A brand new Cadillac limousine.
Maybe that's your prospective bride.
Get a load of them lines.
The lady?
No, the limousine.
Yeah, but look at the width of that body.
The limousine?
The lady. Yeah, she sure look like she got money, though.
Yeah, she sure does.
Good evening. I am Agatha Pitts. I'm looking for Prince Charming.
Oh. Agatha, let me look at you. Eddie, can we turn the lights down a little lower?
What?
It's more romantic that way. Permit me, my name is Archie, alias Prince Charming. Now, according to your letter, you are the widow Pitts.
Yes, poor dear Herman is dead.
You sure he's dead?
Of course.
You sure he ain't just hiding?
I beg your pardon.
I mean, I'm sorry that the fella kicked off.
Oh, yes. It was quite sudden.
Yes, well, may I extend me heartiest condolences on your bereavement? Now, Agatha, incidentally, you don't mind me calling you by your maiden name.
Well, why not, Archie? After all, you're a man and I'm a woman.
Well, that clears that up. Agatha, leave us put our cards on the table. I ain't only a man. I'm a lonely man. And you're a lonely woman. Do you think we could learn to stand each other?
Well, Archie, when I answered your ad in the paper, somehow I had the feeling that you were the one.
Yeah, huh?
Yes. You see, I've always been a bit of a clairvoyant.
Well, I'm no angel myself. But enough about our pasts. Look, Agatha, I don't mean to sweep you off your feet, but I think we have come to the point where further talk would be futile. In other words, I feel the time has come for me to pop the question.
The question?
Yes. Agatha, how much dough you got?
Archie!
Ain't I the curious little devil? Look, Ag, if this romance of ours is going to get anywhere, I don't think we should conceal no secrets from each other.
Well, since you put it that way, Herman left me $100,000.
Well, this calls for a proposal. Agatha, will you honor me the privilege of becoming me Russian bride?
Oh, but Archie, this is so sudden.
Oh, so what? I'm not going to get any younger, and you ain't going to get no richer.
Well, really, I'll have to have time to think it over. I think I'll go for a ride around the park.
But do you mind taking a taxi?
Why?
Well, in case the answer is yes, I wouldn't want to see the fenders dented on that limousine. You have to think it over, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Okay, well, farewell, sweet princess. I shall be waiting. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Eddie, why can't normal people have $100,000? Eddie, it's almost 3 hours and Agatha ain't back yet.
So what?
Well, you think she's being unfaithful to me?
Unfaithful?
Yeah, spending her dough.
Archie, you know what I think of anybody that marries for money.
Look, would it make you feel any better if I said I was marrying for love?
Of course.
Oh, so the truth ain't good enough for you, huh? Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now. Well, Agatha, quick, tell me, what's the answer?
Archie, I've thought it over, and the answer is yes.
What? Gala news. Then this means that we are engaged?
That's right.
Splendid. Shall we seal it with a check? I mean, a kiss?
A kiss? Very well.
Okay, pucker up your lips. Just a minute, I just remembered. I can't kiss you before the ceremony. It's bad luck.
Well, what about after the ceremony?
Then it's potluck.
Archie, where shall we go on our honeymoon?
Our honeymoon? Well, frankly, I was sort of planning on going stag. However, you said you have $100,000?
Yes.
Well, seeing that money is no expense, why don't we take a cruise around the world?
Oh, how romantic. Which way shall we go? East to west or west to east?
Why don't we compromise? You go east and I'll go west.
I love a man with a sense of humor. Oh, but to be serious, Archie, there is one important question I must ask you before we marry.
What?
Do you like children?
Agatha, what's on your mind?
Well, you see, Archie, we have a little son.
Well, would you mind to repeat that?
We have a little boy.
We do, huh? How old?
14.
Boy, Art, you sure are a fast worker.
Quiet, Finnegan. Agatha, you mean...
Yes. Herman left me two things. $100,000 and a son.
Why didn't he quit when I was ahead? Agatha, I think you should have mentioned it sooner, though. You didn't tell me that you came with accessories, you know. How do you know? Maybe I don't like kids.
Not like children? Well, in that case, we could never be married.
$100,000. Agatha?
Yes?
Love little ones.
Oh, I'm glad you feel that way. That's one thing I always disliked about Herman. He hated children.
The late bounder.
Archie, I have an idea. Why don't I bring the little darling down here?
I would love to meet the little cherub. As I say, with me, kids is Jake.
Very well, I'll bring him down. See you later. Toodaloo.
Toodaloo.
Daddy.
What?
Will you please tell me a fairy story about the free little bell?
Very funny, Eddie. I suppose you don't think I know how to handle kids. It happens I have read a lot of books about child psychology. And the one way to handle them is to prove immediately that the father is the child's superior.
How you going to do that, wrestling?
Hi, Art. Can I meet your son?
Well, Finnegan, I don't like to offend you, but I'd rather you'd stay away from the kid.
What?
Well, I'd like him to grow up with an open mind about the human race.
Well, anything you say, Art. Any son of yours is a son of mine.
Boy, 100,000 smackers. I'll be set for life. I can see myself already, sitting in a big mansion. A roaring fire going. Wearing me velvet smoking pajamas and sipping brandy in the soft firelight.
And Agatha Pitts sitting there with her arms round you.
Well, you can't have everything.
Have you got a 3-cent stamp handy? Well, look, that's all you need to get a generous sample package of Mum. M-U-M. Mum, the underarm deodorant. No matter what other deodorant you've been using, I think you'll discover Mum is the better way to safeguard your freshness and charm. Just send your name and address and that 3-cent stamp to cover mailing costs to Mum, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. You'll really like Mum because it's different. It has a unique cream formula that protects freshness all day, all evening. And because it contains no harsh or irritating ingredients, Mum is safer for skin, for clothes, and most important, for your personal charm. So use this easy, inexpensive way to get your package of Mum. Just send a 3-cent stamp to Mum, M-U-M, Box 888, General Post Office, New York 1, New York. Do it tonight because this offer is limited. Remember, when you want to be sure you're nice to be near, use Mum.
Hey, Art.
Yeah?
You remember you was talking about that child psychology?
Yeah.
I just borrowed this book about it. Maybe you could use it.
Oh, thanks. Who'd you borrow it from?
Mrs. Hogan.
Mrs. Hogan?
Yeah, the dame with the 19 kids.
Oh, well, it was nice of her to let you have it.
Well, she says she don't have much time to read anyhow.
Well, let's see the book. Chapter 1. Science divides children into 2 parts.
Into 2 parts?
Yeah.
And we call ourselves civilized.
Finnegan, please, I'm trying to read this book before my expecting son gets here.
Oh.
Not that I need a book. Kids all love me anyhow, you know.
Well, Archie, I'm back.
Oh, hello, Agatha.
And this is our little boy, Egbert.
Well. So this is Egbert, huh? Well, my little man, leave us shake hands. I am your new father.
Hey, Mom, couldn't we dig up the old one?
Trouble.
Egbert, a little respect, please. Remember, this gentleman is to be your father.
How do you like that? At my age, the son of Frankenstein.
A cute little codger, ain't he?
I tried to explain to him about our marriage, Archie, but you know it's difficult for a child to grasp these things.
Oh, well, leave me explain it to him. Son?
Yeah?
You see, your mother is a widow, and I'm a lonely bachelor, and, well, like the birds and the bees say, fate has thrown us together into the bonds of true love. Do you understand?
Yeah. You're going to try to clip her for $100,000.
Now, look, you crumb. I mean, Egbert, Daddy is not at all interested in your mother's wealth.
Then why are you marrying her?
I'm marrying her because... Well, do you have to be such a wise guy?
You know, maybe you wouldn't be such a bad father at that.
Well, thank you.
There's just one thing that bothers me, though.
What?
Which came first, you or the years?
Look, kid, you can't talk to me like that. Now, take off them glasses now.
Mr. Archer.
A punk kid like
Remember
this.
child psychology.
Yeah, that. Well, Egbert, I guess boys will be boys. Now, Agatha, about our honeymoon...
Oh, yes, I wanted to speak to you about that. What will we do with Egbert?
Well, we could send him to military school.
But where?
Oh, I don't know. What's wrong with Russia?
Now, wait a minute, giraffe neck.
Egbert, shame on you calling your father names. Now, I want you to apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Now kiss Daddy.
Look, I just called him names. I didn't murder nobody.
Out of the mouths of babes are gonna come teeth. Look, kid, why don't you go over in the corner there and eat some of the free lunch? Your mother and me's got things to talk over. Now, come, Agatha. Leave us be alone. I'd like to talk about our future, you know, where we'll live, how much we're in love with each other.
Hey, Pop.
He's in again. Yes, son?
When I grow up, I want to be just like you.
Well, the psychology is working. You want to grow up to be just like Daddy, huh?
Yeah, so I can quit work and have a rich widow support me.
Now, just a minute, Egbert. Are you inferring that I am a piccolo?
I'm inferring that you're a chiseler.
Look, kid, they don't come fast enough so that when they do come, you have to step on them. Give it another chance. All right. Now, Egbert, come here. Come here, Egbert. I really love you. Come here, because Daddy wants to give you a great big hug. Like this.
Ow! Hey, Mom! He's strangling me.
Ho, ho, ho. Daddy loves him so much he's almost squeezed him to death.
Wise guy, take this, Daddy.
Ow! Ow, me finger!
Archie, what do you mean by shoving your finger between Egbert's teeth?
Shoving me. What are you talking? This egghead, he just bit me.
Egghead? His name is Egbert.
Just the same, if anybody's hungry, I wouldn't sprinkle salt on his head.
Archie, how dare you talk that way about a little child?
A child? That ain't no child. That's a souped-up midget. Look at me finger where he bit me. I'm going to hit that crumb on the head.
Miss Archie, use your child psychology.
I'll use me psychology, all right. Give me that book. Here, Egbert. Try this on your thick skull.
Ow! Archie, you beast! And you said you liked children. Our marriage is off. Good night.
Eddie?
Yeah?
Get a pencil.
Another ad in the personal column?
Yeah, take this down, will you? Ex-father would like to meet widow with no children. Object, childless marriage.
Mister, we're sure of it. Try just one tube of Benex brushless shave cream, and we're sure you'll use Benex for life.
Because so many thousands of men have found that Benex, B-E-N-E-X, gives them the best shaves they've ever had.
Benex gives extra easy shaves thanks to a special beard-softening formula.
Benex is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
Benex gives you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action leaves your face feeling wonderful.
Just try Benex. See for yourself. Benex brushless shave. B-E-N-E-X. At your nearest drug counter. Get Benex tomorrow.
I'm now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Mum, the safer deodorant, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Each Wednesday, Bristol-Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these...
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
It's hard to face the day, but he knows your favorite way. Folgers starting to brew, the aroma's calling you. The best part of waking up is Folgers in your cup.
Mornings are brighter with mountain-grown Folgers decaffeinated. Mountain-grown beans have a more enticing aroma and richer flavor.
That rich aromatic brew that's decaffeinated too.
You're finally waking up.
And it's decaffeinated?
The best part of waking up, your wife, is Folgers in your cup.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colgate Dental Cream presents the new Denis Day Show, written by Frank Galen, with Sharon Douglas, Dink Trout, John Brown, Elliott Lewis, Joe Forte, Charles Dant in the orchestra, yours truly, Vern Smith, and starring the popular singer of the Jack Benny Show in A Day in the Life of Denis Day.
Twice a day and before every date, use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Here's Denis to sing Zippity-Doo-Dah.
zippity-doo, da zippity-ay. My, oh my, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine head my way. Zippity-doo, da zippity-ay. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo, da zippity-ay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. Mr. Bluebird on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything is satisfactual. Zippity-doo, da zippity-ay. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning your teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth for a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And use Colgate Dental Cream twice a day and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Well, as you know, Denis Day rooms at the Anderson boarding house in Weaverville, which is run, along with all its occupants, by Mrs. Anderson. But Mrs. Anderson isn't home this weekend. She's gone up to Middletown for the yearly pre-Thanksgiving pageant presented by the Middletown Little Theater League. Does Mr. Anderson miss his wife, you ask? Just listen.
Well, it's nearly 8 o'clock, Mildred. Oh, I must be off for the lecture downtown.
Oh, it should be, Daddy. When I dusted your dresser, I saw the name of the lecturer on the ticket. Tassos Latour, the Platinum Ball of Fire.
Well, yes, he's a very interesting speaker.
You know, you better not let Mother hear you've been to a burlesque show.
Oh, I know. I nearly gave myself away last time she went up to Middleton, too.
Really?
Yes. When she came in the house and took off her hat and coat, I applauded.
But Mrs. Anderson wasn't the only Weaverville visitor at the Middletown pageant this year. There was also Dennis's boss, Mr. Willoughby. Mr. Willoughby, however, doesn't seem too happy about his trip.
When I went away, I left Denis in charge of the drugstore. For that, I ought to have my head examined. I hadn't been out of the place 10 minutes before he came in to see me. And, of course, Denis stepped right up.
Good morning, sir.
No, sir, he's away, but if I can help you,
I'm sure you can, young man. I can see at a glance that you are bright and intelligent, a hustler and a go-getter with vision. In short, you are a man of distinction. Is that correct?
No, sir, I never touched the stuff.
What I mean is, you're a man who knows a good proposition when he hears one. How much is your salary here?
$8 a week plus 10% commission on everything I sell over my quota.
I see. Then your salary and commission together come to...
$8 a week.
Well, what would you think of a scheme that could raise that salary to $12 a week? Maybe 14, maybe even 15.
$15 a week?
Isn't plan?
No, sir. If there's that much money in it, it can't be honest.
Oh, but it is, my friend. You see, I represent WEAV, Weaverville's new radio station. We can double this store's business overnight. And if Mr. Willoughby makes more money, you make more money.
Your station can double our business?
Certainly. You don't know the power of radio, my boy. Now, for instance, you listen to the Jack Benny program on your radio, don't you?
Jack Benny? No, sir.
You don't?
No, sir. For some reason, I'm never home.
Well, Jack Benny goes on the air every Sunday night and spells out LSMFT. LSMFT. Next day, millions of people go into stores and ask for the product.
Really? I wouldn't even know how to pronounce it.
Well, the point is we've signed up every progressive merchant in Weaverville for our opening program. Surely your boss wouldn't want to be left out.
Oh, no, sir.
Good. Here's a pen. Sign right here.
Okay. There you are.
Fine. You now have 15 minutes on Tuesday night to put on any sort of program you wish.
Oh, thank you, sir. This is awfully nice of you.
Not at all. Just tell your boss to mail his check to the station.
His check? You mean you charge people to go on the radio?
Certainly. 15 minutes comes to $150. You see, time on the air is very valuable property, and we... Say, were your eyes crossed like that when I came in?
You don't know my boss. You better give me back that paper.
Oh, no, this is a legal contract, pal. You can tell your boss about it. You'll be listening in on Tuesday night, of course.
Yes, sir. If they have radio that...
My goodness, Dennis, $150?
Uh-huh. Mr. Willoughby's going to raise the roof when he finds out, Mildred.
But maybe a radio show isn't such a bad idea for the Benny has done for his sponsor.
Yeah, but Mr. Willoughby doesn't feel the same way about money as Jack Benny's sponsor. He feels the same...
Oh, golly, if we only had a good radio program to submit to Mr. Willoughby, he might put it on the air.
Yeah, but where can we get one?
You're going upstairs right now and write one.
Me? Golly, Mildred, I couldn't write a radio program paper.
Dennis, I'll get you paper. Now, write a dramatic show, like those morning serials, you know. Make it homey and sweet and down to earth, but original.
Original?
Yes, don't do one about life.
Uh-huh.
And another one is about a reporter, and there's one about an intern. You think of something that hasn't been cited.
Okay.
Good morning, Dennis.
Morning, Mr. Willoughby. Did you enjoy the pageant at Middletown?
I hated it. If there's anything I detest, it's plays and actors.
Yes, sir. How do you feel about radio, Mr. Willoughby?
Radio?
Really, sir?
Yes, sir. I turn it on all the time when I want to set my watch.
But if you had a radio program advertising your store, you could double your business.
Radio programs cost money, Dennis. I consider spending money a nasty, dirty habit.
Well, this program wouldn't cost much, Mr. Willoughby. I wrote it myself.
Already?
Oh, no, sir. My program is a dramatic morning serial. It's homey and down to earth, but different from anything on the air.
Oh? Well, what's it called?
Just plain Boris, King of Bulgaria.
Huh?
It's the story of a common, ordinary royal family. A king and queen who could be your neighbor or mine.
Thank you very much. I can do without it easily.
But being a radio sponsor has a lot of advantages, Mr. Willoughby.
No.
Number 1, you'll be known all over as a big executive. Number 2, you'll be doing something creative. Number 3, you'll get to meet some awfully nice actors and actresses. Number 4, it'll help business.
Hey, what was that last one?
Number 4?
No, number 3. Number 3B.
You mean about meeting actresses?
That's the one.
You detested actresses.
I said actors. Actresses are built somewhat differently.
Golly, you mean you will sponsor the radio program?
Well, now, that depends on the cost. How much money will I have to spend? $10? $20?
Well, let's not discuss money. It's so sordid.
Dennis, I've got to know how much this thing will cost.
Well, so far, expenses are $150.
$150?
Yes, sir, for the station.
Couldn't you just rent a station? Did you have to buy one?
Oh, that's for the time. We've got to pay that because I signed the contract. They can sue you.
Sue me, eh?
I made a mistake. It could happen to anyone.
Oh, yes. I've made mistakes, too. In fact, I guess once in my life I committed an unpardonable sin.
You did, Mr. Willoughby?
I must have done it. Why else would you be sent to work for me?
Oh, but he was awfully mad.
Oh, but he agreed to put it on the show, huh?
Well, he'll have to pay for the time, but how can I get actors for nothing?
Oh, golly. Let's see now.
If only Mr. Willoughby hadn't let me mind the store when he went to Middletown to see the little theater pageant, this
The
wouldn't have...
Middletown Little Theater Pageant, that's it.
Again, I said something?
Sure. There are the actors for your program.
But they wouldn't act for nothing.
Well, they might for, well, say a big Hollywood producer.
Where are we going to get a big Hollywood producer?
We have one. You.
Me?
Yes. All you have to do is go over to Middletown and claim you're a big shot from Hollywood.
Well, I'll try it. But I hope they don't notice my pants or they'll know I'm not from Hollywood.
Your pants? What's the matter with your pants?
They match my coat.
Before we continue our story, here's Dennis Day singing Falling in Love with Love.
Falling in love with love is falling for make-believe. Falling in love with love is playing. Caring too much is such a juvenile fancy. Learning to trust is just for children in school. I fell in love with love one night when the moon was full. I was unwise with eyes unable to see. I fell in love with love everlasting. But love fell out with me. I fell in love with love one night when the moon was full. I was unwise with eyes unable to see. I fell in love with love everlasting. Oh, love fell out with me.
And now back to a day in the life of Dennis Day, who, in the guise of a big Hollywood film magnate, is about to knock on the door of the Middletown Little Theater League in an effort to get some actors to do his forthcoming radio and got Mr. Anderson along with him as his yes man.
Yes?
How do you do, my good man? I'm Orson Metro Day, the big Hollywood producer from Hollywood.
From Hollywood?
Yes, it's located right near L.A., or as the tourists put it, Los Angeles.
You see, we movie folks always call it L.A. It saves so much of our valuable time.
Well, come in, gentlemen, come in. Ah, but this is thrilling. To think that a great Hollywood producer should call upon me, an humble actor, who has gained undying fame on the stages of the world, who has appeared before the crowned heads of Europe, and who in 19 and 28 received a write-up over 3 inches long in Variety.
Variety?
The horse racing paper, old boy.
Oh, yes, O.D.
Ah, how I envy you living in Hollywood, that fabulous land. I suppose you're at Grauman's Chinese all the time.
Oh, yes, I wouldn't send my shirts anywhere else.
Your shirts?
Well, Mr. Day is a little confused. Your town is quite a change after Hollywood.
Oh, yes, it must be. Mr. Day, do you live near Beverly Hills?
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh.
Hollywood, Mr. Day?
Of course, my beau. I was sitting in the brown derby with my feet in the cement.
Well, Mr. Visit, is it a business call?
Yes, my friend. I'm always in the market for talent. When I saw your pageant, I said to myself, there's the man for the new picture you're making at Goldwyn Studios. Or as I always call it, Sam's Place.
I'm very much flattered. However, I've been expecting a picture offer for some time, naturally. Shall we discuss remuneration?
Remuneration? He'd like to discuss remuneration, Anderson.
Remuneration? Oh, yes, O.D.
I'm sorry, old man, but neither of us knows what it means.
Split means salary, wages.
Oh, that stuff. Oh, I'm sorry, but we couldn't possibly discuss that until after the radio tryout.
The radio tryout?
Yes, we want you and your entire troupe to act in a radio play as a sort of a test.
For a very small sum, I suppose.
Not quite that much.
For nothing?
All Hollywood will be listening in, my boy. Your screen career will be in the balance.
Oh, well. All right, I suppose I'll have to do it.
Ah, good. Who knows where you may climb to if this is a hit? You may become a second Clark Gable, another Charles Boyer, bigger even than Lassie.
Gee, I hope so.
Well, tonight's the big night, Dennis. Got your cast all lined up?
Oh, yes, Mr. Willoughby. We're all ready to go.
Good. I've been reading your script, and I took the liberty of making a few very minor changes. Just trivial things, you know. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, for instance, you have the hero marrying Margaret at the end. I had him marry Geraldine. Is that all right?
Well, I suppose so, although Geraldine is his sister.
Not anymore. I changed it so they hardly know each other.
But they have to know each other. They live in the palace together.
Oh, it isn't a palace now. It's a shoe factory. And Geraldine just works there.
But it was in the palace that the Greek discovered the missing pearl in the royal chambers on Saturday morning.
He finds it now in a sewer. Only it isn't a pearl, it's the Mona Lisa. And he isn't a Greek anymore. He's a Democrat. More interesting, don't you think?
Yes, sir.
After all, they're only minor changes. It still takes place on Saturday morning.
Yes, that's true. Did you make any other changes?
No, that's all, except for a small one on page 20. You know where the Russian comes in and says, da?
Yes, sir. You changed that line?
Oh, no. That line is perfect.
Oh, thank you, sir.
I just cut out the rest of the page. I also put a new title on the story. I hope you don't mind these trivial little changes.
Oh, no, sir. Well, I better get the fountain cleaned. We'll be on the air in an hour.
Good evening, sir. I'd like some grease paint, please.
Oh, my gosh. My star actor.
The clerk will wait on you, sir. He's behind the soda fountain.
Oh, very well. Clark, I'd like some grease paint, please.
We haven't got any. Try down the street.
Would you mind taking your head out of that ice cream can? I can't hear what you're saying.
Dennis, take your head out of the ice cream can.
Yes, sir.
That's better. Now You?
Huh?
Why, you're Orson Metro Day.
Who? Oh, you must mean my uncle, Orson Day, the movie producer.
Your uncle? You look exactly like him.
Yeah, he's my twin uncle.
Mr. Day, don't be absurd. What are you doing back of that fountain with the white apron on?
Well, I was making myself a marshmallow sundae. It's sort of a hobby of mine.
Oh, I see. You Hollywoodians certainly are an eccentric lot.
Yeah, aren't we, though?
Dennis, you better let me handle this customer. It's getting late. You go in the back and sweep the place out.
Sweep the place out?
Yeah, I got all kinds of hobbies.
And while you're at it, don't forget to take out the garbage.
Take out the garbage?
I'll bet you won't find 1 man in 10 with that one.
So, Mr. Orson Metro Day of Hollywood, eh? And we were going to appear on your radio show tonight. A fat chance.
But, sir,
Good day, Mr. Bye.
Mr. Bye?
What was that all about, Dennis?
Well, remember you made some slight changes in the script?
Yes.
He just made some slight changes in the casting.
Stand by with the Willoughby Drugstore program, folks. You're on in 10 seconds.
Oh, golly, 10 seconds.
Gosh, Mr. Willoughby, what are we going to do? We have no actors.
Dennis, this program is going on the air even if you have to play all the parts yourself.
But, Mr. Willoughby...
Oh, you can do it, Dennis. I'll play the girl's part and you play all the men.
Oh, no, Mildred,
You're on the air.
Oh, Dennis, go ahead.
Willoughby's Drugstore presents Zelda Popkin, Girl Good Humor Man. The program that asks the question, can a woman marry for the third time and still be happy, even if her first 2 husbands remain in the house? At last, Ronson Popkin has been discharged from the Navy. And now, after 5 long years of waiting and yearning, without even a glimpse of each other, Ronson stands upon the Popkin doorstep. Zelda speaks.
Hello, Ronson.
Hiya, Zelda. Dinner ready?
Almost. Uncle Ivanovich is here for dinner, too. Here he comes now. Say hello to him, Ronson.
Hello, Uncle Ivanovich.
But you have to play Uncle Ivanovich, too, Denis. Speak with an accent.
Hasta la vista, Senor Ronson. I'm glad to see you.
Denis, Uncle Ivanovich is supposed to be from Moscow.
Oh, I'm glad for to meet you, Gus. How are you? Is it?
Denis, Moscow's in Russia.
Oh, how do you do?
That's better. Oh, we have quite a crowd for dinner tonight, Ronson. Uncle Ivanovich brought our cousin Louis from the Bronx with him.
I'm Cousin Louis from the Bronx, too?
Yes.
Evening, folks. How y'all?
And look, Ronson, here comes Grandpa downstairs.
Hello, Grandpa.
Evening, Sonny. Sure is a mighty cold night. Yes, indeed it sure is. Yes, sure, boy.
Ronson, look who else is with us. Patrolman O'Flaherty.
Hello, Mr. O'Flaherty.
Top of the evening to you there, Ronnie, me boy. Faith, and it's a fine night. It is indeed, and it's a grand night for a drop of the real mountain dew. I do declare.
Why, Ronson, see who's coming up the walk.
Oh, no, Mildred, I can't do that.
But you've got to, Denis. Ronson, see who's coming up the walk. Well, you sit here, Mr. O'Flaherty.
Sure thing, sport.
I said Mr. O'Flaherty, Denis.
Oh, pardon me.
Evening, folks. How y'all?
No, Denis.
How do you do?
Oh, Denis, you imbecile. Give me that script. I'll do it. Read your last line again, Mildred.
You sit here, Mr. O'Flaherty.
Si, senor.
Mr.
Oui, monsieur.
Try your wool, mein
Oh,
Herr.
shut up. Play some music, somebody. Get us out of this. For heaven's sake.
Dennis Day will return in a moment with a song, but first, here's a fact worth knowing.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And now our Colgate players want to show you how important that is. Listen.
It's just definitely not fair, Claire. I'm the wren who writes the letters, and you're the girl who gets the mail.
Maybe what you write is wrong.
Do you really think that's the trouble?
No, truthfully, I don't, Beth. In fact, I know the reason why Dan hasn't written to you lately.
And you haven't told me? Good grief, what am I? Not one of those girls who ought to see her dentist.
Well, I think you'd see more letters from Dan if you'd see your dentist, Beth.
And here's what Beth found out.
Scientific tests have proved that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate Dental Cream instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, Colgate Dental Cream's safe polishing agent brings out the natural sparkle of your teeth, cleans them thoroughly and safely.
Yes, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
And Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. In fact, nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate Dental Cream is preferred for flavor over other brands tested.
So, to clean your teeth thoroughly and safely, for a wake-up flavor everyone enjoys, use Colgate Dental Cream. Remember, Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Here's Denis with Charles Dant's arrangement of Old Buttermilk Sky.
Old buttermilk sky, I'm keeping my eye peeled on you. What's the good word tonight? Are you gonna be mellow tonight? Old buttermilk sky, did you see my little donkey and me? We're as happy as a Christmas tree, heading for the one I love. I'm gonna pop her the question, that question. Do you, darling, do you do? It'll be easy, so easy. if I can only bank on you. Old buttermilk sky, I'm telling you why, now you know. Keep it in mind tonight. Keep a-brushing those clouds from sight. Old buttermilk sky, won't you fail me when I'm needing you most? Hang a moon above her hitching post. Hitch me to the one I love. You can if you try. Don't tell me no lie. Will you be mellow and bright tonight? Buttermilk
Be sure and be with us again next week for another Dennis Day program. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day. Meanwhile, be sure to use Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
This is Denis again. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Remember the pancakes we had last Sunday?
How can I forget them? They're still here.
From today on, I'm making Bisquick pancakes. They're light, fluffy, and Bisquick doesn't have cholesterol. What do you think about that?
I think I love you.
Bisquick makes today's pancakes.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by the King's Men and music by Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Rise and Shine. With everything that's been said and written on the subject, you certainly don't need me to tell you to take better care of your automobiles. And yet I'll bet that half of you still haven't done anything about that paint job. You can take it from me, if you want your car to look presentable a year or two hence, you'd better give it an occasional cleaning and polishing now. And of course, do it the easy modern way, with Johnson's Car New, that both cleans and polishes in one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. In less time than you thought possible, Car-New will have your car looking like it just came off the production line. That's why folks say your car looks like new when you use Car-New. And here's an extra tip. If you want to give that rejuvenated finish maximum protection against sun and weather, try adding a coat of wax, either Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. By the way, Johnson's Car-New is spelled C-A-R-N-U. Save what you have. Conserve. Make what you have do a little longer. That's the watchword nowadays. And the master of 79 Wistful Vista is not one to violate a national policy. So here, gazing speculatively at his last year's straw hat, we find Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Magee, what on earth are you going to do with that straw hat?
What do you suppose I'm going to do with it? I'm going to wear it.
Well, now, isn't that carrying conservation to extremes? Why, it looks terrible.
Well, I'll either wear this summer or I'll wear that checkered golf cap.
Oh, no. No, not that, dearie, not that.
Okay, so I'll wear this. What do they charge to clean a straw hat?
Oh, 50 or 75 cents ordinarily. Mm-hmm. But in this case, I think they'd make a special rate of $4.
Well, I can get a new one for $2.95.
Well, that's what I was hinting at, in my delicate way.
Well, I'm not going to do it. The government wants us to conserve, and by the million merry men of the mighty MacArthur, I'm going to conserve.
Well, when you get through with that miracle, you might take a minute off and invent a shower curtain that won't slap you in the face when your back is turned. And vice versa.
You threw that in. Now, don't worry. I can make this hat look like new. We got any art gum?
Now, listen, cleaning that thing with art gum would be like bombing Tokyo with confetti.
Well, doggone it, what do you use to clean a straw hat?
Well, if everybody knew that, what would the people do who clean them for a living?
Okay, I'll find a way. I'll bet the drugstore has got a preparation that'll clean straw hats. Give me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Kramer's drugstore on the corner of Mert. Is that you?
Oh,
How's every little thing, Mert? Tis, eh? What say, Mert? Your uncle smashed his face and broke one of his hands.
Oh, what's the matter, Magee? Did he drop his watch?
Oh, sure. Hello, Mert. Nah, she guessed it right off. What say, Mert? Okay, I'll call later.
Say, look, dearie, I don't think the government would care if you threw that hat away and got another one. If you wear this one, it'll be bad for morale.
Whose?
Mine.
Well, I'm sorry. I've made up my mind to clean this hat. And by the merry mighty men... No, I said that. You know what I've made... You know when I've made up my mind.
Indeed I do, precious boy. You're about as flexible as a poker. And just as busy stirring things up.
I got character. All us McGees have got that old persistence need. We follow through. When we start something, we finish.
You don't say.
Yes, sir.
How about that ship in the bottle you started to carve in the spring of 1928?
Well, I got my finger stuck in the neck of the bottle and had to bust it. I couldn't go through life waving a three-masted schooner at people, could I?
Oh, I don't know. It might give you a little individuality. People would say, you know Fibber Magee. He's the man with the sloop on his pinky.
Well, gee whiz, a fella can't always just... Hey, we got any peroxide?
I think so. What for?
I bet I can clean my straw hat with that. It's a bleach, ain't it?
Well, yes, I think it is. But I never heard of anybody cleaning a hat with it.
Well, I'm going to try it anyway. What can I lose?
Well, you can lose a hat. And I can lose a bottle of peroxide. But go ahead now. Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney hadn't invented the cotton gin, is what I always say. I'll go get you the peroxide, dearie.
Where would the steamboat be today if Eli Whitney... Well, Whitney didn't invent the steamboat. What'd the cotton gin have to do with the steamboat if... Well, of course, they carried cotton in steamboats, but if Fulton hadn't... But Fulton didn't invent the cotton gin. That was Whitney. So if the steamboat had... Doggone it, I wish Molly would get her facts straight. I can't sit around here all day. Come in.
Hi, mister. What you doing?
Oh, hello, sis. I'm going to bring this Katie back to life. I says I'm going to launder this lid, this straw hat. I'm going to clean it.
How?
Huh? You says, how am I going to clean it?
I know it.
Well, that, sis, is a moot point.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you know what a moot point is?
Sure I do, I bet you. My uncle has a moot, and it's a pointer.
That's a mutt, not a moot. And you better run along now, sis. In a few minutes, I'm going to be deep in the heart of skimmer scraping.
Can we talk business a minute, mister?
Oh, business, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, as the furnace says, when the guy walks up with a nasty look, something tells me I'm going to be shook down again. So let's get to it, sis. What's the racket?
I don't hear anything.
No. I mean, what's your angle? What business are you referring to?
You mean what am I selling? Seeds.
Seeds?
Sure. Vegetable seeds. Sparrowgrass seeds and radishes and cabbages and turnips and potatoes and marshmallows and petunias.
Oh. Wait a minute. You can't eat petunias.
You ever try any?
Well, no, but petunias...
And petunias and onions and carrots. And cod liver oil.
You can't plant cod liver oil either.
You can as far as I'm concerned, mister. I despise it. You want some seeds, huh?
No, I don't believe I'd care.
Haven't you got a victory garden, mister? Haven't you?
No, I've been thinking of starting one, but somehow
Look, mister. Look. How can we win this war if everybody says, well, I've been thinking of doing something, but I never did it?
Well, sis, you really got a point there, and
My teacher says that every single vegetable we grow means so much more food for our soldiers and sailors. She says we gotta have a green land here for those boys in Iceland.
Well, that's a very good idea, and
She says we have an ocean between us and Australia, and an ocean between us and Europe, and if we have a notion that we can just sit around doing nothing, we better get smart.
Your teacher is a very intelligent
She says that an army travels on its stomach, and if we don't keep them full of fuel, we just don't know our groceries.
Well, you're absolutely right, sis. Give me $2 worth of seeds, and I'll get to work
and
tomorrow.
Furthermore, mister,
Huh?
my teacher says it's much better to get blisters on our hands than calluses on our hearts. And whether we're buying bonds or planting vegetables, there's only one thing we gotta do, and that's dig, dig, dig.
Are you getting it clean?
No, not very clean anyway. Nothing I've tried seems to work. Look at it.
What makes it so fuzzy?
This brush is kind of rough on it, I guess.
Where'd you get that brush?
Well, it ain't exactly a brush. It's Lillian's curry comb.
Now, Magee, you take that right back to the garage. I won't let anybody else use my brush and comb, and I'm sure Lillian would feel the same way about it.
Why won't you let anybody else use your hairbrush?
Well, I just don't like the idea, that's all.
Don't hurt your hairbrush any, just to clean a straw hat with it.
Maybe it won't. Magee. Did you use my hairbrush to scrub that awful old hat with?
No, not very long. It was too soft and wasn't making any impression, so I just had to throw it away.
Now, believe me, if we weren't going to have guests just at this minute, my fine amateur bonnet brusher,
What would you do?
Well, nothing, probably. I can buy another hairbrush, but amusing husbands are hard to get. Come in.
Hello there, kids. How you fixed for Christmas cards?
Christmas cards?
Aren't you jumping the gun a little, old-timer? It's 8 months till next Christmas. I still got a dirty little deficit from the last one.
Johnny, let's talk this over man to man.
You mean I'm not in on this discussion, huh?
You stay right here, daughter. In selling Christmas cards, it's the women that have the say-so. I'm convinced of that.
How long you been selling them?
You're my first customer, but I'm easy convinced. Now look, the first one of the book here. Happy, happy Yuletide from Canada to the Isthmus. Geography doesn't matter when we wish you Merry Christmas. That one appeal to you?
Now, please, Mr. Oldtimer, how can you expect anybody to get hopped up about Christmas right after Easter?
That reminds me. I got Easter greetings, too. Here's one that says, North or south, east or west, Easter with you is Easter at best. Only $2 a dozen engraved with your name.
No. We don't want any. Come back in 6 or 7 months and we might talk business, old-timer.
6 or 7 months, eh?
Yeah.
Let's see, that'll be November. Better buy your Thanksgiving cards now and save me a trip. Here's one
But we don't want to.
It says white meat, dark meat, all around the town.
Hey? Close the sample book and lay off, will you, old-timer? We're not in the market.
Why, well, it ain't like you, Johnny. You always was full of the holiday spirit. But if that's how you feel about it...
Why, the idea of Christmas cards at this time of the year.
At least you didn't try to sell us any Father's Day's cards.
Got 'em right here, Johnny, Father's Day. Here's to Papa, bless his heart, bald and fat, not so smart. We love him and we love... No! Okay.
Hey, Molly, I wonder if I couldn't clean this hat with just plain soap and water. Shall I soak it?
I would, right out the window.
Oh, you're not any help. Now, let me see. What might do the job? Toothpaste, lighter fluid, ammonia?
Grease.
Grease? What kind?
Elbow.
It'll take more than that. I'm all out of peroxide, and it's going to take some chemical that'll bleach it yellow again.
Don't tell me that hat was yellow, Magee.
Well, it was yellow.
Do you mean to tell me that any hat that would wear a band with purple polka dots out in public is yellow?
Look, Molly, will you please take this thing serious? Here I'm trying to save myself some dough.
Hello, folks. Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harlow. Come on in. And what you sniffing at?
What's that odd smell?
It's peroxide, Mr. Wilcox.
Oh.
McGee's been trying to bleach a straw hat. It's gone brunette on him.
Well, why don't you do what I did last year, Fibber?
What was that?
Well, I took my Panama out of the closet and wore it down to the office. I didn't notice how soiled it was until people began to comment.
Oh, it must have been embarrassing.
Oh, it was. There I was dashing in and out of the office all day, dictating letters about how Johnson's Glow Coat was such a marvelous labor and time saver because it eliminates rubbing and buffing and dries in 20 minutes or less to a beautiful, lustrous finish.
Yes, but how about the hat?
What hat? Oh, my Panama. Yeah. Well, I still hadn't noticed how bad it looked.
Yeah.
And me so sensitive to dust and dirt, too, on account of selling Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat so long. And Glow Coat being marvelous for soiled and dull linoleum. So when I finally got through with my work, which was mostly writing an advertisement about how Glow Coat preserves and protects your linoleum, and it's particularly important right now to conserve what you have...
Yes, but the hat.
What do you mean?
What did you do with your Panama hat?
I sent it out and got it cleaned. There's still a funny smell in here.
That, Mr. Wilcox, is Magee burning.
You want me to take your hat down to the cleaners on my way, Fibber?
No, thank you.
Okay, see you later.
Clean. If that ain't...
What was the matter with that now? When things get soiled, the logical thing to do is to get them cleaned with most people. But with you, the most logical thing to do is something fantastic.
Look, the people who clean hats are human beings. I'm a human being. So I can clean a hat, too.
I'm a human being, too. And so are the people who go over Niagara Falls in a barrel. But do I go yachting in a hogshead? Not in a pig's ear. Come in. Oh, it's Mayor Latrivia. Come right in, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Politico. Have a seat for your Citico.
No, thank you. I merely wanted to ask you, McGee, if you would serve on a committee of which I happen to be chairman.
Mr. Mayor, asking McGee to serve on a committee is like waving a blue rag at a bull.
You mean red, Molly. With a blue rag, nothing would happen. Oh, I see what you mean.
What is the committee, Mr. Mayor?
It's to organize our citizens to write more letters to their friends and relatives, sons and brothers and fathers in the Army and Navy, to give them more news from home.
Why, sure, Latrivia. I'm your man. When do I start?
Tomorrow morning. The committee meets in my office at the City Hall at 10:30.
Well, you bet I'll be there because it's a good cause, too.
Indeed it is. I was a captain in the Army during the last war, and I know how it is to get a letter from home.
Oh, so you were a captain in the Army.
Annapolis, man?
Annapolis is a Navy school, McGee.
Don't they have captains in the Navy?
Of course, but I happen to be in the Army.
What's the matter? Not smart enough to get into Annapolis?
I didn't try to get into Annapolis.
Why not? You might have graduated as a general.
They don't graduate students from Annapolis as generals, Mrs. McGee, and they don't have generals in the Navy.
I thought you said you were in the Army.
I was in the Army.
Well, then, what made you think you could ever be a general in the Navy?
I didn't think I could be a general in the Navy, Mrs. McGee. That was your idea.
Go on. She didn't even know you then.
I didn't say she did. I merely said that the Army has nothing to do with Annapolis.
Snobbish?
Yes. No! Not at all. Annapolis is strictly a Navy school, and I, being in the Army, could not have got a commission there.
What do you want a commission for? Couldn't you live on your salary?
Yes, I could. I was merely trying to tell you that... McGee?
Huh?
Were you in the Army?
Oh, indeed, he was, Mr. Mayor. He was a private in the Engineer Corps.
Do you still have that old Army spirit, McGee?
You bet I do, Latrivia.
Fine. I was a captain, and I do, too. Huh? Attention! Left feet! Forward!
Heavenly days, Mr. Mayor. You marched him right through the bay window.
Yes. Isn't that too bad? Well, good day, Mrs. McGee.
The King's Men sing Hey Mabel.
There's a girl who lives next door to me, who's got the fellas up in a tree. They all go for her in a great big way, but she won't tumble down, so here is what they say. Hey, Mabel. Hey, Mabel.
Hey, Mabel.
Mabel, hey! When she's walking down the street, all the boys yell mighty sweet. Hey, Mabel. Wait for me. Wait for me. When she wears a diamond ring, all the boys begin to sing. Hey, Mabel. Wait for me. Wait for me. She's as popular as any girl can be. She's a household name in every family. But the one she wants so bad ain't the guy who yells like mad. Hey, Mabel, Mabel, wait for me. Oh, Mabel, why won't you linger a while? Oh, Mabel, wait for me. Oh, Mabel, please wait for me.
Hey, wait.
She goes a-strolling along down the avenue, and all the fellas rush out just to get a view. Hey, Mabel! Why don't you wait for me? Me too, me too. There ain't a fella in the neighborhood who wouldn't walk a mile to get a nod of her head or to see her smile. Hey, Mabel! I wish you'd wait for me. 4 blocks around, the fellas all have a notion they love her. She is a peach on every family tree. They want to shake it. But the man she wants under the mistletoe is just the guy who does nothing but whisper low.
Hey, Mabel.
And that's all, brother, but as long as there's a doubt about her, I'll keep a-shouting. Hey, Mabel, wait for me.
For goodness sakes, what have you got all over your hand?
Huh? Oh, this? It's Easter egg dye, Molly.
What on earth are you doing with that now?
Well, my straw hat was getting worse and worse looking and kind of streaked with pink and blue, so I tried dyeing it. Look.
Oh, lovely.
Uh-huh.
A robin's egg blue straw hat. How ducky.
You think it looks too sissy to wear?
Well, I think it'd be all right if you carried a cane.
A cane? Me carry a cane?
Well, if you wore that hat, you'd have to carry a cane. Or brass knuckles.
Well, shucks. The men's fashion magazines all say...
Oh, heavenly days. Hide that pastel atrocity, Magee.
What for?
I don't want anybody to think I'm the kind of a woman who has the kind of a husband who'd wear that kind of a hat.
Oh, who cares? Come in.
Ah, hello, Mr. Wimple.
Hello, Mrs. Magee. Hello, Mr. Magee. Is that a new hat?
It's not new, Mr. Wimple. It's just dyed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
That's a new hat you got on, too, ain't it, Wimp?
Yes, it is, Mr. Magee. Does it seem a bit wobbly over my ears?
Well, now that you speak of it, Mr. Wimple, it does seem a little tippy on the temples.
Yes, Sweetie Face bought it that way. She didn't take me along when she got it, and the clerk told her she could get a big one for the same price as a small one. And she didn't want him to know she'd married a little shrimp like me.
Ah, she was just kidding, Wimp. She was just pulling your leg.
I know. And I wish she'd stop it. It keeps coming out of joint.
Tell me, Mr. Wimple, does Sweetie Face pick all your clothes?
No, just my pockets. I caught her at it last week, and it made me simply furious.
Uh-oh. I hope you didn't do anything drastic, like sticking your tongue out at her.
Oh, no. I just said, Sweetie Face, I said, if you don't stop treating me like this, I'm going to run away.
Oh, good for you, Mr. Wimple. Was she impressed?
Indeed she was, Mrs. Magee. Ever since then, she's been wrapping my lunch up in road maps. But I'd better be running along now. I've got to meet Sweetie Face at the Army airport.
Army airport? What you going to do out there?
Some officer promised to take her up in a blimp, and he said I could come along for ballast.
Oh. What's ballast?
Oh, my gosh. Ballast. That's what they throw out if the balloon gets too heavy.
Is it really?
Sure.
Oh, good. I'll just fool him and not get back in again. Well, goodbye.
Now how that little man can take that treatment day after day is beyond me, Magee.
Well, they say you can get used to anything in time. Though after 30 years, I still squawk about those 47 pins in a new shirt. If I had a new shirt. But Whip was... Hey, what are you doing with my hat?
Oh, I'm just tying a little green ribbon on it.
Oh, but Molly, that
Wait a minute, Magee.
Huh?
Can't look any funnier than it does now.
What you mean?
Now, where's that banana? Oh, there. And a bunch of grapes.
Huh?
Now for a veil and a feather.
Oh, Molly, no.
Now wait till I try it on. There, now, how's that?
Oh, my gosh, that looks awful. You got a lot of nerve kidding around with my straw hat after all the work I've been to... Take it off, Molly, take it off.
No, let me wear it, Magee, just for a laugh. Come in.
Take it off.
Oh, Mrs. Uppington. Hello, Abigail.
How do you do, Mrs. Magee? And Mr. Magee.
Well, if it isn't 150 pounds of sugar. May the 5th be good to you, Uppy.
Mr. Magee, you do say the oddest things, really. You have such a gusty sense of humor.
You mean breezy, Abigail.
Is that the same as windy, Mr. Magee?
Just about.
Well, then that's what I mean. Oh, but I have the most wonderful news for you.
You ain't moving out of town.
Good heavens, no. Whatever gave you that idea, Mr. Magee?
I don't know. I just thought quick of what was the most wonderful
Magee.
thing. Huh?
What's the happy tidings, Abigail?
Well, I have just thought of the most marvelous idea to conserve paper. I've written the government all about it.
Oh, good for you, Uppy. What's the issue with the tissue? You asking your creditors not to send you any more bills?
There you go again, Mr. Magee. Tell me, did you inherit your sense of humor from your grandfather?
What makes you think that, Abigail?
His jokes are so old. Oh, but I must tell you, my dear, you know how important it is that we conserve paper.
Sure, we know that, Uppy. What about it?
And you know that I was going to write a book about the history of Wistful Vista?
Yes, we know that.
Well, I've decided not to write it. Isn't that wonderful? Think of the paper I'm saving.
Oh, that's great. Well, I've been saving them a lot of rubber, too, by not making any mistakes when I write a letter.
I'd better explain that joke, Abigail. You see, he writes his letters in pencil.
Oh, he does?
He always... Why, Abigail, what's the matter?
Oh, my dear, I can't contain myself a moment longer. Where did you get that delightful hat?
That hat? Why, that's just a...
Magee. You really like it, Abigail? It was designed especially for me.
Oh, well, really, it's the most original and charming hat I've seen this spring. Oh, my dear, I will simply not sleep a wink till I find one exactly like it. Or better yet, I shall have one made, and I just have time to get to my milliner's. Oh, goodbye, Mrs. McGee.
Get to the have one made. Like that. You hear that, Molly?
I certainly did, McGee. Imagine her wanting one exactly like it.
Well, I've been made a chump out of long enough. Come on, give me that hat.
No.
Huh?
No. If Abigail Uppington thinks this hat is cute, I'm going to wear it.
You're going to wear... Okay. I'll see you later.
Wait a minute, dearie. Where are you going?
I'm going out and buy a felt hat. That was the last straw.
At no time does a woman's role in life become more clear than when a country is at war and homes are threatened, because those homes are only as strong as the women who guide and keep them. Most of us men will admit openly or secretly that no job at any time is bigger or more important than home management, especially when budgets must be watched closely, when things must be conserved and made to last. You women really have several jobs rolled into one. Feeding your families the right food, making and mending clothes for those youngsters, and certainly not the least, keeping your house clean, because dirt wears things out. Those are no loafing assignments. And now, on top of those jobs, you save kitchen fats and salvage scrap materials for war production. You study first aid and enlist as air raid wardens. Yes, you are the guardians of our homes. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Glow Coat salute you, the housekeepers and homemakers of America and Canada.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment we will hear the President of the United States from the White House in Washington. With all of us anxious to do everything we can, individually and collectively, to shoulder our share of the burdens of this war, we welcome this message from our Commander-in-Chief.
We'll all be listening, Mr. President.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Simple exercises like walking can be better for your health than jogging. Find out why on the next Home Show.
And Gladys Knight makes a great tasting vegetarian meal in her kitchen. I'm Gloria Loring.
I'm Gary Collins. Join us for some Carol Duvall Craft Magic 2.
It's good stuff.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Ford Dealers of America present the Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests Bert Law, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar speaking for your friendly Ford dealer. Today is the first day of a nationwide campaign sponsored by the National Safety Council. Their advice is to check accidents, double-check your car. And this is the ideal time to do it, just before you start your heavy summer driving. Let your Ford dealer check your brakes, lights, steering, and tires, and in general get your car ship-shape for miles of pleasure ahead. It's important to know that Ford mechanics are Ford-trained. They use special Ford equipment and factory-approved methods. They can supply genuine Ford parts. Because Ford dealers know Ford's best, they save you time and trouble, and they save you good, hard cash. So tomorrow, for sure, take your Ford back home for a real spring tonic. It's Sunday night again, and here comes Fred Allen in his new Ford to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred steps out of his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, God. Well, Portland, have I kept you waiting?
Oh, it's all right. I've been looking at the pictures outside the Newsreel Theater.
Oh, good. What are the newsreels showing this week?
A man in Brooklyn lived in a closet for 10 years.
Oh, I saw that. Why would a man live in a closet?
Well, Mama said either the man thought he was a moth,
Thought he was a moth, huh?
or he wanted to go on We the People.
Oh, that's... You know, people do the darndest things to go on that We the People program. I know a fellow who married a seal to get on We the People. Well, something went wrong. A man named Weaver down there didn't okay it, and the We the People deal fell through. Well, the last time I saw this fellow, he and a seal had a penthouse at the Fulton Fish Market. They were trying to get on the Arthur Godfrey program. Good luck to them. Well, what else is... Well, Arthur might flood the studio some night and have the seal on, just for novelty. I've never seen an MC function while treading water. Arthur may be the first to do it. Tell me, what else is in the newsreel?
Out in Los Angeles, that rooster who lived 20 days with his head cut off finally died.
Well, how could a rooster live 20 days with his head cut off?
Well, you know how people in California brag. They said it was the climate.
Oh, that was good. Well, out in California, they never seem to stop bragging about their climate. They even have a man out in the cemetery with a big mallet, I hear there. They claim people keep coming to life sitting up and ruining the lawn out there. This guy with the mallet has to go around hitting the people on the head so they'll lie down again. But see, it's getting late, Portland. I think I shall pick up my paper.
Mind if I tag along?
Well, no. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
What does the paper say?
Say, look on this last page here, a list of definitions. Here's one of an optimist.
An optimist is a man who doesn't care what happens as long as it doesn't happen to him.
Mm-hmm. It's a good definition to read to yourself. I wouldn't read it to anybody. Hey, look at this here. This is Be Kind to Animals Week.
Do you think people will be kind to their animals this week?
Well, I hope so. Now, let's ask some people as we're walking down Main Street. This man coming along wearing the plastic spats. Pardon me, chum.
Claghorn, I say Claghorn's the name. Senator Claghorn, that is.
Well, Senator...
Oh, it's you. Make like you don't know me, son. I can't be seen with no small fry.
Now, wait a minute, son.
Don't hold me up, son. I'm busier than the man with a wooden leg in the middle of a forest fire.
You're busy?
Yeah, some troublemaker from Oregon is trying to cut down the talk in the Senate.
Why cut down on talk?
Talk is cheap, son. Washington ain't got time for nothing that's cheap.
Oh, I see.
Man in Washington who ain't talking billions today is either from out of town or a Republican.
What about foreign affairs, Senator?
Well, I got my ear to the keyhole, son.
Yeah?
Drew Pearson is getting all of his stuff from me.
All of his gossip. I heard tonight that he predicted tomorrow would be Monday, that Drew Pearson. He's right on the
Well, I
he
say...
gets all his gossip from you, eh?
Yeah. Well, now, why do you think Stalin wants President Truman to come to Russia?
Why?
On account of his initials.
H.S.?
Stalin thinks H.S. stands for hammer and sickle.
No kidding.
Yeah, don't let that get out, son.
Yeah?
A certain president's daughter who sings will know I spilled the beans.
Well, I'll keep it under my hat, which is a Lee, incidentally. Well, what about domestic affairs, Senator?
Well, I'm amending the president's health plan.
Amending the health plan? How?
On top of giving every man, woman, and child in the country medical care all through life.
Yes?
With my amendment, at the age of 65, everybody has to have all their teeth pulled out.
All their teeth pulled out?
Yeah, well, son, with your Social Security rolling in and all your teeth pulled out...
Yes?
You got a soft snap.
Well, Senator, this is Be Kind to Animals Week. Are you going to plan to observe it?
Well, I sure am. Son, there ain't a night that I don't give thanks to the animal that makes every politician possible.
Well, what animal makes every politician possible?
The bull. So long, son. So long, that is.
Well, come on, Portland. What are you laughing at?
The sign.
What sign?
This stationery store is moving.
So?
Well, if it's a stationery store, how can it move?
Oh, who knows? Ask the writers. They keep writing these things in when I'm not looking.
Look who's coming out of the bus station.
The bus station? Who?
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Been away again?
Yeah, I had to take my father up to the city.
Oh, Dad's been out of town again, eh?
Yeah, the Century Club had a convention.
The Century Club?
Every member of the Century Club is 100 years old.
Well, say, at the convention, what do they do?
At 100, what can they do?
That's true.
Yeah. When a man gets to be 100, he's been where he's going.
He's on his way back. Well, Mr. Moody, what about this Be Kind to Animals Week?
If you're kind to an animal, that animal will be kind to you.
Oh, you speak from experience, do you?
Yes. I had an old brindle cow.
And you were kind to it?
One time the cow had tender gums.
Tender gums, eh?
I chewed that cow's cud till it got soft enough so she could handle it.
Well, that was pretty nice.
One time up in New York City, after the livestock show, I put that cow on a leash and I took her over to Hamburger Heaven.
To Hamburger Heaven?
I let the cow look in the window so she could see what had become of her mother.
Well, that was pretty... Well, do you think the cow appreciated your kindness?
Oh, she sure did.
Well, how do you know?
Why, last winter, I had arthritis so bad I couldn't raise my arms.
Yeah?
When I went out at milking time,
Uh-huh.
that cow, she see I couldn't raise my arms.
Uh-huh.
She helped me milk her.
Helped you how?
As soon as I set the pail and held on,
Yes?
that cow started jumping up and down. So long.
So long, Mr. Moody. Well, let's go, Portland. What is that you just picked up there?
I found this letter.
Oh, a letter? It isn't sealed, is it?
It must be Jimmy Fiddler's.
Jimmy Fiddler's?
Jimmy Fiddler's always writing open letters.
Oh, it probably is. Well, with those open letters, it's a wonder his punctuation doesn't drop out.
Look who's...
Punctuation. I coined the word there. We could
Look
probably
who's
use it later.
crossing the street with a balloon.
Mrs. Nussbaum, what are you doing with that balloon?
I'm just coming from television.
From television, oh.
Howdy Doodle.
Howdy Doodle?
It's a puppet.
Oh, what do you mean, a puppet?
Oh, it is like a bundle with strings on, only it's a man.
Oh, that's a puppet, eh? Well, did you like the program?
To seeing it is to participating.
How do you mean?
Well, it's commencing. Everybody singing. It's howdy doodle time. It's howdy doodle time. Bob Smith and howdy do. Say howdy do to you.
Fine. Very, very good.
Next is coming Bob Smith with also the Flubba-Dub Boy.
The Flubba-Dub Bird. Heard of that.
Suddenly is showing a Charlie Chaplin picture.
Oh, that Chaplin is very funny.
Is following Monkey Shines with Clarabelle Cornblower.
Uh-huh.
Time is up. Everybody's singing. It's howdy doodle time. It's howdy doodle time.
Well, this all sounds very entertaining in the minor
I'm
way.
enjoying myself to the hilt.
Oh, to the hilt. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, what about Be Kind to Animals Week?
Why specialize?
Specialize? How do you mean?
Why being kind only to animals?
Well?
I'm kind to everything.
Well, that is a very nice sentiment.
This I'm expressing in my poem.
Oh, you wrote a poem?
I'm calling it Why.
Well, how does your poem go?
Why be kind to animals and not to other things? I'm kind to birds and bees, to salt and coffee rings.
Uh-huh.
I'm kind to soft-shell crabs. For sturgeon, too, I'm caring. To prove I'm kind to fishes, I will never eat a herring, thank you.
Good night, Mrs. Nussbaum. Walking down Main Street, Portland, you know it's like a dream. You meet people you never see when you're awake.
You haven't found out anything about Be Kind to Animals Week, have you?
No, but I'll stop one more non-entity who's passing by. There'll be another one along in a minute. Oh, this little man coming by using somebody's shin bone for a cane. Hi, chum. Ajax, where did you get those red cheeks? You have that outdoor look.
Why shouldn't I have that outdoor look? I was evicted last Tuesday.
Evicted?
I hit the landlord with me stamp collection.
Oh, you did really?
You should have seen it. The landlord was laying on the sidewalk under the mailbox with half of me stamp stuck on him.
Uh-huh.
A mail truck come along and picked him up.
Pick the landlord up, eh?
When he come to, the landlord was in a mail bag pulling into Philadelphia, special delivery.
Well, what started this trouble with your landlord?
The tenants was hanging their washing on me television aerial.
Oh, the washing on your aerial bothered your television reception?
Well, have you ever tried to watch Toscanini conduct through an aperture in the back of a union suit?
No, I haven't.
The great maestro looks like a man peeking out of a flannel envelope.
I'd like to see that sometime. Well, Ajax, how do you feel about Be Kind to Animals Week?
Oh, sure, no, me boy. I take me hat off to every animal I meet on the street.
Really?
I do. If it was not for an animal, I wouldn't be alive today.
What happened?
Well, when I was a little boy, I had no blood.
No blood, eh?
One day, I collapsed. I had ambitious anemia.
Oh. Ambitious anemia, very bad. You needed a transfusion?
It was after 3 o'clock. The blood bank was closed.
Oh, at 3, every bank closed.
Well, the doctor happened to see a goat in our parlor.
Yeah?
He took 2 quarts of goat's blood and gave me the transfusion.
Say.
That goat's blood saved my life.
You have goat's blood in your system? Well, doesn't it bother you?
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing.
Yes?
When you're standing in front of me,
Uh-huh.
Don't bend over. Goodbye.
So long, Ajax. Well, come on, Portland. I want to pick up a number at the music store.
A new song?
Yes, it's something I heard on Jack Eigen's program, his big anniversary, last week. It's called You Broke Your Promise. Now, if I can get Al Goodman and his orchestra to play it and the 5 DeMarco sisters to sing it, You Broke Your Promise, and you know it's going to come out something like this.
You broke your promise, oh yes, you broke your promise, and now I'm all alone and blue. You said you loved me, oh yes, you said you loved me, and not a word you said was true. You promised you'd be mine forever, and we would never, never, ever part. But you broke your promise, oh yes, you broke your promise, and that is how you broke my heart. You said that we would never, never part. Remember what you said, but you broke your promise. Oh, yes, you went and broke your promise. And that is how you broke my poor heart.
Say, wait there in the music store a second, Portland. I see Kenny Delmar crossing the street. Hi, Kenny.
Well, I'll be right with you, Fred. I'm reading this letter.
Oh, your fan mail again?
No, Fred, this is a letter Mr. James L. Diggs of Kingman, Arizona, wrote to the Ford Motor Company.
Oh, it's the Ford Company's fan mail.
Yeah, and this is some fan letter. Mr.
Really?
Diggs owns a fleet of trucks.
Yeah.
They include 2 bonus-built Fords, those 145-horsepower big jobs.
Yeah.
And he says he's been putting them through the toughest hauling jobs he ever had.
Well, good.
Mr. Diggs says this haul is over a mountain range which has a drop of 3,500 feet in 11 miles.
Uh-huh.
This brings us to the Colorado River Valley, where the temperature is around 125 degrees. The return trip is a steady pull for 25 miles. We carry a payload of 15 to 18 tons, and the round trip takes only 3 hours.
Well, that proves those Ford trucks are pretty tough, Kenny.
Yeah, but you've only heard the half of it, Fred. One of
Yeah?
Mr. Diggs' Fords has gone 55,000 miles. And all it's needed is 2 fan belts and a set of distributor points. The other Ford has gone 34,000 miles, and Mr. Diggs says it hasn't given him 1 minute's trouble. He says his bonus-built Fords are outperforming all other trucks in their class.
Well, Kenny, if I were a trucking man, I wouldn't have any truck with any other truck but a Ford truck. You can take that.
So long.
You can have that in writing. So long, Kenny. See you around. Well, come on, Portland. What are you looking at?
That big billboard. It says, The Death of a Salesman.
Oh, The Death of a Salesman. That's a great play.
I know. Mama saw it, and she was worried.
Worried about what?
After the salesman died, who got his samples?
Wait till your mother sees the circus and tries to figure out the plot. That'll give her something to worry about. Say, it's sure... Too bad we're in a hurry. Sure... Say, it sure is a nice night, Portland. Let's take a walk up by the park.
All right.
Gosh, today's the first day of May. Only 2 more months and I'll be starting my vacation.
Have you still got that big deal with the summer theater?
No, that's all off. Fell through the whole thing.
What happened?
Well, remember, I told you I saw this ad in the paper. It said, business opportunity, make money, you can be bigger than Fort Knox. Apply 215 and a half Wall Street in the back.
And you answered the ad?
Well, the next morning, I went down to 215 Wall Street. I went around to the back, and I knocked on the door.
Yes?
Bert Law. Bert, I saw this ad of yours in the paper. I want to make some money.
Money?
I'll
make you richer than Croesus.
But,
I'll make you richer than Midas.
Yeah?
I'll make you richer than Tessie Hornschlager.
Wait a minute. Who is Tessie Hornschlager?
She was last week's winner on Break the Bank.
Bert, what is this business opportunity here? Is it an oil well?
An oil well. That's peanuts. That's for Rockefeller.
Oh. What is your proposition?
A summer theater.
You can make a fortune in a summer theater?
Fred, last summer I played a barn up in Vermont.
Yeah?
The farmer made $80,000.
Oh, and you are going to buy his barn?
Not me. I got a novelty.
What?
A roundhouse.
A roundhouse?
I'm calling my company the Roundhouse Repertory Players.
Bert, how can you put on plays in a roundhouse?
Why not? Last summer in Connecticut, there was a summer theater in a brewery.
In a brewery?
The Ballantine Buskers.
No kidding.
In Chicago, a group was playing the Student Prince in a slaughterhouse.
In a slaughterhouse?
1 week, business was bad, and they butchered 3 of the actors.
But mighty tasty
now,
ham,
look, my roundhouse...
Bert?
My roundhouse will be a gold mine.
Well, where are you getting this roundhouse?
From a big railroad man, J.P. Mortimer.
J.P. Mortimer?
He used to be president of the Long Island Railroad. He built this roundhouse up in New Hampshire.
He built a roundhouse in New Hampshire for the Long Island Railroad?
That's why he's no longer president.
No sense of direction, I see. Well, what kind of plays are you going to put on in your roundhouse?
Well, I'll star myself in a one-man show, an entertaining hodgepodge.
Good.
I'll open with an impression of Noel Coward.
Noel Coward?
I say. I drank too much tea on the Thames, so I had to take 2 Tums for my tummy. So toodaloo.
That is some English accent,
yeah.
Bert.
I speak English like I got a monocle up my nose.
Besides the English accent, what else are you going to do, Bert?
Well, next I'll throw in a little Shakespeare.
Shakespeare?
Yeah, but soft. What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun. Arise, fair sun, and kill the envious moon.
That is Shakespeare?
I'll get 1 million laughs.
You'll get laughs doing Shakespeare.
While I'm reciting the lines, I'll drop my tights.
Oh. Fine. Well, what comes after Shakespeare?
Well, I'll sing a few songs.
Oh, you sing, too?
Mm-hmm. The sun now is snowing. The wind is blowing. But I can weather the storm. What do I care if icicles form? I've got my love to keep me warm.
Bert, I must say this does sound like an entertaining hodgepodge.
Well, you can be my partner, Fred.
Yeah?
All I need to buy the roundhouse is $5,000.
$5,000?
Now, look, Fred, don't rush into it. Think it over. Sleep on it tonight.
Sleep on it? Bert, I haven't slept for 3 nights.
You can't sleep.
Every night I have the same dream. As soon as I close my eyes, I see a big watermelon.
Fred, every dream is a message from the subnoxious.
From the subnoxious?
Now, your subnoxious is trying to warn you about a watermelon.
You mean my watermelon?
Hey, wait a minute. I saw that word watermelon. I remember. It's right here in my racing form.
Racing form?
There's 100-to-1 shot in the big race at Jamaica this afternoon. Look at the horse's name.
Watermelon.
It's mental telepathy. Now, maybe you can... That must be J.P. Mortimer, the guy who owns the roundhouse. Come in.
Well, now, I'm a busy man.
Hello, J.P.
Have you got the $5,000 for my roundhouse?
No, but my friend here, Fred Allen.
Allen, have you got the $5,000?
$5,000? No, sir.
Then the deal is off.
But Mr. Mortimer.
Billy Rose wants to buy it. He's going to put on square dances in my roundhouse.
Now, give me till 6 o'clock,
Yes.
J.P. I'll have you $5,000.
Okay, Laura, I'll stall Billy Rose, but I'll be back at 6. I'm a busy man.
He is a busy man. Bert, where are you going to get $5,000 by 6 o'clock?
Fred, you've been dreaming about a watermelon, right?
Right.
Watermelon is a long shot running to Jamaica today.
That's right.
How much money you got on you?
$50 exactly, Bert.
$50 at 100 to 1. We've got $5,000.
Bert.
With $5,000, you and I are in business with the Roundhouse repertory players. Come on, Fred.
Where?
We're grabbing the next train to the Jamaica racetrack.
Well, here, you take the train tickets, Bert. I'll count my money.
Okay.
Gosh, I hope Watermelon's the right horse.
Now, look, Fred, there's only one thing you got to know about a racetrack.
One thing?
Yeah, you got to have willpower.
Willpower.
When you make up your mind to bet on a horse, stick to him.
Yeah?
Don't get touted off.
Nobody's touting me off Watermelon,
Not
Bert.
while I'm with you, they ain't.
Good.
You're betting watermelon and only watermelon.
Tickets, please.
He has the tickets, conductor.
Oh, you boys betting in the big race?
Yeah, why?
Anybody looking?
No.
Get a bet down on Succotash. It's in the bag. Tickets.
Succotash. It's starting already. Bert, what are you doing with that racing form?
Oh, just looking, Fred. Now, let me see. Succotash. Could do.
Now, look, Bert.
Now, listen to this. Succotash's first race was in 1912.
1912. This race today is for 2-year-olds.
Well, they've got his fetlocks lifted, and he's wearing false teeth. Fred, they're out to win with Succotash.
Look, Bert, forget Succotash.
Fred, that conductor looked like he knew something.
Bert, I dreamed about a watermelon. We're going to the track to bet on watermelon. What does that conductor know?
Never belittle a conductor, Fred. He's generally on the right track.
The racetrack is sure crowded.
Keep your eyes open for pickpockets, Fred.
Yeah?
If you feel 3 hands in your pockets, you're being robbed.
Well, come on, let's put my $50 on watermelon.
Okay, give me the money.
All right.
I know a guy at the mutual window. I can get better odds.
Oh, a friend, swell. Make it snappy, Bert.
Don't worry, Fred.
Well, if it ain't Bert Law, what's nobody, boy?
Hot Horse Harriet. Fred, meet a friend of mine, Hot Horse Harriet. Harriet's fashion editor for the Green Sheet.
Well, glad to know you, Harriet.
Say, what are you betting on the big race, boy?
Watermelon.
Watermelon? Ain't you heard the grapevine?
The grapevine?
Watermelon's been worrying about the race so much he's got an ulcer.
An ulcer? Watermelon can't run with an ulcer, Fred.
No?
It's Succotash, boy.
Yeah?
That's straight from the horse's mouth.
Say.
I got the oats all over my veil to prove it.
So long, Harriet.
Say, Hot Horse Harriet knows horses, Fred. There's only one thing to do.
What?
We gotta go over to the paddock and make sure.
Make sure of what?
Succotash and watermelon. We can see which horse looks the best.
Say, that's a good idea,
The
Bert.
paddock's right over there.
Bert. Say, look at this horse with the hearing device on there.
That's some gelding, eh, boys?
What horse is this, mister?
That's Succotash.
Succotash? What a hunk of animal.
Yeah, he's Coletown's brother-in-law.
Say.
Are you the jockey?
I'm Succotash's owner. You boys got a bet down on Succotash?
Well, no.
Don't be chumps. My horse is going to win.
How do you know?
Look here under my coat.
Jeepers. A hypodermic needle 2 feet long.
Yeah. And it ain't filled with Pepsi-Cola, boys.
Fred, if Succotash is hopped up, he's got to win. He'll come bouncing in like a kangaroo.
Say. There's the bugle, Bert. The horses are going to the post. Get my $50 down quick on watermelon.
All right, Fred. But if it was my $50, I'd bet on Succotash.
All right, the horses are at the barrier. Night crawlers on the inside. The line is Zip Along, Succotash, Watermelon, Hotfoot, and Little Sam.
Well, I got the money down, Fred. We're all set. Here's the ticket.
Bert, look, this ticket is for Succotash.
Fred, I mulled it over. It was the conductor, Hot Horse Harriet, and an hypodermic needle against you.
Oh, Bert.
All right, the horses are ready, and they're off. They're at the first turn. It's Succotash in front by 8 lengths.
I told you, Fred.
Nightcrawler is second, followed by Hotfoot, Zip Along, Little Sam, and Watermelon.
Watermelon is last.
Yeah.
My dream.
Did you ever see a dream walking?
Well, now they're at the far turn. It's Succotash in front by 30 lengths.
Come on, Succotash.
Come on, Succotash.
Succotash
Come on,
is trailed
Succotash.
by Little Sam, Nightcrawler, Zip Along, Hotfoot, and watermelon. And now, they're coming down the stretch. Succotash is leading by 40 lengths, followed by Little Sam, Nightcrawler, Zip-Along, Hotfoot, and watermelon.
40 lengths. Succotash is the winner, Fred. Let's go to the payoff winner.
And here they come across the finish line. And the winner, by a nose, it's watermelon.
Watermelon? Where did he come from?
Who knows? Second, Nightcrawler, Little Sam, Hotfoot, Zip-Along, and Succotash.
Fred.
Don't talk to me.
Fred, what are you sore about?
What am I sore about? J.P. Mortimer has to have $5,000 for his roundhouse by 6 o'clock. Thanks to you and Succotash, our summer theater is gone.
Quit worrying about the money, Fred. I can still work out a deal with J.P. Mortimer.
You mean you and I will still be starred with the roundhouse repertory players?
I can see us now. It's opening night. Before the curtain goes up, J.P. Mortimer puts his arms around our shoulders and says...
Now, boys, I'm depending on you to put the roundhouse repertory players over.
Yes, Mr. Mortimer.
The house is sold out. You've got the stuff, boys. Go out there and give them everything you've got. Let's go.
Lemonade.
Good humors.
Lemonade.
Popsicles. And tonight... Before we go, I would like to call every motorist's attention to this month's slogan of the National Safety Council. To check accidents, double-check your car. Let your friendly Ford dealer get your Ford in shape for the summer driving ahead. He'll save you time, trouble, and money because Ford dealers know Ford's best. Next week, our guest will be Miss Ethel Merman. Thank you and good night.
For another half hour of laughs and surprises, stay tuned to the Henry Morgan Show, sponsored by Fred Allen over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Time's up.
I just started.
I just finished.
What?
The first response pregnancy test.
While I brushed.
5 minutes, so easy. Look, white not pregnant, pink pregnant.
And where?
In the pink.
A baby?
First response. 5 minutes easy.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
There's double-barreled action for you this week. Tonight, Gunsmoke. Saturday night, Gunsmoke again. At the end of tonight's show, I'll give you the details. Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield, America's most popular two-way cigarette. What a pair. Chesterfield King Size at the new low price. Chesterfield Regular.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
I swear, Mr. Dillon, it seems like we've been riding with that cottonwood grove the last 2 hours.
Well, that's because you started thinking about it before you even saw it, Chester.
It's water I've been thinking about. I won't never make it to Dodge without water.
You'll make it.
Not saying I won't.
Wait a minute, Chester. Look over there.
Who are they? What are they doing in there?
Well, the man on the paint horse is Bill Pence, Emmett Bauer's foreman. The other two must be riders of his.
Yeah, but that kid they've got... Look, his hands is tied behind his back.
They haven't seen us yet, Chester. Let's ride closer.
What's Pence taking down his rope for? What? Well, Mr. Dillon, you know what they're doing?
Yeah, only they're not going to do it.
They've seen us now.
Hello, Pence.
What are you doing out here, Marshal?
I'm on my way into Dodge. Does Bowers know what's going on out here?
Marshal, I'm foreman of this outfit. Emmett Bowers don't question how I handle things.
Whose horse is that kid sitting on?
What?
The boy there. Is that his horse?
Well, yeah, it's his horse. Why?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go untie his hands.
Here, wait a minute.
Go on,
Marshal.
Chester. And if anybody interferes with you, I'll shoot him.
Okay, Mr. Dillon.
You're making trouble, Marshal.
Pence, you know me. You know I won't stand for lynching. And you know I'll kill you if I have to.
Yeah, I think you would. But this still ain't none of your business, Marshal. I caught that boy
I don't care what
to
you
run
caught
off.
him trying to do. I'm taking him into Dodge, and if you want to ride in and make your charges against him legally, you'll be there. And you can thank your luck I came by here before you got your own neck in a noose. Because I'd have caught you for this, Pence, and I'd have followed you to California for it. Now, you get out of here. All three of you. Oh, morning, Chester.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
How's the boy this morning?
Fine. Except he's wondering when you're going to turn him loose.
Well, I saw Emmett Bowers and Bill Pence riding up the street when I came in. Maybe we'll learn the truth about all this now.
The boy swears he ain't lying.
Yeah, maybe he isn't. Now, here they come.
Marshal Dillon. Chester.
Morning, Mr. Bowers.
Hello, Bowers. Pence.
I told Mr. Bowers the whole story, Marshal.
Did you?
He did, Marshal. What you called a lynching wasn't going to be no lynching at all.
No?
No. It was just a hanging. Pence and them two riders of mine caught that fella trying to run off a bunch of my cattle. That's cattle thieving, Marshal, and where I come from, that's a hanging offense.
The law, Bowers. The law decides who hangs and who doesn't.
The law is too slow. Now, cow thieves has got to be hung when you catch
I
them.
told you yesterday, Pence, you lynch anybody out there and I'll come after you. I don't care what you call it. No, I'm not going to argue about this, gentlemen.
We'll worry about that later. Right now, I want to know what you're going to do with that thief.
Well, I haven't decided yet, Bowers. But I'll tell you what he told me.
I ain't interested in what he told you.
Listen anyway. He said he didn't steal any cows, and what's more, he wasn't going to.
Well, that's a lie, Marshal. Me and the men watched him cut 15 head out.
And then did he leave him and start to ride away, or didn't he?
Oh, well, sure, he started to ride away. He either seen this or he was coming back and drive him off at night, one or the other.
He says he changed his mind. He realized he couldn't do it even though he started to.
You believe a thieving kid rather than a man like Bill Pence, Marshal?
I don't know who I believe yet, Bowers.
Let's get out of here, Pence.
Yes, sir.
Marshal Dillon, I'll be mighty interested in what you decide to do about this. So will every other cattleman I know of.
I want to talk to that boy, Chester.
He's right back there waiting.
Oh, Marshal.
Unlock the cell, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You said your name's Steve Elser. Is that true?
I got no reason to lie about my name, Marshal.
Where are you from?
San Juan Mountains, Marshal, over in Colorado.
What are you doing in Kansas?
I'm 18. I figured it was time to leave home.
Why?
I'd have killed my pa, or he'd have killed me if I'd stayed.
Yeah.
He ain't let me sleep in the house since I was 10, Marshal. Sometimes he don't even let my ma sleep in the house.
Why not?
Oh, nothing my pa does makes much sense. I think he got his brains knocked loose about 10 years back. Time a grizzly bear slapped him in the head. It most like to kill him, and I wished it had.
I see. Tell me about those cattle of Emmett Bauer's, Elsa. You admit you started to steal them.
Oh, shucks, I'd have never done it, Marshal. Not really. I was just kind of seeing how easy it'd be.
Well, you found out. Pence and his riders were watching you the whole time.
I know. They told me.
Well, there's one thing about you. At least you don't carry a gun.
Maybe I'd better.
No. Look, Elsa, I believe you. I'm going to turn you loose. But on one condition.
What's that?
That you get a job. Work at it. Prove you're honest. I'm going to give you a week to find one.
Oh, Marshal, I've been working all my life. I'm tired.
I'll give you a week, Elsa. And if you don't have a job by then, you're going to have to leave the country.
Who do you like in the World Series? New York Giants? Cleveland Indians? Well, I guess that question is on everybody's mind right about now. Of course, the series starts Wednesday at New York's famous Polo Grounds. Then the action moves to Cleveland's great municipal stadium. You fans who have been to these great ballparks know they have one thing in common. The giant Chesterfield scoreboard signs, which instantly flash the official scorer's decision. It's a hit. Yes, sir, as the big signs say, Chesterfield's a hit with baseball fans everywhere, with millions of smokers around the country. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette. Whether you enjoy the World Series at the ballpark, on TV or radio, there's one thing for sure. You'll enjoy it much more with Chesterfield. In the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. Buy Chesterfield King Size or Chesterfield Regular, both at the same price in most places. Get a carton today.
Evening, Matt.
Oh, sit down, Doc.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Oh, my. The street looks pretty quiet tonight.
Oh, it's early yet, Doc.
Uh-huh. Oh, see, Chester was telling me about that boy, Elser.
Yeah. I hope I was right turning him loose this morning.
Uh-huh. Well, Matt, it sounds to me like he's one of those fellows that's just about to go bad. A push one way or the other can make the whole difference.
Well, I guess it's worth a chance, Doc.
Most all of us have had a little help somewhere along the way. Otherwise, there'd be nothing but thieves and crooks walking around. I bet you did, Matt. Or you wouldn't be trying to help this boy.
Maybe.
Yeah, well, anyway, he didn't steal those cows.
No, but he came a lot closer to it than a man should, Doc.
Mr. Dillon?
Oh, hello, Doc. Good evening, Chester.
You better step into the Oliver Gander, Mr. Dillon. Pence is in there about to have a fight with young Elser.
What?
Not a gunfight. Elser ain't armed. But he's making Pence awful mad.
I will see you later, Doc.
So long, Matt.
What's Elser up to, Chester?
Well, sir, he's been bragging to Pence about his not getting to hang him, about not being in jail and all. It ain't improving Pence's temper none.
Oh, hello, Marshal.
Hello, John. Is Elser drunk?
He's been drinking, but he ain't drunk.
Well, he won't find a job hanging around saloons.
No, sir. Over there at the bar, Mr. Dillon.
Now, you just shut up and get yourself out of here, little thief.
I ain't a thief. I ain't a murderer either, Pence.
Oh, I told you for the last time, Elser. All right, that's enough, Fred. Don't kick him. Well, then throw him in jail where he belongs, Marshal. I just ain't going to listen to his talk.
You don't have to. I'll handle him.
You'll handle him. He sure done fine so far.
Hit me. I'll kill you for this, Pence.
Shut up, Elsa. Now get up on your feet.
I didn't hurt you, but I sure will next time. And there won't be no marshal around to nurse you, Elser.
I didn't come to Dodge to get kicked around. Not no more. Not never.
You ain't even got half of what's coming to you, kid.
Leave him alone, Pence. Now, you, Elsa, I told you to go find a job, you remember?
A job? It's a gun I'm going to find me. He wouldn't have hit me if I'd been carrying a gun.
You start wearing a gun and I'll throw it in the Arkansas and you went after it. Come over here a minute. I'm giving you a chance to make good, Elser, but it's not going to last forever. Now you get out of here and start doing something about it. The next day, I had to go up to Fort Larned on government business. But before I left, I talked to a couple of ranchers who were in town about hiring on Steve Elser. However, they'd heard about him and said I was making a big mistake trying to help a boy that was headed for the end of a rope. Well, I argued with them, but it was no use. And I decided I'd try to find him a job in town to start with. I was gone 2 days, and the night I got back, I went over to the Texas Trail looking for Chester. He wasn't there, but Kitty was.
I saw Chester about an hour ago, Matt. He didn't expect you back till tomorrow.
It didn't take as much time as I thought, Kitty. Tell me about things here, huh?
Well, nobody's been shot or hung I know of. There's one thing I don't like, though.
Oh, what's that, Kitty?
You know Ben Hander?
For one reason or another, I've thrown Ben Hander in jail at least 10 times.
Well, he and Steve Elser have been running together the last couple of days.
What?
Mm-hmm.
That's mighty poor company for Elser.
I think you're wasting your time trying to help that kid, Matt. As much as I admire your reason.
He isn't wearing a gun, is he?
Not so far.
I don't like this, Kitty. Could be that all Ben Hander needs to get into real trouble's a partner. Somebody just like Elser who'll kind of look up to him, egg him on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping the boy'd done something about finding a job.
Maybe you've been too easy on him, Matt.
I've done what I thought was right, Kitty.
I know.
Has Bill Pence been around, or Bowers?
No, but I heard Bowers has spread it all over the country how the law turned a cow thief loose.
Oh, sure, I expected that.
Well, you can't blame people for wondering about it.
No, but I can sure blame Bowers for backing up Pence on a lynching. If he's going to talk about the law, why doesn't he start with that?
Matt.
What?
Look around. Headed for the bar.
Yeah. I'm going to have a talk with him, Kitty. I'll see you later.
Sure.
Hello, Elser.
Oh, Marshal. I heard you was out of town.
I got back tonight.
You gonna buy us a drink, Marshal?
Not likely, Hander.
That ain't very friendly.
You found a job yet, Elser?
No. No, I ain't.
You been looking?
Oh, some.
Where?
Here and there.
Where?
Oh, it's no use, Marshal. First man I asked said nobody'd hire me. Anyway, there's no lawman's got to have a job.
You got to have one.
Lay off him, Marshal. He ain't done nothing.
Of course ain't. Why is everybody always kicking me around?
Oh, you think that's what I'm doing?
Everybody is. Makes me ashamed. Nobody'll trust me.
Elser, I'll help you find a job tomorrow. Around Dodge somewhere.
But I told you nobody...
People will trust you as soon as you prove to them that they can.
No, they won't. Besides, I don't want no job. I just don't want one.
There's no other way, Elser. You find a job by tomorrow night or get out.
No, you can't do that. You give him a week before...
I changed my mind, Hunter, since he's met you.
What's that got to do with it?
You're no good. And sooner or later, he'll be in trouble. So he's got to move faster now.
You got no right to talk that way about me, Marshal.
Why not? Well, why not?
Oh, leave him be, Marshal. Leave me be, too. I'll make out all right. I always do.
Oh, you made out fine in that cottonwood grove, Elsa. So far, you're not doing much better here. Now, you come see me tomorrow night and you have a job. And if you think I don't mean what I say, you ask Hander here. He knows me.
Today, one-way cigarettes, one size, that is, are almost obsolete because they just don't give smokers what they want. Either way, you'll like Chesterfield best. It's America's most popular two-way cigarette because only Chesterfield gives you the right combination of the world's best tobaccos. Tobaccos that are highest in quality, low in nicotine, best for you. You and I smoke for relaxation, for comfort, for satisfaction. And in the whole wide world, no cigarette satisfies like a Chesterfield. You smoke with the greatest possible pleasure when your cigarette is Chesterfield. Yes, these 6 words, highest in quality, low in nicotine, mean Chesterfield is best for you. Get a carton of Chesterfield. Chesterfield Regular, Chesterfield King Size, both at the same price in most places. This is the best, Chesterfield. And the time to change, today.
Maybe Kitty was right about my being too easy on young Elser. But as I found out next day, being hard on him didn't work any better. I just had breakfast at a little Mexican place at the edge of town, and I was walking back into the plaza when I noticed a small crowd in front of the Overland Express Company. I started across to find out what was going on when Chester spotted me and came running over.
He shot him, Mr. Dillon. He shot the clerk in there.
Who shot him?
Ben Hander. He tried to hold the place up about 10 minutes ago.
Oh, where is he? Did he get away?
Well, they say some men chased him down to the OK stable, and they've got him trapped in there.
All right, come on.
I talked to the clerk. Doc's with him now. It was Ben Hander alone, Mr. Dillon. Elser wasn't with him.
Huh. He get any money?
No, sir. Some men heard shooting, come running across the plaza right away, and Hander got scared and left.
I wonder where the boy is.
Nobody ain't seen him I talked to.
Yeah. How bad's the clerk, Chester?
Oh, he took one bullet in the shoulder. It's going to hurt some, but it won't kill him. Look, there they are, Mr. Dillon. 4 or 5 of them, looks like, spread out around the stable area. I guess they must be waiting for you.
Good.
Hey, that one right there, ain't that Bill Pence?
Yeah, it is. Pence? Hey, Bill Pence.
Yeah. Well, we got him, Marshal. He's in that stable there. No way for him to leave without getting shot.
Okay. I want you and the other men to stay where you are, Pence. I'll go in after him.
Well, he's armed, Marshal.
Sure.
We could set fire to the place.
But with horses in there?
Oh, I forgot about them.
Chester?
Yes, sir?
Wait here till I yell for you, huh?
Well, Mr. Dillon, if it's okay, I'd like to come up to the door with you.
All right, sure. If he gets past us, Pence, shoot him.
We sure will, Marshal.
That door swings out, Chester. Now that you're here, you can pull it open, but stay behind it. I'll go in alone.
Okay, sir.
Hander? Hander! It's Marshal Dillon.
You stay where you are, Marshal.
You can't get away, Hander. There are 5 men waiting out here for you. Now, don't be a fool. That clerk you shot isn't hurt bad. If you try to run now, you'll die for it.
I didn't kill him?
No. I'm coming in, Hander. It won't do you any good to shoot me, Hunter, so you might as well give up. Now, you take your choice. You go to prison for a few years or die this morning.
Don't shoot, Marshal. I'm quitting.
All right, then walk up here with your hands in the air.
I'm coming. Here you go, kid.
What's that? Who you talking to?
It's me, Marshal. Elsie.
What? Then you come out with your hands up, too, Elser.
We're coming.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Come on in here. All right, that's far enough, you two. Stand right there.
Elser, so you was in on this? No, he wasn't. He wasn't anywhere near that express office.
He's wearing a gun.
I got a right to wear a gun just like any other man.
He had nothing to do with that robbery, Marshal. Clerk and those men that followed me here can tell you that.
He was waiting here with your horses.
You can't prove that, Marshal.
Why are you standing up for him, Hunter?
He's a good boy. People let him alone.
I ain't done a thing.
Chester, take Hunter's gun.
Yes, sir. I got it, Mr. Dillon. What about Elser?
No, leave him alone. Step over here, Hunter. Elser?
What, Marshal?
I still think you were waiting here to get away with Hunter. But he's right about it being hard to prove.
I ain't done a thing, Marshal.
No, but you would have. Anyway, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm taking Hunter to jail now, and while I'm doing it, I want you to get out of Dodge. For good. And don't come back.
Kicking me around again, ain't you?
I've done all I can for you, Elsa. There's nothing more I can do. You're on your own now. All right, Hunter, you know where the jail is. Start walking.
Sure, Marshal. So long, kid.
Let's go, Hunter.
Mr. Dillon!
He was drawing on you, Mr. Dillon. He was going to shoot you in the back. He dead? He died before he hit the ground, Hander. I can see it from where I was standing.
Thanks for warning me, Chester.
I was just starting to follow you, and I seen him move out of the corner of my eye.
I had a feeling he might try it.
You did?
That's why I was half ready for it. Anyway, it's the first time I've been right about him. I sure guessed wrong up till now.
But it was worth it, Mr. Dillon. Trying to help him, I mean.
No, not him, Chester. It was already too late to help him. I should have known that.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Ladies and gentlemen, I have 2 important pieces of news for you. First, as of this Saturday night, October 2nd, Gunsmoke goes back to its original time, where you discovered it and liked it. That's 8 p.m. in most cities, this Saturday and every Saturday. Second, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Perry Como will bring you an exciting new program with all of radio and TV's top tunes. That starts next Monday night, October the 4th at 9 p.m. So remember, Gunsmoke every Saturday night, Como every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. They're both on CBS Radio. Thank you.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Lawrence Dobkin, Joe Cranston, and John Daner. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Join us again this coming Saturday as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. L&M filters are sweeping the country, and the reason's simple. No filter compares with L&M's exclusive Miracle Tip for quality or for effectiveness. And notice how easy it draws. You get much more flavor, much less nicotine. Yes, only L&M gives you effective filtration, and no other cigarette has it. Our statement of quality goes unchallenged. L&M is America's highest quality and best filter tip cigarette. Buy L&M's, now king size or regular, both at the same low price. Remember, a week from tonight, hear the great new Perry Como Show, on every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And this coming Saturday, hear Gunsmoke, both over CBS Radio. This is the CBS Radio Network.
We're about to prove a point. On the right, a pie wrapped in saran wrap. On the left, Reynolds and Glad. Knowing a bear won't eat what he can't smell, which one holds an odor and freshness better? Saran wrap. Nothing protects food better.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Jell-O! The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Hooray for Hollywood from Hollywood Hotel. Oftentimes, there is some one thing that seems to have extra pleasant associations for us. It may be a place, it may be a song, it may be a word. For instance, a letter we received just the other day says, "The word Jell-O will always mean something special to me because it's almost the one dessert I can remember having as a youngster. I remember the picture of the Jell-O girl on the box. I remember Jell-O's bright party colors. I feel as if I'd grown up with Jell-O, and it's a friend I'll never forget." Well, we hope a lot of you feel that way about Jell-O. It has been America's favorite dessert for over 40 years, and the only changes in Jell-O have been to make it even better. Jell-O has a deeper, richer, more satisfying fruit taste than ever before, and Jell-O sets more quickly now. It's quicker and easier to prepare. But remember, there is only one Jell-O. There's always been only one Jell-O, so don't accept any substitutes for the real thing. Look for the big red letters on the box that always spelled Jell-O. That was Hooray for Hollywood, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the first day of daylight saving time, we bring you a man who saves time, money, and old pieces of string, Jack Benny.
Hello again. There's a Jack Benny who also saves paper bags. They come in mighty handy, too. Well, Don, if we were in the East now, we'd have an extra hour today. 60 whole minutes to do with as we please. What would you do with yours?
Well, Jack, if I had an extra hour, I think I'd go on a diet. You know, not eat anything.
Not eat anything for a whole hour? Why, Don, that would be a drastic move for you, wouldn't it?
Yes, but I should do it anyway, Jack. I think I'm getting a little plump.
Oh, a little plump?
Yes.
He's getting plump. Oh, well. Listen, Don, if I were a penny weighing machine and saw you coming toward me, I'd pull up my scales and run. Woo! You're just F-A-T.
Oh, I not only resent that, but deny it.
Anyway, we were talking about daylight saving time, weren't we?
You know, Jack, I forgot all about our show going on an hour earlier. When I got up, I had to run over here like a streak of lightning. Boy, I had to rush.
I know, Phil, and those pajamas are very becoming.
I'm glad you like them.
Imagine coming to the studio in pajamas. You didn't even bother to dress.
I did, too. I never wear the tops.
Oh. Well, I noticed that at least you took time to curl your hair.
I did not. It's a mess.
Well, anyway. Well, anyway, just because we're on an hour earlier today is no excuse for being careless, you know?
Say, Jack, why do they have daylight saving time in the East and not out here?
Well, Mary, that's so the people there can get up an hour earlier in the morning, and then when evening comes, they have an extra hour of sunshine.
Suppose it's raining.
Well, then they have an extra hour of rain.
Like we have here?
Quiet. It never rains in California. Never.
Well, gee, I wish someone had told my uncle that this morning.
Which uncle?
The one with the wooden leg that warped.
Look, Mary, you asked me a question. I answered it. Now leave me alone.
Say, Jack.
Oh, fine. What is it, Kenny?
You know, I can't understand one thing about daylight saving time.
What's that?
Well, this morning I set my watch 60 minutes ahead. And when I came to the broadcast, I was an hour too early. Why was that?
Well, look, Kenny, you didn't have to set your watch ahead. That's only in the East. Do you realize you're the only person in the whole state of California that did it?
Was there a prize for that?
Yes, bend over. What a kid. He's hopeless.
Well, at least I know rain when I see it.
Yeah. Never mind that. Now, look, fellas, we have no more time to discuss rain or daylight saving because, as I announced last week, tonight we're going to do a very long play. In fact, it's a musical comedy.
A musical comedy?
Yes, Phil, if you'd show up for rehearsal, this wouldn't be such a shock to you.
Oh, those rehearsals bore me more than the show.
Oh, that's too bad. Now, listen, fellas, we got to do something to make Phil happy here.
Now you're talking.
Shut up or I'll fire you. Anyhow, tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Benny Light Opera Troupe will present what we consider a real masterpiece. We're going to offer our version of Walt Disney's sensational film and supreme achievement, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Now, this will go on immediately.
Hey, Jack, I didn't see that picture. What's a dwarf?
A dwarf, Kenny, is a jockey with a long beard. Now, in our version...
Am I going to be a dwarf, Jack?
You, Don? What are you laughing at, Mary?
He couldn't be a dwarf in an elephant act.
Well, you'll be in it anyway, Don. Now, in our musical comedy version, folks, as none of us look like dwarfs, we are going to call our play Snow White and the Seven Gangsters. Mary Livingston, who is scared to death of these gangsters, will be Snow White. Now, let's see. There's also a Prince Charming.
Say, Jack, can I be Prince Charming?
Over my dead body. Let's see, who else? Oh, the witch. Where's that witch I hired?
Here I am. Gee, is she going to be my stepmother?
Yes, and she's going to give you a poisoned apple.
You stool pigeon.
Quiet, you old bat. Now, our cast is complete. Except, where's Andy?
Here I am, Buck. Am I going to be one of the dwarfs?
No, Andy, you're going to be a gangster, not a dwarf.
Shucks, and I went out and had my legs shortened.
Leg shortened? How'd you do that?
I glued them to a cheap pair of pants and went out in the rain.
Now, the next one that says it rains in California, I'm going to hit him right over the head with my umbrella. Now, remember, fellas, we're all gangsters, and I'm going to be the roughest, toughest, meanest one of them all. Just a no-good rat. See?
Wow.
I'm as tough as any of those movie gangsters, ain't I, Mary?
Yeah, you're a regular Edward G. Buttercup.
Well, just the same, I can act tough.
Say, Jack, do we all have to be hard-boiled?
Of course, Don, and you ought to get into the mood.
Okay. Now, get this, ladies and gentlemen. You better rush down to your nearest grocer and get a package of Jell-O. See? It comes in 6 delicious flavors. See?
That's telling them, Don.
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. See?
That's it. I guess they see, Don. Now, folks, our play will go on immediately after Kenny Baker's song. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
One song from the picture Snow White. One false move, and I'll let you have it.
Okay, Kenny, let's have it.
Okay.
Right.
One song that has possessed me, one love thrilling me through, one song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. With a song I come to you like a troubadour, with a simple serenade, that and nothing more. I have no lute to play, no tinkling guitar, just a song to tell you how sweet to me you are. One song, I have but one song only for you. One heart tenderly beating, ever entreating, constantly true. One love that has possessed me, one love thrilling me through, one song my heart keeps singing, of one love only for you. I have but one song for you. My song of
That was one song from Snow White sung by Kenny Baker. And thanks, Kenny. It was certainly apropos.
You said it, son.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our musical comedy, Snow White and the 7 Gangsters. We will present this little fairy tale in 4 acts and 39 scenes. So take off your shoes, folks. You got to stay in tonight. Here we go. The opening scene is the isolated farmhouse on Long Island, which is the hideout of the notorious Benny gang. As the curtain rises, Doc Benny is giving his boys a pep talk. Curtain. Music. Now listen, men. We got a big job on for tonight. The biggest thing we've tackled since we cracked the mint. We're going to stick up the 12th National Bank. Do you get that?
Yeah.
I'll call the roll, see if we're all here. Sleepy.
Here, Doc.
Sneezy.
Ka-choo, Doc.
Gesundheit. Happy.
I'm right here, Doc, feeling fine and ready to go.
He wears feather underwear, folks. Grumpy.
Right here, Chief. But I'm afraid we're going to get caught this time.
Oh, you're too pessimistic. Bashful.
Oh, shucks, Doc, you know I'm here.
Now come on over here with the rest of us.
Oh, gee whiz.
Fine gangster. Now let's see, who else? Oh, yes, Dopey.
That's me, folks.
And you're a fine crook, too, the way you waste your time.
What do you mean?
Well, I sent you out to pick pockets yesterday, and you wasted 2 hours on Fred Allen. Imagine picking Allen's pocket. What did you find there?
A hole.
Oh. He buries his money, eh? And you, Bashful?
Oh, what's the matter, Doc?
I sent you out to take a guy for a ride, and you went in separate cars.
Well, gee, I didn't know him very well.
That's a great excuse. Now listen, fellas. You've been laying down on the job lately. I want you all to be up on your toes tonight.
Say, Doc,
What is it, Sleepy?
what time are we going to rob the bank tonight? About 12 o'clock. And don't be late like you always are.
I'm afraid of that job, Chief. We're sure to get caught and be sent up the river for 20 years.
Oh, we will, eh? How do you feel about it, Happy?
Well, Grumpy's right. We'll all go to Sing Sing and never come out. Gee, it'll be awful.
Certainly got a brave bunch of men here, scared of your own shadow.
I'm not scared. I'm Dopey.
You said it. Now remember, men, we got a big job on tonight, and we got to get some money. There's a payment due on our machine gun. So let's all work together. Just as soon as our supply of dynamite gets here, we'll go. Come in.
Package of dynamite for Doc Benny. Sign here.
Now, wait a minute. Is this dynamite good and strong?
I think so. I had 2 arms when I started out. Goodbye.
All right, men. Now listen carefully. We'll meet tonight at exactly 11 o'clock in the alley right in back of the bank. Is that clear? What about you, Dopey? Do you know where we're going to meet?
If I forget, I'll ask a policeman.
All right, but leave your girl home this time. Now remember, fellas, 11 o'clock in the alley behind the bank. And then do you know where we go from there?
Where?
Hi-ho, hi-ho, to rob the bank we'll go.
Our safe will blow and grab the dough. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, 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 now don't be late, you know.
We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. I'm sleepy, that I know.
And I'm so shy I nearly die. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, why don't you eat Jell-O? Just try a dish, it's so delish. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
Hi-ho, hi-ho, hi-ho. To rob the bank we'll go. A safe will blow and grab the dough. Hi-ho, 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 hi-ho. Now don't be late, you know. We gotta work quick with a chisel and pick. Hi-ho, hi-ho.
The scene changes. We now take you to the home of Miss Snow White, who lives on Park Avenue with her cruel stepmother, Mrs. Agatha Witch. Oh, she's a meanie. Take it away, Park Avenue.
Hello? Who? No, she can't talk to you, and don't be calling up here anymore. Goodbye yourself.
Who was that, stepmother?
That was your boyfriend, Prince Charming. A princess. Now listen, Snow. I don't want you to go out with him anymore. He's just after your money.
So are you.
Well, I saw you first. Now, don't you dare to leave this room, you little brat.
Isn't she awful, folks?
Shut up.
Oh, why is my stepmother so cruel to me? Is she jealous of me perchance, or is she jealous of me good looks? I have it. She's just a rat. Oh, where is my Prince Charming? If he would just come and take me away, I'd be so happy.
He'll be here, folks.
That must be Prince Charming now. Here, Prince. Here, Prince. Come in. Aw, Prince Charming.
Hello, Snow White. How's my little pickaninny?
Oh, Prince, I'm so glad you're here. My stepmother's getting crueler every day. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Is that so? What's the matter with that old Mickey Finn?
Why, only this morning she tried to kill me. She gave me a poisoned apple for breakfast.
Oh, what a lowlife that is. If I wasn't a prince, that gentleman and that coward, I'd smack her up and down.
And another thing, she says you're not a real prince. She says you're bogus.
Bogus? That's my brother. I'm Boris.
But you are a real prince, aren't you?
Why, certainly. I got a coat of arms with a belt in the back.
Then I don't care what she says. I love you, my prince.
And I love you, too, my little honey child. Come into my arms.
Oh, if you'd only take me away from here, I'd be so happy.
Don't worry, my little sweetie cake. Someday I'll take you to my castle in the Catskills.
When?
Someday.
Oh, someday. Someday we'll go away. Someday, so far away. And how thrilling that moment will be when the prince of my dreams comes to me.
I'll whisper I love you and steal a kiss or two, though I'm really a tool.
Oh, no. And though you're not so hard, someday when our dreams come true.
Hey, that was all right, wasn't it, folks?
Well, goodbye, darling. I have to go now.
Where are you going, my prince?
I'm going to take a ride in the park. Wait, I'll see if my horse is outside. Hi-ho, Silverstein!
So Prince Charming leaves. The door opens, and in walks the wicked stepmother and says,
Snow White, who was that in here singing?
Lawrence Cabot.
Well, he's slipping. I know it was that Prince Charming, and I told you never to see him again.
But I love him, stepmother. He's so handsome and romantic.
I'll put a stop to this affair, you little fool. Here, have an apple.
Don't take it, Snow White. It's poisoned.
Stay out of this, you kibitzer.
He's right, stepmother. This apple is poisoned.
It is not.
Then why is that worm waving a red flag?
You see?
I'll make you eat it. Come here, Snow White.
No, I'll run away from home. That's what I'll do. I'll run away from home.
Stop!
No, I'll never see you again. Goodbye, stepmother. Goodbye, worm.
Goodbye. So little Snow White runs away from home. And 2 days later, we find her lost in a dense forest somewhere in Long Island.
Ah, here I am in the woods. And look at the animals following me. Oh, see the pretty birds. Hello, bird. Isn't that pretty?
That canary is somewhat of a critic.
Gee, none of these animals are afraid of me. Look little pussy cat with a bushy tail. Come here, Pussy. Oh, my mistake. Get away, Pussy.
That was a close one.
And look at that little deer running after me. Isn't it cute? Hello, dear.
Hello, honey.
Fresh. Gee, I'm so tired and hungry. Oh, look, there's a farmhouse over yonder. Maybe I can get food and shelter there. Here I come, farmhouse.
All right, men. We're ready to rob the bank. Now, remember, this ain't no picnic, so everybody work fast and be on your guard. Say, Happy, where's the machine gun?
Over there in the sewing basket.
That's great. Have you got your bag filled, Grumpy?
Yep, I got a flashlight, a chisel, some dynamite, a blowtorch, and my nightshirt.
Oh, we'll be home before morning. Hey, Dopey, stop chewing that dynamite. You'll blow your brains out.
If I had any brains, I wouldn't be chewing it.
Well, we're all set now. Wait a minute, where's Sleepy? Hey, Sleepy, wake up.
Oh, gee whiz.
Bashful, what are you blushing about?
Now, look at Sleepy smiling. He must be dreaming about a girl.
Well, you stay out of his dreams. Anyway, we can do without him. Now, let's go, men. And here's my final instruction. While we're robbing that bank, there's one thing that's very important.
What's that, Chief?
For heaven's sake, don't whistle while you work. Don't whistle while you work. Or the cops will come. We'll have to run. Be as quiet as a Turk.
You mean quiet as a mouse?
But I couldn't make it rhyme.
Now come on, boys, and make no noise. We haven't got much time.
Now remember, each of you,
we know what we must do.
Now you must be still.
I know I will.
La 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 la. Don't whistle while you work, or the cops you're bound to hurt. They'll get their man, put us in the can. Don't whistle while you work.
Now don't forget. All right, men, we're on our way. Let's go. Wait a minute.
I knew it. It's the cops.
The cops?
Gee, I bet they give us life this time.
Quiet. I'll handle this. Shh. Come in.
Hello, everybody. My name is Snow White.
Why, it's a girl.
A girl?
Yes, a girl. What do you want, Snow White?
Gee, I thought this was a farmhouse. Aren't you all farmers?
No, we're not farmers. We're bandits. And right now we're going out to rob a bank.
Rob a bank? Oh, you mustn't do that.
Why not?
It's naughty.
Oh, it is. Did you hear that, fellas? It's naughty. Come on, men. Tie her up and throw her in the cellar.
Throw me in, too.
Grab her, men.
Now, wait a minute, Chief. She can't harm us.
Well, we're not taking any chances. Tie her up.
But why do all you nice boys want to rob a bank? Don't you want to get into heaven?
Yes, but we want to get into the bank first. Now, scram.
She's right, Doc. Let's call the whole thing off.
I'm in favor of it.
Yeah, maybe I can get my old job back again.
Your old job back? What did you do?
I was a good humor man in a tough neighborhood.
Oh.
And I used to be an orchestra leader.
That's a lie! What were you, Dopey?
I used to be a phrenologist.
A phrenologist? What's that?
I don't know. That's why I quit.
Fine bunch of gangsters I've got. Now listen, Snow White.
You listen to me, you big bad man.
Hmm.
You're all going to throw away your guns and stay right here. You're never going to rob another bank as long as you live.
I'm willing.
Me too.
How about you, Doc?
Nothing doing. This is my racket, and I'm going to stick to it.
Now, come on, Docky Walkie. Don't be a toughy-wussy.
Oh.
Come on, Doc. Don't be a batty-waddy.
Oh, all right. I'm a sappy-wappy, but I'll do it.
Hooray! Hooray!
Come in.
Snow White, I'm so glad I found you. I've been looking all over for you.
Prince Charming, I knew you'd come.
Hooray!
Come, my little Snow White. We'll go back yonder to my castle and live happily ever afterwards.
At last, at last. Someday we'll go away. Someday so far away. So I'm ready on and go down on the hall.
So Prince Charming married little Snow White, and Doc Benny went back to his old job peddling fish in Waukegan. Play, Phil.
Bright blue skies, gay new fashions, new things to eat. These are the signs of spring. And here's the perfect dessert to fit the mood, called Springtime Delight. The freshest, gayest dish you've tasted in ages. And real easy to make with fruit-rich strawberry jello and just 1 cup of fresh strawberries. Dissolve a package of strawberry jello in hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Sweeten 1 cup of sliced fresh strawberries with a 1/4 cup of sugar, then add the berries to the thickened jello. Turn into a mold and chill until firm. It couldn't be easier to make, and it's, well, an inexpensive way to take advantage of the fresh strawberries just coming into the market. And wait till you taste it. The delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor of strawberry jello combined with the juicy sweetness of fresh berries. It's a grand springtime dessert, so try it soon. Just be sure to make it with genuine jello. Ask your grocer for jello.
This is the last number of the 30th program in the new Jello series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. And I hope you all liked our musical comedy version of Walt Disney's famous picture, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Mary?
You know, we forgot to do one of the best songs in the picture.
Which one is that?
The Wishing Well number, you know, where you hear the echo.
Oh, yes. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do it now. Andy, you get down in the well and do the echo.
Okay.
Hit it, boys.
I'm wishing for the one I love to find me.
Mary, hand me that bucket.
Oh!
Good night, folks.
Here's an important announcement. Starting this week, Robert L. Ripley's Believe It or Not program will be heard Tuesday night instead of Saturday over most of these same stations. Be sure to see your local paper for the new time. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
My pain is at the bottom of my elbow. It's throbbing. The more you twist, the more the pain hurts. When I get a pain like that, I will take aspirin.
Today, Richard Mazzancini is trying extra-strength Tylenol gel caps. For pain like his, why take aspirin or ibuprofen when nothing works better than Tylenol gel caps?
The pain is gone. It's great. It doesn't hurt. It feels fluid. I'm convinced I'm going to be a gel cap user.
Tylenol gel caps, only from Tylenol. For everyday pain, nothing works better. And for your cold this winter, now try Tylenol cold medication.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Kay Francis, George Brent, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici in The Rains Came. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. For most of us in this part of the world, India has always been obscured by mystery. We think of it as a faraway land of mystic cults and strange customs, of grave turbaned men and veiled women, of elephants and shiny teak and beautiful exotic temples. All this is India, land of eternal fascination. Louis Bromfield has tellingly captured this enchantment in his novel, The Rains Came, a love story of great dramatic intensity. The book has already made a hit picture for 20th Century Fox, and tonight we bring you our radio production of this vital story. Both the book and the picture were bestsellers, and it's brought to you tonight by another bestseller, Lux Toilet Soap. So many women have put Lux Toilet Soap on their beauty list that they've made it a bestseller from India to Indiana. The Rains Came is the drama of a group of people from our own world who, for one reason or another, are living in Ranchipur, a native state of India's back country. The central character is Tom Ransom, a talented painter who's found in India life is too lazy for his own good. It takes an earthquake and a flood to reveal the vein of iron beneath his boredom. To bring you the star who played this role in the picture, we had to reach almost halfway to India because George Brent was enjoying himself in the middle of the Pacific Ocean in Honolulu. When we talked to him by radio telephone, we couldn't actually hear the surf at Waikiki, but we had to compete with it to get George on the next steamer for the mainland. Casting the part of Lady Escath gave us a chance to answer all your requests for the return to this stage of Kay Francis. She's here tonight as the woman who redeemed herself by fighting the terror that came to Ranchipur. And there are two other people who are important to this story. Fern, the young American girl, who will be played for us by Jean Parker, and Major Safdie, a young native surgeon, played tonight by Jim Amici. Now all the enchantment of the East lies before us as we raise the curtain on Act One of The Rains Came, starring Kay Francis as Lady Escath, George Brent as Tom Ransom, Jim Amici as Major Safdie, and Jean Parker as Fern. In the heart of modern India, surrounded by the frowning cliffs of the hill country, lies the ancient city of Ranchipur. Each year the rains come to Ranchipur, turning the valley into a dense jungle, alive with color and fragrance. Each year in the parched weeks before the monsoon, when the ground lies hard and cracked in the broiling sun, the natives lift their voices in a chant as old as India, the prayer for rain. On the veranda of Tom Ransom's house, the bamboo screen is drawn against the morning heat. Ransom, a rather dissipated young Englishman, is entertaining a native friend, Major Rama Safdie. They've been silent for some time as they listen to the eerie strain of native music coming from somewhere inside the house.
You know, Major, that's one of the mysteries of India I'll never be able to figure out.
What?
The stringless quartet, as played by the houseboys. Do they really enjoy it? Do you enjoy it, Major?
I'm Indian. These are the songs of my land.
Brandy and soda.
Thanks, but I'd better not. I may have to operate this afternoon, and there's to be a conference with the Maharaja at the palace.
In this heat, Major, your energy appalls me.
It's not really hot. Only 109 in the shade.
Yes, I've been trying to drown that thought in a brandy and soda. Don't remind me.
Tom, aren't you ever going to finish it?
Finish what?
That painting over there.
Oh, is there any hurry?
I thought you came to India to paint. You haven't done a stroke on that canvas since the last time I was here.
Stop. You're making me perspire. When do you suppose this heat will let up?
If the rains would only come. They're long overdue.
Yes, they were praying at the temple as I drove by this morning. I had half a mind to join them.
In prayer? I didn't know you had faith in anything, Tom.
Now, that's where you're wrong. I have faith in a lot of things. For instance, look down there in the square. You see her? Queen Victoria.
That old statue?
To you she's only a statue, but to me she's an old friend. A living reminder of the fine, brave days before the world went to seed. There she stands in her cast-iron petticoats, unconcerned with wars and appeasement, serene as ever. Bless her soul.
The world's not as bad as you think, Tom.
No, just committing suicide as fast as it knows how.
I can't agree with you. Here in Ranchipur, we're trying to make it a little better.
The whole world?
Our world.
Oh.
India in general, Ranchipur in particular.
I rather like the old place just as it is.
Yes, but you see it as an artist. I see it as an Indian and a doctor. My people are crying for help after centuries of disease, poverty, and superstition. They must change.
Well, change anything you want and more power to you. Only don't try to change me.
Sorry, Tom.
Sahib, Ransom. Sahib.
Yes?
Carriage, come through gate, Sahib.
Well, confound it. Who is it?
Two, lady. Two, Sahib.
Why, it's the American girl and her mother from the mission.
Well, they're not stopping here, are they?
I'm afraid they are, Tom.
Mother, please. Please don't ask Mr. Ransom. I'll die if you do. Honest, I will.
Don't be silly, child. Here, hold the reins.
Oh, Mother, please. If Mr. Ransom wanted to know us, he'd have called on us.
He will, my dear. He will. There he is on the veranda. Good morning, Mr. Ransom.
Good morning.
Oh, here he comes. Oh, Mother.
Quiet, child.
Something I can do for you?
I'm Mrs. Simon, Mr. Ransom.
How do you do?
And this is my little girl, my daughter, Fern.
How do you do?
Hello.
Mr. Ransom, do forgive me for intruding, but I'm so anxious to have you at a little party I'm giving this afternoon for Lily Hoggett Egbury and some of the nicer English people of Ranchipur.
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sorry. I promised the Major here. You know Major Safdie, of course. Director of the State Medical Department.
I believe we've met.
How do you do?
Yes. I see. You see, the Major and I had arranged some tennis.
Oh, I'm sure Major Softly won't mind giving up his tennis just this once.
Well, that's for Mr. Ransom to decide.
See, you will be able to come, Mr. Ransom. 5 o'clock for tea. We'll be looking for you. Good morning.
Now, why did I say I'd go? Why?
You didn't. She did.
Fern, where are you?
I'm coming.
Fern, Mr. Ransom is here. Put some powder on your nose.
Oh, it keeps melting off. Mother, if you think he'd marry me, you're on the wrong track.
How dare you insinuate that I'd stoop to anything so
All right. Let's not argue. Okie doke, I'm ready.
Okie doke. I don't know why you persist in using that American slang. Oh, Mr. Ransom.
Yes?
Mr. Ransom, you weren't leaving, were you?
Oh, no, I was just...
Mustn't run away so soon. I've so wanted for you and Fern to get well acquainted. Oh, may I get you a drink, Mr. Ransom?
A drink? Oh, well, you're very kind.
Wait right here. I'll send one of the boys.
You know what Mother means by a drink, don't you?
I beg your pardon?
Lemonade.
Lemonade? Oh, not lemonade.
Wouldn't you like something a little stronger?
Oh, I see. My reputation has preceded me.
Well, Father keeps a little whiskey, in case of snake bites and things.
Well, the snakes have been rather trying this afternoon.
I'll get some for you. Come inside. Here. But you mustn't tell.
I'll say it was a cobra. Thank you. But I hope I'm not keeping you from your guests.
They're not my guests. That's Mother's idea of high society. They're all excited today because you're here.
Oh, should I be flattered?
They say dreadful things about you.
What sort of things?
Oh, that you're a drunkard and a bounder and a remittance man. But they'll hang around you just the same because your father was an earl and... Well, I suppose I shouldn't talk like this.
Why not? I don't mind.
I don't care what they say about you, because I know what you're really like. I've watched you from my window every time you've passed by. Sometimes I think you're the only person in Ranchpur I don't hate.
What?
You see, Mr. Ransom, I wanted to meet you for a long time. But not this way. Not with Mother throwing me at your head.
Oh, my dear child, really.
I'm not a child. I'm more than 18. I'm a woman. And I need your help. I'm in trouble.
Trouble?
Yes, Oh, it's so hard to tell you.
Oh, it needn't be. Maybe I can help. Is there a man mixed up in it?
No, except you.
Me?
Mr. Ransom, I've got to get away from here. I can't stand it any longer.
What's the matter?
They want to run my life for me. Mother and Dad. They want me to go on living this phony life they think is so wonderful. And Mother pretending we're not just missionaries. You will help me, won't you?
Yes, but what can I do?
Well, you know all about the world and women and things like that.
Oh, yeah. Well, if it's advice you want...
I need more than advice. I haven't any money.
I couldn't do that.
But I only need a little, just enough to get me where I want to go. I'd pay it back, honest, every cent.
It isn't the money, my child.
I told you I'm not a child.
Now, it's just that I can't be directly responsible for what might happen to you. Don't you see the position it would put me in?
I didn't think you cared about respectability.
I don't.
Well, neither do I. I want to get everything there is to be had out of life. I want to live. I want a career.
Yes, but where would you go?
Well, on the stage.
The stage?
Why not? I'm not bad looking. And I have very nice legs.
Oh, yes. I'm sure you have, but I don't think really I'm real.
Ransom, Sahib?
Oh, yes? You want to see me?
Sahib, I bring a message from the palace, from Her Highness the Maharani.
Well?
The Maharani wishes you might forgive the short notice, but would it be possible for the Sahib to attend a dinner at the palace this evening?
Oh, yes, of course.
It is in honor of the English visitors to Ranchipur, Lord and Lady Escott.
Will you tell the Maharani I shall be happy to attend?
Yes, Sahib.
Well, Miss Fern, I'm afraid it means leaving at once if I'm to be on time. You know the Maharani and...
You're glad to get away, aren't you?
Certainly not.
I don't blame you. Will I see you again?
Well, of course.
When?
Well, you see, it's...
I know. You don't want to be bothered with me.
But, my dear girl...
I don't blame you for that either. Good night.
Your Highness, I received your invitation.
Good evening, Ransom. I'm glad you could come.
To see you again is one of the few thrills left in life, Your Highness.
You say that as if you meant it.
I do mean it, Your Highness.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Your Highness.
My wife has been looking forward to your visit all day.
You know why, Ransom? You are the only poker player in Ranchipur who knows enough not to draw to an inside straight.
Thank you, Your Highness.
Well, come along now, and I'll introduce you to our guests of honor.
Delighted.
They have only just arrived in Ranchipur. You will not like Lord Escott, but his wife is a good deal younger and very pretty.
Oh, Your Highness. Really.
Lady Escott, this is Mr. Ransom.
Well.
Well, hello, Edwina.
Hello, Tom.
We heard of a person called Ransom living in Ranchapur. I never dreamed it was you.
Oh, how nice that you know each other.
Oh, yes, we're old friends. Aren't we, Edwina?
Very old friends. But you haven't met my husband, Tom. Albert.
Yes?
Albert, this is Tom Ransom. You've heard me speak of him.
Yes. Ransom, of course. How do you do?
How do you do?
Your Highness, dinner is served.
Ransom, you may take me in.
With pleasure, Your Highness.
Edwina,
Yes, Albert. What's the matter?
that fellow Ransom, you never mentioned him to me?
Didn't I? I thought I did.
Huh. Now that you've met one of your own kind, I suppose you'll be grand for days.
Why do you always make a point of criticizing men like Tom Ransom? Because he happens to be a gentleman?
If he's a gentleman, why is he living here in India? He's got plenty of money, hasn't he?
I don't imagine Tom has ever thought of money, one way or another, in all his life.
Oh, one of those radicals.
Well, have you seen enough of the palace?
Too much.
Then perhaps you'd better go back.
Not yet, Tom. I think I'd like some air.
Of course. There's a balcony here.
Ah, that's better.
It's beginning to look like rain at last.
You haven't told me what you're doing here, Tom.
Well, I came out 7 years ago to paint the Maharaja's portrait. I've been here ever since.
Not a very exciting life, is it?
No? Is yours?
Now and then.
What brought you all the way up here to Ranchapur?
The Maharaja's horses. Albert's very fond of horses. The only thing he is fond of, except money.
And have you become fond of money, too?
Passionately.
It used to be just excitement.
You can't live on excitement alone. We found that out, didn't we?
I didn't mind. There was a time, mind you, when I thought seriously of marrying you.
Well, how touching of you, Tom. I never suspected.
We've come a long way since then. A long way apart.
What do you mean?
You'd know if you lived here for a while. Here in Ranchapur, the important things in life are the elemental things, such as crops, starvation, and the weather. In Europe, when someone says it looks like rain, in all probability is trying to make polite conversation. But here, where people die as easily as they're born, he's speaking in terms of life and death. You'll know what I mean if the rains come while you're still here. Listen to the natives now. They're praying for it. You hear? Oh, I hope I'm not keeping you up.
You've changed, Tom. You didn't used to be such a windbag.
You haven't changed, Edwina.
Haven't I?
You're still a lovely creature.
Am I?
Very lovely. You're...
Well, go on. You were doing so well, Tom.
You like that, don't you? My making love to you.
Should I be shocked? Or did you only bring me down here to see the palace?
We're pretty crude, aren't we, you and I? Listen. The rain. It's come at last. We'd better go back now.
Do you want to?
Yes.
Very well, Tom. The guests seem to have increased.
I don't suppose they'll notice we've even been gone.
Good evening, Tom.
Good evening, Major.
Tom, who's the pale copper Apollo?
Major Sefty.
Not bad looking, is he? In fact, he's very handsome.
Well, don't waste your time. He's a surgeon and a scientist. Any interest he might have in romance would be purely biological.
You make him sound even more exciting.
Oh, there you are, Edwina. I've been looking everywhere for you. Are you ready to go?
Whenever you are, Albert.
I think I'm going to be ill. This confounded climate.
I'm sorry, Albert. Oh, Mr. Ransom tells me there's a doctor here in Ranchapur. He's not at all bad. If you're no better in the morning, we can send for him. What was his name, Tom?
Sefty. Major Rama Sefty.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Good night, Tom.
Good night.
Hello.
What? Who's there?
It's me, Fern Simon.
What do you...
I've been waiting here for you. Your boy said he didn't know when you'd be coming in,
Yes,
so
what do you want? What are you doing here?
I've run away from home. I'm never going back.
You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, because I told you. I can't take the responsibility.
I know. But since we talked this afternoon, I figured out another way you can help me.
Oh, yes? Well, what way?
Well, I want you to let me stay here tonight.
Have you any idea what you're saying?
Of course I have. Don't you see? Then everyone would think... Well, Anyway, there'd be such a scandal, I'd have to leave Ranchapur. They'd send me away.
And you really want to acquire a tarnished reputation?
Yes, I don't care what they say about me.
Don't you? Well, that's all very well, but why in the name of the million gods of India did you have to choose me?
Shouldn't matter a bit to you. Your reputation is already so tarnished. Please, don't you dare laugh at me.
Oh, listen to me, child. You're going straight home.
I'm not going home. I'm never going home.
You want me to put you out by force?
You won't. I'd make a scene, and you're the kind of man who hates scenes.
Oh, well, that still doesn't solve anything, does it?
Listen, if you'll just let me stay tonight, I'll go in the morning and I'll never see you again. You've got to let me.
I can't really be hearing this. Do you realize, my dear young lady, that you've come closer to shocking me than anything that has ever happened to me in my entire life? Now, let's at least try to be sensible about this. Your name's Fern, isn't it?
Yes.
Mine's Tom.
Yes, Tom.
You realize that legally you'll be free to do as you please on your 21st birthday.
I'll die if I have to wait that long.
Oh, can't be as bad as all that. Believe me, I'm not trying to be fatherly. I want to be your friend. Will you shake on it?
All right.
Good. Now, as your friend, let me give you some rather stuffy advice. Go home now and think it over. You'll find a much better way out. It may be a job, it may be marriage. Anyway, it'll be something. You understand that I'm thinking only of what's best for you. You trust me for that, don't you?
I'll do anything you say.
And first of all, you're going home now.
But I...
Now, you promised me.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if I could only see you now and then.
Of course. Whenever you want.
Thank you, Tom. You see, that's important because... Well, I guess I love you. If I didn't, I wouldn't be going home now. Goodbye.
In a few moments, our stars, Kay Francis, George Brent, Jim Amici, and Gene Parker, will return in Act Two of The Rains Came. Now, for a moment, let's listen in on a group of college girls.
Phew, what a nice, quiet little spot. Just the thing to calm my frayed nerves after flunking History 2.
What do you mean, flunk? No prof would ever flunk a girl as good-looking as you are, Jean.
Oh, so when a woman's worried to death, it's funny, is it? And I suppose it's equally entertaining that I'm as pepless as a prune, and in just 3/4 of an hour, I've got to be leaving here on a date.
Jean, you're just not the type to get sympathy. You have too many beaux.
And too many dates.
And besides, it's your night for first whack at the bathroom.
And I can get my bath without waiting in line. Now there is a cheering thought.
Better hurry up. Go on, dear, get going.
We've got to wait in line.
Ah, that's just about right. Oh, boy, does this feel good. I love the way good old Lux soap lathers. Certainly goes to work like magic cleaning you up. And gosh, does this bath pep you up. I can feel all my little troubles floating away. Begins to look like little Jeannie might survive. Just a few minutes more of this bliss before my loving roommates batter down the door. Oh, all right, okay. I'll be out in 2 minutes. Gosh, but I feel like a new woman. Wonderful Lux soap bath views certainly do the trick. Here you are, Bill, one college gal in good condition who probably just flunked a history exam, but is now ready for an evening of fun, an evening of gaiety.
Jean is young, but she's clever. Already she's solved an important feminine problem. She's found the way to throw off her worries and fatigue when evening comes around and be what every woman really wants to be, vivacious, gay, and attractive. She's discovered that a few moments' relaxation in a Lux soap bath will work wonders. Its active lather carries away perspiration, every trace of dust and dirt, makes you sure of skin that's really fresh and sweet. Famous Hollywood screen stars know this and use their complexion soap as a bath soap, too. You'll like the luxury of a daily Lux soap bath, the delicate fragrance it leaves on your skin. Remember, daintiness is important, and gentle Lux toilet soap makes you sure. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act Two of The Rains Came, starring George Brent as Tom Ransom, Kay Francis as Lady Esketh, Gene Parker as Fern, and Jim Amici as Major Safety.
2 days have passed, and the rain still falls on Ranchipur. Edwina Esketh has made good use of these 2 days in becoming acquainted with Major Safti. Now in the Maharani's School of Music, they sit close together, Lady Esketh and the copper-colored doctor of Ranchipur.
Do you like music, Lady Esketh?
Oh, in London I have a box at Covent Garden as a matter of course. Frankly, I like this sort better. Who's that man, Major?
Jamnaz Singh, the Rajput singer.
What kind of a song is it?
A love song.
Oh. Do you know the song?
Yes. The words are traditional, but the music is improvised. Free variations.
How do the words go?
It's in the ancient language, the ceremonial language. I don't know it as well as I should.
Try, please.
Well, it's a bit florid. Oh, that my lyre were of purest jade. Its strings of fine spun gold, that I might sing with merit of your beauty. The fiery sun burns in your lips. They have breathed upon the cold stone that was my heart, and set it beating to the measure of my song.
Don't stop.
Your hands hold my life, my being. Drop it, and I perish. But in your heart, my love has found a home, and it can never die.
And it can never die.
It is a lot of sentimental nonsense, isn't it?
Perhaps.
Seated, Mr. Ransom. Lady Esketh will be down in just a moment.
Thank you.
May I offer you a drink, sir?
You may. Brandy and soda, and make it strong.
Very good, sir.
By the way, how's Lord Esketh this evening?
Not too well, sir. Major Safti has advised him to remain in bed.
Hello, Tom. Good of you to call for me. Am I late?
Oh, we've plenty of time. Dinners at the palace always begin at the fashionable 8:30.
Your drink, sir.
Thank you.
That will be all, Bates.
Very good, milady.
Well, Tom, I hear you've been having adventures.
Oh, you've heard, too.
It's all over Ranchipur. The young, what's her name, Simon person, was seen leaving your house at a very ugly hour.
I'm a victim of circumstances.
If you didn't drink so much, you wouldn't always be getting in trouble.
At least my weakness is wine.
What do you mean by that?
You know what I mean. Major Safti.
Listen to who's moralizing. I suppose it comes from playing around missions.
I never play around missions. I don't play around hospitals either.
Don't be catty, Tom. Well, I do believe that you're jealous.
You know perfectly well I'm not jealous. If there ever was anything between us, we both know it's finished now. Dead and gone.
Then why do you come here and act in this stupid manner?
Because I see something happening I don't like.
Stop talking like a copybook. It's not becoming.
Well, when are you leaving Ranchipur?
We intended to go tomorrow. But with Albert ill...
Too ill to travel?
No.
Then why don't you go?
You are a beast, aren't you? Oh, Tom, we've double-crossed almost everyone in the world. Let's not start on each other.
Oh, I don't want to interfere, really. But Rama's my friend, and I'm afraid.
If you only knew how mistaken you are. He's the one man I've ever met I haven't been able to make an impression on.
And you don't like that, do you?
I'm pretending I don't care. Well, are you sober enough to take me to dinner?
Quite. Your cape.
Thank you. I'll carry it. Tom.
Yes?
Tom, is there something in the air tonight? Something I can't describe it.
Depressing?
Yes, that's it.
Yes, I felt it, too. The rain should have cooled it off, but it hasn't.
It's more than the heat. The air's heavy. I've had a feeling all day that something's going to happen.
Of course. You're going to meet Major Safti at dinner. Get him to show you the palace. It's very interesting.
Thanks. I'm sure it is.
And over there's the hill country and the dam 20 miles away. You can see the dam from this balcony in the daytime. By the way, you ought to go out and visit our waterworks, Lady Esketh. We're proud of them.
I shall. Will you take me, Major?
Gladly.
Major Safti, do you know that all of your friends have been warning me to leave town?
Leave town? Why?
Why do you think? Because they feel that I'm a bad influence on you.
Why, that's nonsense.
Isn't it? You're not afraid of me, are you, Major?
Why, of course not.
You wouldn't feel relieved if I left?
No, as a matter of fact, I'd miss you. I've enjoyed your company very much.
I was afraid you'd take that attitude.
What attitude?
Lying to me.
But I wasn't.
Don't bother to explain, Major. You know perfectly well what I'm thinking. And I know what you're thinking. I've done everything but fall at your feet, and you haven't even blinked. So I think I will leave. Tomorrow morning.
What? I just told
yes,
you.
It was very sweet of you, Major. But I think I'll go. Not because of what might happen to you, but because of what might happen to me if I stayed. What was that?
It felt like... It was a tremor, I believe.
You mean an earthquake?
We have them here quite often. They're usually not very serious.
Oh, well, you do have them often.
We'd better get off this balcony. Come inside, quickly.
You don't think there's any danger?
I don't know. If it should continue... Get up, get to the lower floor. The whole wall's going. Hurry! Lady Eskeith, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right.
The whole city has fallen. I must get to the hospital at once. They'll need me there.
Yes, of course.
I'll take care of her, Rama.
Thank you. I'll have to hurry.
Tom.
Oh, I'm looking for a bottle of brandy. Not even that left.
Tom, I can't stay here. I must get back to Albert.
No, it's no use. The guest palace is gone. Every stone.
Oh. Well, then I suppose Albert is dead.
I'm afraid so.
Albert is dead. Beastly of me, isn't it? I can't feel any emotion.
Listen.
Another quake?
No, it's water. Of course. The dam's gone, too.
The dam?
We passed here 20 feet deep.
What are we going to do?
We'll have to reach higher ground. There's a house up on the hill.
Can we make it in time?
Well, it's worth a try. Hold on to my arm. Don't let go. Come on, hurry.
Help me, Tom. Help me! Did I fall asleep?
Exhaustion. I dropped off myself.
How's the weather this fine morning?
Raining. The water's rising every second. I'm afraid we're cut off up here.
Well, we're still alive. What's that wailing?
Natives. That's India for you. They've been praying for the rains all spring, and now they're praying for them to go away.
It might be just as well if we joined in.
Hello!
Look, it's a rowboat.
Hello!
Is that a girl in it?
Why, it's the Simon girl.
Not really. Your young light of love coming to snatch you from a watery grave. How sweet, Tom.
Mr. Ransom! Mr. Ransom!
Here, Fern, this way.
Thank heaven you're safe.
Here, give me your hand. What are you doing here?
I didn't close my eyes all night. I was afraid you'd be drowned.
But how did you know where I was?
I went by your house. It's underwater. But your servant was sitting on the roof. He told me you'd been to the palace, and I just went looking.
Edwina, this is Miss Simon, Lady Eskeith.
How do you do?
How do you do? We are glad to see you. If you hadn't come, we might have died of starvation. Or boredom.
Yeah, well, you better sit down, Fern. You look all in.
Well, I thought if you're all right, I'd bring you back to the mission. It's safe there.
Well, let's see. Your boat will just about hold two, one to row and one to bail. Do you two think you can manage it?
Yes, I think so.
No, you can't. There's plenty of time for several trips.
I'm all right.
Now, no more paddling for you, young lady, until you've had some rest. Come inside here out of the rain.
I don't need any rest.
You're not to worry now. I'll take Lady Eskeith, and I'll come back for you. In the meantime, lie down there and try to get some sleep.
I'm not in your way of being here, am I?
Oh, are you going to apologize for saving our lives?
It's only one of the reasons I came. I wanted to tell you you're in no danger.
Well, that's reassuring.
I mean, for me. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. When my father and mother found out I'd been to your house, they wouldn't believe the truth. So I just let them think I had stayed all night.
No, don't worry about that.
Mother pretended to be sore. But I don't think she really was sore because, you see, if we got married, she could spend the rest of her life hobnobbing with high society in England.
Yes. You know, I've often wondered why you Americans ever bothered to stage that revolution of yours.
Anyway, I thought you'd like to know you won't have to marry me. Unless
what?
Unless you
you decide to change your mind.
Poor kid.
Well?
She's asleep. Get in the boat.
You know, Tom, I never saw a more obvious case of calf love in all my life. Her face lights up like fireworks every time she looks at you. But that's what you like, isn't it? That's the real reason you and I broke up. You always wanted a woman to treat you like a god. And I treated you as if you were just as bad as myself.
Get in the boat.
Tom Ransom.
Hello, Major.
I've been worried about you. I'm glad to see you safe.
I had a message to report here at the palace. What's up?
The Maharaja is dead.
The Maharaja?
He was crushed in the second quake. He among a few 100,000 others. The earth knows no difference in caste.
Her Highness, the Maharani.
My good and loyal friend, Ranchipur has been struck a cruel blow. The weakness in our national character has been that we incline to blame catastrophe on the gods and fail in our duty. I don't propose to let that happen here. We must call on all our strength, all our resolution, all our courage, if we are to bring our people to safety. Each of you must do his part. I have chosen you here because I know you will not fail me. The Maharaja is dead. In his name, I proclaim a state of emergency. Rashid, your police will work with the army.
Yes, Ma Sahib.
Major Safti, have you any news?
I have bad news. It's come already, sooner than I expected. Several cases of plague in the sweepers' quarter. Half the water in Ranchipur must be polluted.
Do what you can to keep the plague from spreading. Burn down the whole quarter if you must.
Yes, Ma Sahib.
The rest of you know your duty. Do it. Ransom, I want you to stay.
Of course, Your Highness.
Ransom, I said I could depend on this little group. I meant you, too.
I don't know why, Your Highness.
Because you're really one of us.
Thank you.
I need a personal aide-de-camp, someone I can depend on to carry out my orders, and use his own head if he has to. Do you think that you can do it?
If you think I can?
I know you can.
Well, they're at it again, aren't they?
Can you blame them? Their homes are gone, their families, their whole world.
And I sit safely here in the American mission, waiting for a plane to get through to take me home. Oh, come on. Play me a hand of casino.
I don't know how.
Is there anything you do know? Oh, I'm sorry. Don't mind me. It's my foul disposition.
I don't mind. I'm too happy to mind anything.
Happy? Oh, Tom, I suppose.
Last night he came back for me. Not because he wanted to, but because his face was so tired, so kind. I knew then there could never be anybody else. There never will be anybody else.
You have got it badly, haven't you?
I suppose so.
You know what you've picked out for yourself?
Yes.
And there's no use warning you.
No.
Very well.
Lady Escott, what would you do if you were in my place?
I wouldn't be in your place. I'd never let any man mean that much to me.
Hello? Anybody here?
Yes, Mr. Smiley.
Who's that?
Father's assistant.
Oh, hello, Fern. I've got a message for you.
From Tom Ransom?
Yes, he says they put him to work and he needs an assistant.
And he wants me?
Well, if you'd like to come.
Oh, I'm ready. Give me just a minute.
She seems pretty anxious.
It must be rather nice to be needed somewhere.
Everyone's needed now. It's the worst mess I've ever heard of. They've burned half the city. They've got sentries at all the wells and open water ditches. And still the plague is spreading. Every bed in the hospital's filled and not half enough doctors and nurses to go around. The Maharani sent out a call for volunteers.
Volunteers? Nurses?
It's not how much they know right now. That's not important. It's how much dirt they can stand and plague and the sight of men dying like flies.
Can they use anybody?
Anybody who's willing to take his chances with the plague. Why?
I'd like to go with you, please. As a volunteer.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille brings you George Brent, Kay Francis, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici in Act 3 of The Rains Came. Now, I'm very happy to have here an unusual guest, Miss Loretta Francel. Miss Francel, will you tell the audience about yourself?
You mean I'm Carol Lombard's hairdresser?
Well, yes, but I'm afraid that we'll have to ask you to explain that a little bit. I know my sister's hairdresser has a shop, and she goes there every week and stays for hours.
Well, I'm not that kind of a hairdresser. It's my job to go with Miss Lombard to the studios and photographers and see that her hair never gets the least bit out of place.
A screen star often has a good many costume changes. Does that disarrange her hair?
Well, no. I just tie a piece of tulle around her hair, and that protects it.
A piece of tulle, eh? Well, that sounds like a good idea. A tip from Hollywood. And speaking of tips from Hollywood, what about Miss Lombard's complexion?
It's a perfectly beautiful complexion, if that's what you mean. But I guess you mean she uses Lux toilet soap.
You guessed it. Naturally, I'm interested in anything you can tell us about our product.
Well, I can tell you that Miss Lombard is really enthusiastic about active lather facials with Lux soap. She's made them her regular bedtime beauty care. And no matter how tired she is, she never neglects it.
Thank you, Miss Francel, for this interesting interview. Now that we've met you, we're going to watch Miss Lombard's hairstyles with more interest than ever. When a famous screen star tells you she likes Lux toilet soap and uses it regularly, you can be sure that means one thing. It means Lux toilet soap really works, really does what a complexion soap should do. Lux toilet soap is gentle and mild, and its active lather gives skin protection it needs for loveliness. Now, I'm going to tell you how Carol Lombard uses Lux toilet soap for an active lather facial. Here are her own words. First, I work up a generous Lux soap lather and smooth it lightly into my skin. Next, I rinse with warm water and then with cool. I dry my face by patting the skin very lightly. I'm always delighted when I see how smooth my skin feels and how fresh it looks. Simple, isn't it? So why not try this care regularly for a while? Say 30 days. Let this fine white complexion soap screen stars use help you have really beautiful skin. Help you win the admiration that it makes any woman happy to have. Get 3 cakes of Hollywood's favorite soap, Lux toilet soap, tomorrow. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Rains Came. In the wake of the flood, while Ranchipur strives to rebuild itself, has come an even greater scourge. Cholera, the dread plague of India. The hospital corridors are choked with the dead and dying. And through this labyrinth of disaster move the quiet figures of the volunteer nurses. Among them, Lady Edwina Escott. With Major Safdie, she moves down the long line, bringing hope and cheer to fevered souls.
Hakim Sahib. Hakim Sahib.
Yes, my friend. Try to sleep. Try to sleep, my friend.
Is there anything I can do for him?
There's nothing anyone can do. I lay my hand on the heads. That doesn't help except to give them courage. You see, they know I'm high caste. And for centuries, they've been made to step aside so their shadows won't fall on us and pollute us.
They look at you so, as if they trusted you.
They have no one else to trust. You've done a wonderful thing coming here like this. It isn't easy if you've never done it before.
It's funny how quickly one gets used to things. I'm not even ill anymore, as I was 20 times the first day.
And yet you stayed.
Yes, I stayed.
Why? Never mind, you don't have to answer. But remember that you're in constant danger. Don't be afraid to use plenty of disinfectant. We don't want anything to happen to you. You're too valuable.
Valuable? I?
Is that so strange?
Yes. You see, I'm not used to being needed anywhere.
Well, Ransom, how is the work going?
As well as can be expected, Your Highness.
My reports of you are very good.
Thank you.
You have a brandy and soda?
Brandy? Oh, well, yes, I might serve. No, thank you.
Just as you say. Tell me, Ransom, what is Lady Esketh doing at the hospital?
Every conceivable filthy and drudging task.
Yes, but why is she there?
She told me she wanted to help.
But that isn't the real reason, is it?
No.
No. We had plans for Major Safety, the Maharaja and I. I won't be here long, and we had no children, though I always wanted them. Before the Maharaja died, he named his successor, a man whose blood, sympathies, and training fitted him for the responsibility of guiding the state of Ranchipur. That successor was to be Major Safety.
Safety?
No alien influence must enter his life. He must remain dedicated to his cause. Would it hurt him so much to give her up?
For a while, it would. But he's young. He'll get over it, I'm certain.
I want to do the right thing. For myself, I'd trample her without mercy. But then I was brought up in the hills, where charity is a sign of weakness. I only learned tolerance and humanity after I married. I want to do what he would have done. She is a bad woman, isn't she?
Not so much bad as unhappy. Once, long ago, Edwina took a wrong path. Ever since, she's been too stubborn or too proud to turn back. In many ways, she's like Your Highness.
What do you mean by that?
That she's outspoken, intelligent, and there's no particular use for other women unless they're over 70.
Nevertheless, she must go. Tell her I'm sending her on the plane tomorrow.
Away from Ranchipur?
Away from Major Safety. Tell her she must be ready.
Yes, Your Highness.
No, I won't go. I won't leave Ranchipur. Not now, Tom.
You'd better, when the Maharani gives an order.
I don't care. You see, I thought it all out. This time, I'm sure I'm right.
No, Edwina.
Oh, I must be right. It's all been so inevitable. My coming here, meeting him, and then the earthquake and the flood to keep me from leaving. Oh, Tom, believe me, I'm in love. For the first time in my life, completely, honestly in love.
I do believe you.
So you can tell the Maharani I won't go.
She'll probably have you shot. She can, you know.
I'll risk it.
And will you risk destroying him?
I won't destroy him. He loves me. I'm sure of it.
And that's why you must go, Edwina. Try to look at it realistically. The Maharani is giving Rama his choice. He can have Ranchipur or you. He can't have both.
You're asking me to give up the one chance for happiness that I've ever had. Why, you're... Don't get me started, Tom. I hate scenes. And it's 6 o'clock and I'm on duty. Goodbye, Tom. You've done your duty like a good little soldier.
Edwina.
Come in. What are you doing in the ward so early?
I couldn't sleep. I had to come and talk to you. Listen, that music in the village, that's a good sign. Means life is going on again. Means we're going to win out. Last night, for the first time, there were less new cases instead of more. Edwina, you look tired.
Oh, I'm not, really.
Tom says you're leaving.
Rama, she can't send me away.
Maybe it's just as well. I go through torture every moment because you're in danger here. And nothing must happen to you now.
Rama.
What is it?
Oh, nothing. It just makes me so happy to hear you say that. I never thought when I first met you, it seemed so long ago, that you'd ever say anything like that to me.
I wouldn't have said it at that time. Not to the woman I knew then. But now I think you're someone different. Please don't think I'm being mystical and Indian, but I don't connect you with her. The woman I met in the summer palace, so shining and glossy and so crafty.
Rama.
Wait. I think I saw that other woman inside you even then. The one who's come here and scrubbed floors and emptied slop pails and fought nausea and weariness and fear. The real woman. That's why I waited. You see, it would have been like taking a counterfeit instead of waiting for the real coin. I wanted you to know what I felt because I think so much of you. I can risk making a fool of myself. Perhaps in your heart laughing at me.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now you know my secret, so we'll let the Maharani send you away. And as soon as the worst is over here, I'll come after you wherever you are.
Leave Ranchipur. You leave all this, knowing what it's meant to you, and knowing what you do of me.
I love you, Edwina.
No. Oh, Rama. Rama, don't kiss me. Just hold me. Just hold me for a little while.
Edwina, what's the matter? You're not well. You have a fever.
No, I'm just tired. So very tired.
Edwina! Miss McDade, Lady Escott is ill. Take over in the ward.
Well, Rama?
She's resting. Fern is with her.
It's cholera?
Yes.
What are the chances?
I don't know. She won't fight. She has no will to live. I don't know what to do.
Steady.
I'm supposed to be a doctor. I'm supposed to help people fight for life, and I want her to live. More than I want to live myself. I tried to tell her she must fight, but I couldn't. I couldn't even speak. I'm gone inside.
It won't do. You've got to get hold of yourself.
It's no use. I can't help it. I'm Indian. I can't be calm and unemotional. I want to tear my clothes.
You're a man. You're a doctor.
I'm not. I'm nothing. I failed. I can't save her life.
Rama, listen to me. If you lose your way now, you'll never find it again. Think of the Maharani and your duty. Of the Maharaj and all he'd planned for you. Think of all the people who worship and respect you. You're a symbol to them. Something clean and courageous that's been born in all the darkness and filth that was India. You are India. The new India. Don't betray all of us who have faith in you.
I'm sorry, Tom. I'm all right now. It won't happen again. Thank you.
Tom.
Yes, Fern?
She wants to see you.
Steady now, Rama. Be right back.
Tom, look, she gave me all her jewels. I can't take them.
It's all right.
Tom, is that you?
Yes?
Come here.
You're supposed to be resting. You're...
Don't look so unhappy. I'm not. Tom, I want you to do something for me.
Anything.
My will. The bank sent a man this morning to draw it up.
Oh, but there's no reason for you to be talking about wills.
Don't talk nonsense.
But Rama says if you'd only fight, if you don't...
What's there to fight about? Has anything changed since the last time we talked? Read it. The last paragraph.
And I hereby bequeath 100,000 pounds. To the Ranchipur Hospital to be administered under the trusteeship of Major Rama Safti.
You're my executor. I want to be sure they get it. I know Albert's lawyers. They'll try to break the will.
Is your title to the estate entirely clear?
Yes. I made a good bargain for that marriage. Tom, have you got a ring for Fern?
No.
Then take this one. Does she like sapphires?
Oh, Edwina.
There's a condition attached. You'll have to marry her.
I can't.
You said you'd do anything.
But I wouldn't be any good for her.
Stop boasting. She's mad about you. And she thinks you're a god. That's what you've always wanted. Oh, Tom. We have had such foul luck, you and I. But you picked a winner at last. Marry her, Tom. Promise me.
Yes, Edwina. I promise.
Now, ask Rama to come in. Rama.
Oh, my darling.
Talk to me, Rama. Please.
When you're well, we'll go away from all this.
Of course.
I've thought it all out. We won't be running away from anything because there won't be anything else in the world but ourselves, and we'll have each other.
Yes. We'll have each other.
Just you and I. Up to Kashmir and down the Ganges to Bengal, and Then perhaps from Calcutta on a little boat through all the islands of the East. The Spice Islands and the Coral Islands, and all the places with names like magic spells. Just you and I. And nothing else will matter, will it? Will it? Edwina! Edwina.
Rama.
She's dead. Edwina. My poor Edwina.
Rama, she told me just a little while ago she wasn't unhappy. Rama, something has come out of the wastes and the tragedy here. A new city started, new lives begun, a new spirit. Edwina felt it, so have I. And when you begin to feel again, so will you.
The rains having come and gone, Kay Francis, George Brent, Gene Parker, and Jim Amici are here at our microphone again. How did you leave Hawaii, George?
Practically the way I found it, CB, except for a slight hollow in the beach where I've been lying for 4 weeks.
That sounds like a real vacation, George. I'd like to do it myself.
I think I hear envious sighs from some of our snowbound listeners.
Well, it was nice. I just stretched out on the sand every day and worried about having to go back to work.
You just stayed there without moving.
Not a quiver, Gene.
Ah, that explains it.
Somebody should have told him, Gene.
Well, what's the matter? George looks all right to me.
He should have had a man come along every hour and turn him over. He's only down on one side.
Don't worry, George. Next year, lie on the other side and even things up.
Well, that's something to look forward to. Wind, weather, and the Warner Brothers permitting.
Well, with Mr. DeMille permitting, I'd like to say something right now about the product which makes this theater possible. Lux soap. Naturally, I use it myself, so I can say from experience what a fine complexion care it is.
Lux soap's a habit with me, too, Kay. I like its whiteness, its lovely scent, and the soft feeling it gives your skin. It's really a pleasure to use it. Oh, pardon me. I think Mr. DeMille probably has something to say about next week's play.
I certainly have, Gene. Next Monday night, we're presenting the current Paramount screen hit, Remember the Night. And we'll have the same stars who are being applauded for their fine work in the picture, Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray. Also from the picture cast, we'll have Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway. Remember the Night is a drama of two people who might never have met if one hadn't been the prosecuting attorney and the other a girl on trial. It's a tender human love story finely performed by these players. So remember the night, and it's next Monday night for this moving play with Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray.
That calls for a note on every calendar, Mr. DeMille. I know I'll be in your listening audience. Good night.
Good night, baby.
Good night.
Good night. Your performance in The Rain Stain deserves the whole quartet of rainbows. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Barbara Stanwyck and Fred McMurray in Remember the Night with Beulah Bondi, Elizabeth Patterson, and Sterling Holloway. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in tonight's play were Martha Wentworth as the Maharani, Verna Felton as Mrs. Simon, Lou Merrill as Smiley, Jack Lewis as Lord Esquith, Lal Chand Mira as Rashid, Wyndham Standing as the Maharaja, and Thomas Mills as Bates. Kay Francis will be seen in the Universal picture, It's a Date, soon to be released. George Brent's forthcoming picture is the Warner Brothers production, Till We Meet Again. He is currently seen in Paramount's Adventure in Diamonds. Gene Parker will soon be seen in RKO's And So Goodbye. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Is it good?
Not bad at all.
Well, that's quite a compliment coming from you.
Dinty Moore beef stew.
But you never liked my food.
Oh, I like this all right.
It still has only 240 calories per 8-ounce serving.
You really like it?
Yep, just fine.
How about another helping?
Yep.
But now it's available in a microwavable bowl.
Where'd you plug that thing in?
Tucson.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air. On horseback. Or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Yeah, so then he says, you know, when I first started in business, there was a lot of dirty work to be cleaned up. And I says, oh, a lot of treachery, huh? He says, no, I started as the manager of a laundry.
I never know whether to believe you or not, Stubby. You seem to have an endless supply of jokes.
We've looked all over his house, Fred, but we haven't been able to find where he hides them.
I hide them right up here in my think tank. That's where I hide them. You think just 'cause the feller has white hairs all over his head that there ain't nothing going on inside?
Well, I'd never think that about you, old-timer.
How about you, Fred? How's business?
Oh, looking up, Bill, looking up.
Now what?
I was just thinking about the only way for a business to look up is for it to be flat on its back.
Yeah, well, there's one expression I'll never use again.
Well, come on, you young whippersnapper. Maybe Bill and Fred have the time to stand around and join, but those of us who work for a living have things to do.
I'll stop by the station later in the morning, Stubby. You know where you can reach me.
Maybe today I'll finally get at cleaning out that back room.
Are you cleaning that place again?
No, I'm cleaning it still. Goodbye, Bill. Stumpy.
Bye now.
So long, Henry.
So long!
Stumpy sure is a character, Bill. What would you do without him?
That's the question I try to put off thinking about, Fred. I can't imagine what the station would be like without the old-timer, his harmonica, and his jokes.
Yeah, well, how long do you think he'll be with the Rangers? I mean, before he retires.
That's hard to tell.
Well, doesn't his age start to show? Like when you have something especially energetic to do.
Well, again, Fred, I'll have to say that I just don't know. You see, even if Stumpy were slowing up a bit, his experience makes up for it. He's always one of the first to locate difficulties and solve the kind of problems we run up against. So, you see, Fred, I just don't know.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He's got enough sense to retire when the time comes.
Sure. But I'm certain he'll be with us for a good couple of years yet before he retires.
Good morning, Mr. Hayes, Mr. Jefferson.
Good morning, Mrs. Purdy.
Morning, Mrs. Purdy.
My, isn't it a lovely morning? I came out to shop right early just to enjoy it all the more.
Yes, it is. I was just saying a little while ago that business is about to start looking up. I wasn't going to use that expression, was I? Well, anyway, the coming of the nice weather brings more business to the stores.
Oh, you haven't been doing very well this winter?
Oh, no, it isn't that. I've done fine. It's just that the overall volume will probably pick up.
Oh, now that's all right. I understand perfectly. You don't have to talk about it.
But...
Bill, just as I was coming up, you were talking about somebody retiring. Wouldn't be dear Stumpy now, would it?
Retiring? Oh, that. We were just speculating as to how long it would be before he might retire.
Expect it soon, do you?
Oh, I'm afraid not. If I know Stumpy, he'll never be ready to retire.
Uh-huh. Well, it's been nice chatting with you. I really must be going.
Good morning, Mrs.
Bye,
Purdy.
Mrs. Purdy.
Good day, gentlemen.
I suppose it's just the way she is, but she sure tries to nose in on everybody else's affairs. You know, Marion tells me she's the biggest gossip in Knotty Pine.
That wouldn't be a bit of gossip itself, would it?
Yeah, you're right, Bill. Sorry.
A long time ago, I saw what dangerous things can happen from a bit of gossip, Fred.
I know what you mean.
Well, this is no time to preach on the subject. I've got to get over to the bank, then to the station. Nice bumping into you, Fred.
Hey, likewise, Bill. Listen, give us a call sometime. We'd enjoy seeing you more often.
Is it really the best brand?
It's the only brand of that stuff we carry, ma'am.
Well, all right, I'll try it this once.
Amelia, I thought I recognized your voice.
Charlotte, how good to see you. Say, Charlotte, have you ever tried these?
Yes, we did once. Why?
Well, I was just making up my mind whether or not to buy them. How did you like them?
As I remember, Herb thought they were all right, but I didn't like them.
Oh, I guess I'll let them go. Oh, say, have you heard the latest from over at the ranger station?
Land sakes, I didn't even know they did anything that might even interest me. What is it?
Well, I don't think I ought to be telling anybody this, Charlotte, but you're such a close friend. I know you won't let it get around. I overheard Bill Jefferson telling Fred Hayes this morning, right outside Fred's door, that Stumpy Jenkins is retiring.
No.
I heard Bill himself say it.
Knew Stumpy was getting up in years, but
I
didn't...
it might not be as simple as all that, Charlotte.
Oh?
That's right. I only asked a few simple questions about it, but it seemed to me that Bill was awfully evasive.
You mean you think they might be forcing Stumpy out?
I wouldn't want to be the one to say it, but he did say that he was afraid Stumpy wouldn't retire on his own. Well, what does that sound like to you?
Terrible. Just terrible. A fine man like Stumpy Jenkins being forced out of work. Wait till my Herb hears about this.
Oh, I wouldn't tell anyone about it, Charlotte. I mean, I might be wrong, but I've only told you what I've heard.
Don't worry, Amelia. Thanks very much for letting me in. I'm sure it will come as a shock to the whole town. A fine man like
Stumpy? A fine man like Stumpy Jenkins?
That's exactly what I told Amelia. It's shocking. To think that Bill Jefferson is practically throwing him out. I always thought Bill was such a nice man.
He was always straight with me. Maybe they've had some sort of disagreement. Can't think of any other reason.
Of course, that would explain it. I'll get it, Herb. You just finish your dessert. Hello? Oh, hello, Bertha. No, we were just finishing. Oh, that's all right. What's that? Tonight? Oh, yes, I'd forgotten. This is the night the town council is meeting. Yes, her plan's on going. Is Ed? Uh-huh. Well, sure, I'd like to get together. Have I got news to tell you? What? Oh, it can wait till I see you. Well, if I tell you what it's about, I'll have to tell you the whole thing. Oh, all right. It seems that over at the ranger station, Bill Jefferson and Stumpy Jenkins have had a fight. That's right. And because Bill is chief ranger over there, it seems that he's firing him.
We don't know that for certain, Charlotte.
Just a minute, dear. I'm on the phone. Oh, no, Bertha. Herb just shouted something to me. What's that? Of course it's true. Amelia Purdy heard the whole thing this morning herself. We'll talk more about it tonight, Bertha. I'll see you then. Thanks for calling, dear. Goodbye.
My, the way you men have been chatting among yourselves, you'd think this was a ladies' meeting. Well, I can see that I'm going to have to throw aside Roberts and his rules and start with new business. I do that just so I can find out what it is that you're all talking about.
We're talking about this shake-up over at the ranger station, Your Honor. We're wondering whether the town council ought to take any official action on the subject.
Well, that's a good question. I can't even think of an answer for it. But maybe if one of you gentlemen would let me in on what this shake-up's all about, I could help us come to a decision.
Well, Your Honor, it seems our wives have scooped us on this story. We've just been putting the pieces together. As near as we can figure it, Mrs. Purdy was walking by the ranger station this morning early and heard Bill Jefferson and Stumpy Jenkins really going at it.
Going at it?
Well, fighting, as near as we can make out.
I find that a little hard to believe.
Well, so do we, except for the fact that Bill is making Stumpy retire from the Rangers.
Is that so?
That's right, Your Honor. I don't like to come right out and accuse Bill of anything. He's always been straight with me, but it sure sounds like he's pulling rank on the old-timer.
Has anyone actually talked to Bill or Stumpy about this?
I saw Bill this morning, Your Honor.
Was any of this mentioned?
I wish I could remember exactly what happened. I never gave it a thought until I came here tonight, and...
What do you mean, Fred?
Well, it seems to me that we did mention Stumpy's retiring. I can't remember what was said.
And this was in a direct conversation with Bill?
That's right.
It's beginning to sound as though there's something to it.
Of course there's something to it. There may be a lot of kidding about nosy wives, but our wives wouldn't deliberately start anything like this.
Besides, Fred says that even Bill mentioned it.
Seems to me we ought to put Bill in his place. I don't like him pulling rank on the old man and getting rid of him just because they've had a little fight.
That's the way I think so. Oh, gentlemen. You know, as I see it, we don't have any business meddling in Ranger affairs. I know how y'all feel about Stumpy. I feel the same way. But I don't think it'll be wise to try to tell the Rangers how to run their affairs.
But, Your Honor, what if Bill gets away with it?
Yeah, that's the point.
Well, if he gets away with it, he'll have to look himself in the face the rest of his life. But there may be other ways than coming right out and saying something to him about it.
What do you mean, Mayor? What do you have in mind, Your Honor?
Well, we all like Stumpy a whole lot now, don't we?
Sure do.
Enough, maybe, to have a testimonial dinner for him?
That's an idea.
You see, if the whole town gets behind the idea that Stumpy's really a swell fellow, Bill can't help but see what a mistake he's making.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah, that's right.
As a matter of fact, we might even go a step further in pushing Bill to his senses.
How are you going to do that, Your Honor?
Why not have Bill, because he's known Stumpy for so long, why not have him give the main speech of the evening in praise of Stumpy?
Wow. That's a corker. Good idea, Your Honor. As for the dinner of the main speaker, I so move.
Agreed?
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Herb and Fred, I'm appointing you a committee of two to make the necessary arrangements. Because we'll have to move fast to avert any action to get rid of Stumpy, any plans you make will be okay with me, and no need to tag.
Greta-who?
Gret along, little doggy, Gret along.
You sure sound chipper today, Stumpy.
And why not? All week people seem to have been going out of their way to be nice to me. Can't figure out why, but can't say a mind.
Huh? You and Bill ought to get together. Maybe some of your cheer would rub off on him.
Huh? Why?
Oh, he was just in here. Seems to be feeling pretty low.
Oh? Well, what's the matter?
Didn't say. You know how Bill is. He doesn't bother anybody with his problems, but I think it's the way people seem to be acting toward him. Have you noticed?
Can't say I have. Where'd he go?
I think he's gone over to Sam's for lunch. You could probably find him there.
I think I will. Thanks, Henry.
Why, Stumpy Jenkins, how nice to see you.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Rogers. Nice day.
Nicer now. There's something about your happy face that brightens the day.
I didn't even know I was smiling.
I don't know how Bill can do it.
Huh?
Oh, I know I'm not supposed to know about it, but the whole town does.
No? About what?
About your trouble with Bill.
What are you talking about?
I knew you'd be this way, but it's no good. We all know about your fight and the awful way he's forcing you to retire from the Rangers.
But you couldn't know...
Oh, dear, I've let the cat out of the bag, haven't I? I really must run along before I say any more. Just remember, Stumpy, we're all behind you.
What's she talking about? Bill and me fight. Retire. Mind if I join you for lunch, Bill?
You seem to be the only one who wants to, Stumpy. Sit down. Maybe you can explain this cold shoulder treatment I've been getting for the last couple of days. Even Sam hardly says more than to get my order.
There are a couple of things that I've got puzzling me, too. Maybe we could put them all together and make something out of it.
Okay, shoot.
Well, on the way over here just now, I ran into Mrs. Rogers. She said the strangest things about you and me fighting and making me retire from the Rangers, and that the whole town was behind me in this. All I want to know is what's up.
She said all that?
That's right.
Well, if such a thing were true, I could understand why the people of Knotty Pine would be down on me. But where would they get such an idea as that?
Beats me. I can't remember having a fight with you since the ones we used to demonstrate for those life-saving courses.
And as I remember, you always won.
So it did.
Hello, Stumpy. I thought I recognized your laugh. I didn't notice you were in here, too, Bill.
Shouldn't I be?
Oh, nothing of the kind.
But you were surprised. Like our sitting here together was the last thing you expected. Sit down, Mayor. Stumpy and I have a few things to ask you.
So that's the whole story, Bill. Naturally, I was surprised to see you two eating and laughing together.
It's unbelievable. How does a thing like that start?
I'm sure I can't tell you, Bill. I've told you the details just as they got to me, and I don't think I've added anything to them.
That's probably the whole thing right there. Somehow, somewhere, a comment or something got started, and everybody added their bit.
And look at the way it developed.
Bill, I'm sorry to have had any part in this at all. I'll call a special meeting of the town council and cancel all plans for the dinner. I'll also make it very clear what I think of the whole rumor.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to offer another suggestion.
Well, whatever you say, Bill.
If it's all right with you, let's go through with the dinner as planned.
Go through with it?
That's right. I'm sure most of Knotty Pine will turn out for it, including all the steps in the rumor. I don't know of a better way to get them all together at one time.
Once you get them all together, what you going to do?
I'm supposed to be the main speaker, right?
Yes, you are. Oh, I see. You can use the opportunity to set a few things straight.
Exactly. That is, if Stumpy doesn't mind his testimonial dinner being used that way.
Mind? I hope you'll have something for me to do in it. This is the best idea I've heard in a long time.
Well, in that case, I won't say a thing to anyone. We'll all go on as though the story were true about you and Stumpy.
Fine. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, that's all right, Bill. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have a hard time waiting to attend this dinner. Looks like it's going to prove to be the most unusual dinner Knotty Pine City Council has ever sponsored. Looks like everyone's about done, Bill. Maybe we should start the proceedings, huh?
Whenever you say, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. I'll introduce you. Folks, when it came to choosing the man best suited to tell us what Stumpy Jenkins was really like, well, there wasn't any choice at all. He spends most of his days, most of the time, most of the year and knows him. Well, almost like they were one person. Of course, I'm referring to our speaker tonight, Chief Ranger Bill Jefferson.
Thank you. Ever since the mayor and I first spoke of this evening, I've been looking forward to it with a great deal of pleasure. In trying to decide what to do with the time allotted me this evening to best present what I feel Stumpy would once said, I hit on a game that we like to play. Now, I know this is a little unusual for an after-dinner speech, but I think its meaning will become clearer as we begin to play. This is one of Stumpy's favorite games, and maybe it'll become one of yours. I wonder if I could have 3 or 4 volunteers. Come on, don't be embarrassed.
Well, if Stumpy will enjoy it, I'll participate.
Good. Mrs. Purdy has volunteered her services. How about 2 or 3 more?
Come on, Herb. You heard Bill say it was one of Stumpy's favorite games.
No.
Come on.
Fine. Now maybe 1 more man, and we can begin the game.
What kind of a game is it?
Come on up, Ed. You can help us.
Oh, okay, why not?
Good. Now I believe we're all ready to play. Stumpy, do you want to tell the rules? We're playing Tell Me a Story.
I kind of thought that's what you were getting to. Well, I'll tell him. Bill there has got a picture of something. Now, one of you is going to take a long look at the picture, and then we'll put her away. Then the one who's looked at the picture tells one of the others what the picture is. And that one tells the next one, and so on, until the information has been passed to the last one.
Then what?
Then the last one tells what he's been told, and we take a look at the picture. That's when it gets pretty good.
Seems sort of senseless to me.
It'll take on all kinds of meaning before we're through, Herb.
Have you got a picture there, Bill?
Here it is. We'll all have a chance to see it later. I've had it blown up from a newspaper photograph.
Okay. Now suppose you all line up the way you volunteered. That's right, Mrs. Purdy. And then the Rogers. Then you, Ed. Good. Now I'll show the picture to Mrs. Purdy. And nobody else look.
Bill, I am beginning to see what this is all about.
I thought you would, Mayor.
Okay, Mrs. Purdy, have you seen it long enough?
Well, certainly. It's a simple enough photograph.
Good. Now, we'll just put it face down here on the table. And you tell Mrs. Rogers what's in the picture. Whisper so we can't hear you.
Where did you get the idea, Bill?
I read about it somewhere, Your Honor.
Certainly will come in handy tonight.
That's fine. Now, you tell Herb what you've just been told, Mrs. Rogers.
Well, all right, but I don't see the point of all this.
You'll be surprised. Go on now.
Say, Bill, how much longer does this game go on?
Only until the information's been passed all the way down the line.
You done?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Herb, you tell Ed what you've just heard, and we'll be able to check the whole thing with the original picture.
Well, I guess I might just as well finish it up.
Whisper now.
Okay.
Everybody's wondering what's on the picture, Bill. Will you tell us?
I'll let Ed tell everybody first. Then we'll take a look.
There! The picture has been explained all the way down the line.
All right. Now, Ed, suppose you tell us all what the picture has on it, as it's come to you.
Well, as I understand it, there's this poor beat-up store in a bad neighborhood.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Please, Mrs. Purdy, if you'll wait just a minute. Go ahead, Ed.
Well, this store must have been a pawn shop. It had a lot of junk in the windows. There's a cop standing by the front door telling the owner that his place has been condemned.
Anything else?
Well, that's about all I remember. Can we see the picture now?
I'm afraid you're all in for a surprise. Hold up the picture, Stumpy. Let Fred see it, too.
Okay, Bill.
Hey, that's a picture of my store. Why, that's my ad in tonight's paper.
Folks, I think what happened is rather easy to see. Possibly the word bargains on the window suggested to one of these ladies that the goods inside are less than the best. This led to the store becoming run down as the tale was passed between the others. The sailor, pictured here, looking into the window, became a police officer condemning the building.
By the time the picture had been told about down through those people, it wasn't anywhere near the same picture. Now, I know Fred wouldn't like his store to be thought of as a pawn shop in a poor section of town.
Sure wouldn't. The other day, another story finally made its way to us at the ranger station. One that had obviously been passed through many hands. It was a story about Stumpy and me. A story about how we fought and how I was going to fire him from the Rangers. Now, just as this picture changed a little at a time, so I presume did this story change a little at a time. But it ended so far removed from truth, it was almost impossible for us to believe.
Oh, I think that's exaggerated.
For the last couple of days, everybody in town has been more than usually nice to me and cold to Bill. We couldn't figure out why.
It may seem ridiculous to make such a fuss about a few harmless rumors, but when they can split a town and even turn a couple of close friends to wonder about each other, well, I don't call that harmless.
No, folks, I can't tell you what a nice feeling it gives me to think that all of you would come out tonight to a testimonial dinner for me. But it sure puts a chill into that warm feeling to think that there are folks who would spend their time putting together a story like that one about Bill and me.
Well, that pretty much is what we have to say. We don't mean to bawl anybody out. We're just glad it didn't do any more harm than it did. There was a missionary in India once who used to keep 3 questions in front of herself all the time. Maybe we could pass them on to you. They were, is it true? Is it kind? And is it necessary? I believe anyone would approve of conversation that passed those 3 tests. Well, as you can see, boys and girls, sometimes people can stir up more action inside their heads than a match in a dry forest. You remember that, won't you? Well, see you next week for more adventure with
Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute of Chicago.
Wednesday, Doogie's on a game show.
Actually, this is kind of fun, you know. I mean, I really don't care if I win.
Good, because you won't, egg brain.
Doogie Howser, MD, then.
Marty, we're young, we're healthy, the room's paid for.
Honey, really, you got to get back to work. You got to stop this, okay? And you got to give me the address of the guy who taught you this, because I want to send him a little gift.
Anything but love. Then.
All I think about is you. Where have you been all my life?
Just love the one you're with, baby.
China Beach, Wednesday.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
From Hollywood, the George Burns and Gracie Allen Show for Hormel and Spam. Crazy people. Spam, rebop, boom, spam. George Burns and Gracie Allen are the show when it's orchestra for singing glee. We're the Smoothies Three. Last but not least, with Bud Heason. Burns and Allen night at your house brings another gay show and a suggestion for a grand lunch. Serve Spamwiches. Just open a can of Spam, cut slices of this tender, delicious meat, and put between slices of bread. Use your own imagination, too, because Spam is taste-tempting meat that goes perfectly with plain ketchup, cream cheese, chopped olive, or any favorite fixing. Spamwiches always make a hit. In Boston tomorrow, the American Legion Convention Parade will last all day. The Legion marching units will be served Spamwiches with the compliments of Hormel, lucky Legionnaires. So have a grand time in Boston, buddies, and enjoy those Spamwiches. Satisfying food that tastes well and sticks to the ribs. To those in the rest of the nation, we suggest you try Spamwiches for lunch tomorrow. Just remember to ask your food dealer for Spam, a Hormel product. The stars of our own Spam convention, George and Gracie.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Gracie.
Hello, Bud. That certainly was a pretty girl you were with last night.
Oh, Gracie, last night I was with you.
I know. Well, that's a nice complimentary little opening. Bud, why didn't you take me to Ciro's? It's such a nice place. It only costs $10.
Well, Gracie, you know how I am about going to a place that's full of picture stars and big personalities.
You mean you're a little shy?
Yeah, about $10.
Listen, I've got some swell news for everybody. Oh, what is it, Poopsie?
Gracie, I'm no longer Poopsie.
No?
From now on, I'm Snoopsie.
Oh.
I've just been asked to write a guest column for Ed Sullivan,
Who's that?
the newspaper columnist.
I never heard of him.
He's read all over.
Oh, an Indian.
When I say he's read all over, I mean he's syndicated.
Oh, I was syndicated once.
You were?
On my left arm. Want to see the scar?
No. You mean vaccinated.
Oh.
When a columnist is syndicated, it means they run all over the country.
Oh, you mean like Eleanor Roosevelt?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Anyway, I'm writing this column, and if you hear of any gossip, let me know. You see, I'd like to see you very
Well, listen to this.
You got something?
Well,
let's hear it.
Did you hear about Gene Autry?
Gene Autry?
Mm-hmm.
No. What about him?
His horse is going around Hollywood wearing dark glasses.
His horse is wearing dark glasses?
Yeah, he doesn't want to be recognized. He's ashamed.
Ashamed of what?
Well, it's supposed to be one of Crosby's horses.
Well, that's a nice bit of news. Say, Artie, you ought to know some gossip. You've got a house right in the middle of the movie colony.
Yeah, that's right, George. Ann Sheridan lives on one side of me.
Who lives on the other side?
Who cares?
Well, can you tell me anything about Sheridan?
Well, every night as soon as she rushes up to her room, I rush up to mine.
What happened?
I don't know. She's always a shade ahead of me.
Well, thanks, Artie. So far, I've got nothing for my column.
George,
Yes?
come here.
Oh, you got something.
Now, I don't want Artie Shaw to hear this, but
Step away.
this is really scandal.
Mm-hmm.
He was at a party the other night, and he got a certain girl out in the garden by telling her he'd teach her how to play the clarinet.
Yeah.
And that she gets sore.
Why?
He taught her how to play the clarinet.
Who was the girl?
Well, I don't want to mention any names, but would you like to hear me play Dinah?
Later. Right now, I've got a column to write, you see.
Señor Burns, yo tengo una noticia para el periódico ese de los...
Artie, what does your guitar player send you all these things?
Well, George, you know, we're playing at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco, and he's sore because he's not staying at the Palace.
I see.
So I got him a room at a little Spanish hotel, the El Flaco.
The El Flaco?
Sí, some hotel. 50 cents a day, and for 25 cents extra, they throw in your breakfast.
What's wrong with that?
They have to throw it in through the transom?
Look, senor, the El Flaco's a nice hotel. Every room has a bath.
With lukewarm water.
Lukewarm water? You mean lukewarm water. Leak means it comes through the ceiling.
That's the El Flaco.
Now, boys, I just as soon not
Say,
have...
you know, I was born in San Francisco.
I know that, Gracie, but I've got to get a column,
Hey,
you see.
George, if you want things to write up about, go up there. San Francisco is big. In fact, it's one of the most beautiful cities in this part of the country.
Well, why are you whispering?
I don't want Los Angeles to hear me.
Say, Salman.
Yes, Mr. Burns.
Well, maybe you know of a little scandal. You've been working in the studio for years.
Yes, and what a job. 4 years in Harvard, and this is what I do for a living.
Look, disappointed Einstein. Have you got anything for my column?
Well, here's a little item that might prove of interest. It concerns marine life, the creative and amatory instincts of the species Crustacea mollusca. To you, oysters.
Well, thanks. But, Soundman, there's nothing interesting in the life of an oyster.
Mr. Burns, you'd be surprised what goes on under those shells.
You people don't seem to understand. Ed Sullivan wanted a big radio comedian to write his column, and today he asked me.
What made him change his mind?
Look, I've got to get this column finished. But don't you know a little scandal?
Well, I'm not the one to talk, but I met a certain Hollywood star the other day, and she invited me up to her apartment.
Well, now, getting something.
Yeah. She brought out a plate of sandwiches, and I ate about 2 or 3. Then she looked into my eyes, and I looked into hers.
Uh-huh.
Suddenly, she turned out the lights.
Well, what happened?
I'm no fool. I ate the rest of the sandwiches.
Who was this beautiful girl?
Want to hear me play Dinah?
Oh. It was you, Gracie, don't you know something about Hollywood that would interest millions of readers all over the country?
Oh, no. Nothing outside of that accident.
Accident? What accident?
Well, last Saturday night, Jimmy Durante was driving to the movies when suddenly his head started rolling from side to side.
His head started rolling from side to side?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, they rushed him to a doctor.
Well, what did the doctor do?
Well, he just took his nose out of the windshield wiper and then he went on to the movies.
And now, the Smoothies, Bab, Charlie, and Little will sing That's For Me.
Light-hearted, gay kind of charm you display. That's for me. The wonderful, sly little trick with your eye. That's for me. What a feather in my hat if I could gratify your wish. Do you like the movies? Or what is your favorite dish? The tilt of your chin when you chuckle or grin. That's for me. You might as well know that wherever you go, there I'll be. Just make sure you keep your heart alone and fancy free. No one else can have it. That's for me. Listen, Dads, we want to tell you something.
Well, let me tell her, huh, Charlie?
Little, what you say means nothing. Now, if we can get together and work this thing out.
I wish you would so I'd know what you're talking about.
You've got pretty blonde hair and big brown eyes.
Ooh, that's for me.
A funny little nose that's just the right size.
Ooh, that's for me.
Kissable lips and a cute little grin.
I've been told I'm not fat.
Well, you're not too thin.
Oh, gracious, you boys will have my head in a whirl.
Oh, Babs, we were rehearsing for some other girl.
Who?
Gracie Allen.
You mean that's not for me?
You're aloof from the rest. We love you the best.
That's for me.
That's for me. The tilt of your chin when you chuckle or grin. That's for me. That's for me. You might as well know that wherever you go, there I'll be. Just make sure you keep your heart alone and fancy free. No one else can have it, cannot live without it. That's for me.
I know that, Gracie. But I can't use a news item like that. What if he did elope with a girl on the second floor?
Well, he was supposed to elope with a girl on the fourth floor, but the ladder didn't reach.
Gracie, that wouldn't interest Sullivan's readers.
And then they started throwing rice at them, and the rice was very gooey.
Rice isn't gooey.
It is when it's in chow mein.
Well, that's certainly using your noodle.
Oh.
That's my only joke. I bet if I had some stuff, I'd be a scream.
Oh, sure. George, here's a news flash. Why don't you tell about George Jessel getting married?
That's old stuff.
Well, he is, but she isn't.
So far, I haven't got one item. A fine bunch of nincompoops around here.
Oh,
well, you shouldn't have any trouble, George. After all, the column's only about 1,000 words. Just write what you're thinking about.
Say, that's a good idea. I'll just speak my mind.
That's right. What are you going to do for the other 999 words?
Artie, are you trying to create the impression that I've got an empty head?
Don't pay any attention to him, George. There's nothing in it.
Well, stop helping me.
Senor Burns, if you want to get even with Senor Shaw, why don't you pound him in your column? Just say he's got a face like yours.
You call that a pan?
You call that a face?
I can't see anything wrong with my face.
Well, maybe that's on account of you're in back of it.
Gracie, I'd like a few lines I could use in my column.
Well, let's see. Huey Salas is in town.
Huey Salas? Who is Huey Salas?
Oh, he's taking Professor Quiz's place on the radio, that's all.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Huey Salas is taking Professor Quiz's place, huh? Well, I'd better go out and wire this to Sullivan. Salman, will you open the door?
Please, Mr. Burns, would you mind opening it yourself? I'm watching one of my pet oysters.
Well, is it a male oyster or a female oyster?
Mr. Burns, that would only interest another oyster.
I get the blue point.
Huey Salas. Gee, Gracie, he's that gangster the police are looking for.
Gangster?
Yes. What made you say he's going to take the place of Professor Quiz?
Well, that's what it said in the paper. Huey Salas wanted for questioning.
Well, I read about him, and he's really a bad guy. He's in that restaurant racket. He gets a penny on every plate of soup that's sold.
Gee, can you imagine 50 million people eating soup?
Boy, what a racket. Hello?
George Burns there.
No, he's outside covering Huey Salas.
When I get there, they'll be covering George Burns. This is Huey Salas.
Oh.
Gracie, that Salas is really a bad man. He's a gangster. He'll put the finger on George.
Oh, yeah, that would be terrible.
Yeah.
George is so ticklish.
Well, I got that Huey Salas item in the column. Sullivan says it's great. I can't wait to read it in the paper tomorrow.
Oh, we're not going to dig you up just for that.
You don't have to dig up anything from me. I've got my own news.
Well, don't worry, George. No matter what happens, we'll all be behind you.
Oh, thanks.
Walking slowly.
What's the matter with you people? I never get any cooperation here. I feel like leaving the program and going where I'm appreciated.
Hello? Sam's Sweetheart speaking. What? What? You say whenever George leaves the program, you have an opening for him?
Well.
Oh, all right. Goodbye.
Who is that?
Forest Lawn Cemetery.
And now Artie Shaw will play My Romance.
Un momento, maestro, por favor, no podemos tocar mejor otra cosa, no.
Wait a minute. Senor Lee, what's bothering you?
I do not like that number, maestro. I like ballads like Jimmy with the dark brown hair.
You mean Jeannie with the light brown hair?
She bleached it again?
Look, senor, I'm boss. When I pick a number, I want you to play it.
But I do not like that number. Why don't you play songs like Stardust or Indian Love Call or Mamá yo quiero, mamá yo quiero, mamá yo quiero chupar una chupeta, una chupeta, una chupeta que le vamos al niño a dar. Mamá, mamá, mamá yo quiero, mamá yo quiero. Mamá, yo quiero chupar una chupeta, una chupeta, una chupeta que le vamos al niño a dar. Mamá, 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 me quiere abrazar, mamá, me quiere ya besar. Ya no puedo más resistir, si no vienes, no aseguro que me pasa, mamá, se quiere ya casar. Ya me pregunto, está sentada a mi lado, ya me tiene abrazado, ya me besó.
Well, Senor Lee, that was terrific. That, oh, my, she's making eyes at me. Ho, 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 ho. Tonight I'm really in the groove.
You mean in the grave.
Now, quiet. Gracie, will you answer that phone?
Hello? Gracie Allen. Sam's Meatheart and Bisquick's Beauty speaking.
Bisquick's Beauty?
Please, Judge. What? Wasn't that you said, Betty? Oh, I think so too, Betty. Well, sure. They'll make a grand pair. Yes. Oh, they get along swell. Oh, that's wonderful, Betty. Goodbye.
Gracie, is it something I can put in my column?
George, that was Betty Crocker, General Mills' famous cooking expert.
She's getting married?
No, but Spam and Bisquick waffles are.
I see.
Is that a combination? Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy.
Well, what is this?
Mr. Byrne. Well, let me begin by informing you that two of America's most popular food products get together to bring a grand taste surprise. Spam and Bisquick waffles. It's marvelous. Golden, fluffy waffles topped by a hearty chunk of melting butter and surrounded with sizzling hot slices of lightly browned Spam. The crisp flavor, the juicy, meaty taste of Spam, the delicious appeal of Bisquick waffles, and the syrup sweetness make a perfect meal. Easy to fix, too. Just open a can of Spam, S-P-A-M, grand-tasting meat that's all ready to eat, and fry slices quickly in a hot pan. Save more time by making your waffles with Bisquick, as you get most of your ingredients already combined in this easy-to-use General Mills product. The simple recipe for waffles comes right on the package. Try Spam and Bisquick waffles soon. Get a can or two of Spam, a Hormel product, and a package of Bisquick when you shop tomorrow. You'll be all set to give your family a swell taste surprise.
Spam and waffles, they sure taste fine. Try this meal, it saves you time.
Look, Gracie, the paper is going to press soon. I better get some more news for that column.
Oh, Judge, I know something that'll kill you.
What's that?
Huey Salas.
Huey Salas?
Yeah, he's a racketeer. He's a gangster.
Yeah, George, we might as well tell you that while you were out, he phoned and said he was coming up and take care of you.
Well, all I did was mention his name in my guest column.
Well, that's what he's burned up about. You know, he's really a tough guy. I read in the paper that once a bomb exploded in his back pocket and he didn't even feel it.
Sounds like one of the dead end kids.
So, what am I going to do? I better call the police for protection. Operator, get me the police department.
Hello, police department. Sergeant Mahoney speaking.
Well, this is George Burns. Will you come out right away? I'm in a lot of trouble.
We'll protect you.
Well, there's a gangster coming out after me.
Don't worry.
His name is Huey Salas.
Wrong number.
Oh, how do you like that? Even the police are afraid of him. Artie, play a number. Gee, what am I going to do?
George. Hey, Snoopsy, come out from under the piano. He's not here yet.
Oh, just tying my shoe, not I'm afraid.
Well, your troubles are over, George. I got this sawed-off shotgun for you from my brother.
Now, let me try it. Fine sawed-off shotgun. Doesn't work.
Oh, well, how do you like that? You sawed off the wrong end.
Now, look, you got me into this mess and you... Oh, boy, that must be Huey Salas. What'll I do?
Just hide in my wardrobe closet.
Wardrobe closet?
Yes, just push those dresses back.
Okay.
Come in.
I'm Huey Salas. Where's George Burns?
Oh, he's not here.
I know he's here, and if any one of you make a move, you're dead.
Oh, we're dead. How can we move? That's the silliest thing that I'm hearing.
Shut up.
Say, he's pretty.
You better not touch Mr. Burns or the police will get hold of you.
The police? Ha! Every time they put me in jail, I break out.
Well, maybe you're eating too many strawberries.
Where is George Burns? I'm going to rub him out.
You're going to do what, senor?
Rub. How you be?
Oh, I'm fine. How you be?
You people better come clean. I know he's here, and you better tell me what he's hiding. Is he behind the piano?
No.
Is he behind the bass drums?
No.
Is he in the audience?
No. Ask me if he's in the wardrobe closet.
Is he in the wardrobe closet?
No. Yes.
Oh. So that's where he is, huh? Come out of that closet, I'll let you have it.
How do you like that? George is dressed up in Gracie's clothes.
Well, hello, everybody. Hello, Gracie, darling. Haven't you got a big smile for your Aunt Clara?
Why, Aunt Clara, I didn't recognize you without a shave. Meet a friend of mine. This is Huey Salas.
How do, Mr. Salas?
And Clara, huh? Those look like trousers sticking out from under the dress.
That's Aunt Clara. She wears the pants in her family.
And Clara, you wouldn't happen to know what George Burns is.
George Burns? Whatever happened to that lovely boy?
He's getting lovelier and lovelier.
I won't leave here until I find George Burns, putting my name in the papers. And when I do, I'll take his little neck and go, ah!
Oh!
What's the matter, Aunt Clara?
Oh, it's my girdle. It's killing me. I better get a two-way stretch.
Don't mention stretch. I just got through doing one.
Oh, I just adore bad men. You great big bad man, you.
Is he kidding?
You know, Clara, I've seen a lot of models in my time. You're not a bad-looking dish.
Oh, Huey.
Come here, babe.
No.
Come here, babe.
No. Come here. I'm coming. I'm coming, Huey.
Say, babe, you smell pretty classy. Is that fleur-de-lis $12 an ounce?
No, it's Corona, 3 for half.
Oh, Gracie, darling, you mustn't louse up Aunt Clara that way.
Come here, babe. Let's get chummy. Now tell me, whose little moll are you?
Yours, Huey.
Whose beautiful eyes are those?
Yours, Huey.
Whose little nose is that?
Yours, Huey.
Whose dimples are those?
Yours, Huey.
When you get to the dress, it's mine, Huey.
Oh, my girdle, it's killing me again.
Come on, babe. Let's go in the park. I'm going to take you for a ride.
Take me for a ride? For a ride? I've got to speak to my mother, Huey. I just can't go.
Come on, babe. You're going.
Oh. Well, does Huey Salas know that Aunt Clara is really George Burns? Is he taking her for a ride, or is he taking her for a ride? Will George Burns be killed? Will he be shot? Will he be thrown in the river? I hope not. It's my best friend.
I just want to remind you, friends, to try the new breakfast or supper hit, Spam and Waffles. While the waffles are in the iron, just open a can of Spam, cut off thin slices of this tender, juicy meat, and fry quickly in a hot pan. The delicious, meaty flavor of fried Spam, served sizzling hot, is a perfect companion to the golden brown, fluffy waffles topped by a chunk of melting butter. Serve Spam and Waffles soon. Be sure to ask for Spam, the meat of many uses, when you shop tomorrow.
Gee, Gracie, isn't it awful about George being taken for a ride?
Yeah, isn't it awful?
Isn't it awful? Isn't it awful?
Poor George. Good night.
Be with us again next Monday night, same time, same station, for another George Burns and Gracie Allen show with Artie Shaw and his orchestra and the Smoothies. Until then, this is Bud Heaston reminding you to remember that cold or hot, Spam hits the spot. Have you tried Hormel chili con carne? You may think you don't like chili, but chili con carne, the way Hormel makes it, is different, and everybody likes it. Double your money back if you don't like it. Try Hormel chili con carne.
Have a mother that you don't get along with, but you're finding out that you're acting more and more like her every day? If so, call the Oprah Winfrey Show at 591-8888 to reserve your seats in the studio audience. If family and friends are telling you that you've turned into your mother, call now. 591-8888.
Head of the class. Tonight, all starting at 8, 7 Central.
Dropouts who now call school home and their teachers family. A new program is keeping them on track. Watch Peter Jennings on ABC's World News tonight. And Thursday, she topped the pop charts in the 50s. In the 70s, an imposter using her name topped the obituaries. Now, Primetime Live finds a new imposter.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful Filipino valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling story, Madhouse Adventure. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our story, here's an important message. Since the inauguration of V-mail in June 1942, well over 500 million V-mail letters have been sent, and not one has been lost. And there's another important thing to remember. The only V-mail undeliverable today is that which is improperly addressed. Much improperly addressed mail, of course, eventually gets through. But at best, an incorrect or incomplete address can mean days or even weeks of delay. And to that boy of yours overseas, delays in receiving anticipated mail can bring bitter disappointment. So make sure that your letters are correctly and completely addressed, and send them V-mail. Then you'll know they'll be delivered. And now, the Green Hornet. The Norwegian tanker Hamar, en route to the United States in convoy, wallowed far behind the other ships due to the heavy storm which had come upon them in the dark, sultry night. With the coming of dawn, the storm abated. A Nazi submarine, its periscope skimming the surface, moved slowly through the water as its commander carefully brought the image of the ill-fated Hamar into the sights.
Our watchful waiting has been successful, Lieutenant. That Norwegian tanker is the only one in sight. It is wholly at our mercy.
I don't understand why we have followed that small Norwegian tanker, Herr Capitan. When there are other and bigger ships that have no doubt been lost from the convoy because of the storm last night.
We have a definite reason for boarding a Norwegian ship. I have no time to explain now. We must get on with our business.
Ready, torpedoes! Ready, torpedoes! Fire number one! Fire number one! Fire number two! Fire number two!
That tanker is a perfect target. Number one is hit.
Good shooting, Herr Capitan.
There goes number two. The tanker is in flames. We must get to the surface at once.
Surface submarine! Surface submarine!
Bring down the periscope, Lieutenant.
Yes, Herr Capitan.
Come, Lieutenant. We will go on deck. The tanker is going down fast. We must look for survivors.
Yes, the right, Herr Capitan. Lifeboat full of men. And full of others are left with one man on it.
Get to the machine guns. Lieutenant, that lifeboat will make a good target for you.
Yeah, I need the practice.
Look! He's pointing the machine gun!
Shoot, Lieutenant! Shoot!
I got them all, Herr Capitan. Shall I eliminate the one on the left now?
No, Lieutenant. We will take him aboard alive. Later, we shall get rid of him. Start engines. Half speed. Half speed. In a few minutes, we will reach that raft. We will take the man and the raft aboard. And in a short time, your great adventure will start. It's a good beginning. A very good beginning.
A short time later, the Nazi submarine again surfaced, and the commander stood on the deck giving instructions to the young lieutenant who listened intently.
The man whom we picked up was named Narvik, Peter Narvik, as you know. You have his identification badge. Remember, from now on, you are Peter Narvik from Trondheim, Norway, the only surviving member of the crew of the doomed tanker Hamar.
Yes, Herr Capitan. I shall remember.
The rubber raft bears the name of the ill-fated tanker. We will now set you adrift so that you will be picked up by the convoy escort, which are even now hunting for the Hamar. We will land you in America. At the first opportunity, you will contact a doctor whose name and address I have had you memorize.
I shall do my part, Herr Capitan. I shall not fail.
Very good. This time you leave before we are spotted. Come, get to the raft.
I hope they are not long in finding me, Herr Capitan. This raft is not too large.
They will find you all right. Good luck, Lieutenant. The Fuhrer will be proud of our success. Heil Hitler.
Heil Hitler.
2 weeks later, Britt Reed, young man about town and publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was busy in his office at the Sentinel building in a certain American city when Michael Axford, bodyguard to the wealthy young socialite and self-appointed reporter, entered.
Hello, Axford.
You sent for me, Reed?
Yes, sit down.
Sure, and I don't care if I do.
Don't tell me you're all worn out this early hour of the afternoon.
Well, not worn out exactly, but my feet are not as young as they used to be, Reed. They sort of begin squawking along about this time of day, that they do.
It's a new one on me, Axford. Well, while you're resting those feet of yours, I'll tell you what I want you to do.
Something with a lot of walking, no doubt.
No, not necessarily. You can take a cab and charge it on your expense account.
That's more like it. Where am I to go and for what, may I be asking?
We have a story in the Sentinel about the Norwegian seaman, young Narvik. And
Him. Sure, he's the guy who was the only one that got saved from that Norwegian tanker.
Yes, Lowry interviewed him over at the hospital where they sent him for arrest.
I read the story in this morning's Sentinel. Why didn't Lowry ask him what happened to the rest of the crew, Reed?
Evidently you didn't read it all, Axford. Narvik stated that they all went down in the explosion. He was blown into the water, found the raft, and later was picked up, the only survivor.
Sure, and I'd say he had the luck of the Irish with him, that he did.
It's Norwegian luck, as I see it. Anyway, Axford, I've been thinking that Narvik might have some stories to tell about his life in Norway. That is before he escaped the Nazi invasion. I want you to go over to see him. And if you can get him to tell some of his past adventures...
Sure, now you should have sent me in the first place. I'd have gotten all that in the first interview.
Not so sure. Anyway, go on over there this afternoon and have a talk with him. Tell him we'll be willing to pay him for a series of articles.
Okay. I'll find out all about him, that I will. I think you've got something there, Reed.
Well, I'm glad you approve. And, Axford, let Narvik do the talking, will you? Remember, he won't be interested in hearing about your adventures.
Say, now is that any way to be talking?
Skip it, Axford, and get going. It's getting late.
Okay, Reed. I'll get a series of stories from young Narvik that'll double the circulation of the Sentinel. That I will.
That remains to be seen, Axford. I'll be waiting to see what you really do get. Let me know when you get back.
Say, he's at City Hospital, isn't he?
That's right.
Okay. Be seeing you, Reed. So long.
Oh, please, pardon me.
Sure. Well, now are you coming out first or am I getting in first?
I'm in a hurry, if you don't mind.
Sure, the way these young guys go busting in and out of doorways these days. And all over the feet of anyone who happens in their way, too. Sure, I'd be limpid the rest of the day, that I will.
City Hospital. Just a moment, I'll connect you. Oh, may I help you, sir?
Who, me? Oh, yes. I came to see that foreign sailor guy, young Narvik. You see, I'm a reporter from the Daily Sentinel.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but Mr. Narvik is no longer here.
Not here, you say? Where did he go?
Oh, that I couldn't say. As a matter of fact, he just went out.
Just went out? Thanks.
City Hospital. One moment, sir. I'll connect you.
No politeness at all that any of these young whippersnappers got. What's the world coming to, I'd like to know. Sure, it was just my luck to miss that guy. Say, now. That looks like Narvik coming out of that drugstore. He's going for that cab. I'd better get to him before... Hey there, wait a minute! Hey, taxi!
Where to, buddy?
Follow that cab, the one up at the corner, and hurry. Don't let him out of your sight.
Yeah, we still got him in sight, buddy. Say, are you a detective or something, maybe?
Sure, and if I was a detective, I wouldn't be telling you. If I wasn't, it isn't any of your business anyhow.
Okay, you needn't get huffed over it. I kind of do a little detecting myself. Sort of sideline. Driving a cab gets monotonous, if you know what I mean.
Monotonous is the word, me good man.
See, you ain't so dumb as you look, are you?
Of course not. So you do some detecting, do you?
Sure. I took a correspondence course. Got my diploma last week, too.
Is that so now?
Sure, but nothing ever happens in my cab. Nothing suspicious, that is. So I ain't got nothing to detect. That's why I thought maybe
Calm down. I ain't chasing that guy as you think.
You ain't chasing him? Look, buddy, in the book it says when one car's racing after another, it's suspicious. And to me, it's chasing, too.
Watch where you going, Sherlock. I just want to talk to the guy in that other cab, see?
Yeah, but I want to... Hey, look, they're turning in that gate up there.
Well, hurry up and go in after them. Step on it.
But are you sure you want to go in there, bud?
Sure I want to go in. Why shouldn't I?
Because that's a nut house, mister. One of them dumps where they take crazy people.
Say now, are you sure?
I'm positive. You still want to turn in?
Nut or no nut, I'm going to talk to that guy. Turn in. The other cab's left already.
Yeah, and the guy you was following us went in already, too. That's 80 cents, buddy.
Wait till I get me wallet out. There. Now, let's see. 80 cents, you say?
Right.
Sure, I thought I had some bills in this tin.
Hey, now, you ain't trying to hand me that line.
Hold
about
on,
not
hold
having-
on. I've got plenty of change in me pocket someplace. Where's some time like this one? Yeah. Here you are.
Oh, that's 80 cents even. Huh. Thanks for nothing.
Sure, I wouldn't insult a graduated detective by offering him a tip. That I wouldn't.
Baloney.
Well, now
Hey! Me wallet! Come back here!
I left my wallet on the back seat with all my stuff in it. I'll call from inside and tell the taxi company. Yeah. So this is a nut house, is it? Well, I hope I find somebody.
Yes? What is it?
Good afternoon to you, my good man. I came to see a man who came...
Sorry, but visiting hours are over.
Well, here now, wait a minute. I came here to see the young fellow who just came in. I followed him all the way here from downtown. That I did. It's that Narvik chap. He just went in.
Oh, you say you followed him here, hmm? Well, come in. Now, wait here, please. I'll tell the doctor you've come.
The doctor?
Yes. I'm sure Dr. Breslau is the one who should talk to you. Wait right here.
Huh. Maybe that driver was kidding me about this being a place of crazy people. Looks just like a gloomy old home to me.
Is this the man you spoke of, Carl? Yes, Doctor. He was asking for someone by the name of Narvik.
Sure. He came in here just before I did. A tall, blond young guy
You're
who was...
mistaken. There's no one here by that name. Neither did anyone come in recently except yourself.
Now, do you think I'm crazy?
Well, now, that may be it exactly. Perhaps you're the new patient we're expecting.
Say, I saw that guy come in
You
here.
see, Carl, he has hallucinations.
Yes, so I observed, Doctor.
Here now, you two are trying to put something over on me, that's what.
Ah, he also suffers from a persecution complex.
Mm-hmm. So I noticed, Doctor.
Listen to me, both of you. If you don't stop this, I'll wring your necks. That I will.
A very dangerous case. Paranoidal tendencies, Carl. We must get him into confinement at once. Come, Carl.
Hey, let me go. You go.
Now, Carl, get one of the orderlies to help you carry this inquisitive man to a padded cell.
Yeah.
If it happens that he does know the lieutenant is not the real Narvik, he will not be able to tell anyone else.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. This year, it's more important than ever to waste no food. Home canning will preserve that extra food growing in your victory garden. If you canned food at home last year, you'll know how much your family enjoyed those good fruits and vegetables last winter. If you're new to the ranks of home canners, your government is ready to help you. The Department of Agriculture in Washington has prepared a booklet on home canning, which they'll be glad to send to you upon request. You may also write to your state agricultural college. They'll be glad to give you a helping hand. Remember, food is one of the most vital weapons we have in the struggle for freedom. The part you play in helping your country in this crisis is an important one. Prepare for next winter by canning fruits and vegetables this summer. And now back to our story. That evening, Britt Reed went to the outer office where Lenore Case, his secretary, was finishing her work for the day.
Have you heard anything from Axford, Miss Case?
Oh, no, Mr. Reed. I called the city room just a few minutes ago, but they haven't heard from him, and, well, he hasn't phoned here.
I wonder what's taking him so long to get that interview from Narvik. He left for the hospital early this afternoon.
Yes, I know.
You can let the rest of those letters go until morning, Miss Case.
Well, I'll finish this one before I leave. That sounded like somebody knocking on the door. Why should anyone knock? Come in.
Excuse me, lady.
Come right in. You didn't have to knock to come in here, you know.
Oh, well, you never know what you're running into when you go opening doors without knocking.
What can I do for you?
Oh, yeah. Look, I brung this up. The guy left it in my cab this afternoon. I read the address in it, and I decided this was the place, see? Good detecting, ain't it?
Why, this is Axford's wallet.
Telling the driver to wait a moment, Miss Case took the wallet into Britt Reed. They returned to the outer office and questioned the driver. A phone call to the Breslau clinic resulted in the information that no such person as Axford had been there that afternoon.
They said that no such person had been there today, Mr. Reed.
Hey, they must be nuts.
That's Axford's wallet, all right. Are you sure that's where you took him?
Yes, so help me, mister. I drove him right to the door, and I saw him go up the steps. Or else maybe I ought to gone in, too. Maybe I'm crazy.
After answering a few more questions that convinced Britt Reed he was telling the truth, the driver left the office. A short time later, Britt Reed went to his apartment, where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting. He and Britt Reed discussed the situation.
Then you think somebody at mental clinic not speak truth, Mr. Britt?
That's evident, Cato. Axford went there all right, and I'm going to find out why he went there and where he is.
Black Beauty is ready. Also, gas gun and mask.
You guessed it, Cato. The Green Hornet's going to take over. There's something peculiar about all this, and I'm going to get to the bottom of it tonight. Come on. We're back at the mental clinic grounds, Cato. I noticed as we passed that the front gates were closed.
Yes. And place completely surrounded by high hurricane fence, like at war plants.
Give me the wire cutters from the glove compartment, Cato.
Yes. Here, a wire cutter, Mr. Britt.
Yeah, this will take care of that barbed wire at the top. You stay here. I'm going over that fence.
Take care, Mr. Britt.
That I will, Cato. Now to cut that barbed wire. There. I'll soon be inside now. Police dogs. I've got to quiet them quickly. I'll use the gas gun. Take it, Julius. There's one knocked out. The other didn't get enough. He'll spread the alarm. I've got to move fast. They may have floodlights that they'll use any minute. I'll get close to that building and make for the front. There, I made it. Maybe they didn't hear that dog after all. Now to get inside and find out just what's really going on in this place. And I hope I get a lead as to what happened to Axford.
As Britt Reed started to effect an entrance into the gloomy mansion which served as the mental clinic, the floodlights he feared were suddenly turned on. Britt Reed froze close to the wall of the building. Inside, Dr. Breslau and Carl went to a window from which they could observe the grounds and back.
There's no one out there, Doctor.
That dog wasn't yelping for nothing, Carl. Send one of the orderlies out to search the grounds at once.
Just as you say, Doctor. I'll give Hans a gun and let him go.
No one could get out because the windows are barred and the doors are all bolted. No one can get into the building for the same reasons. But if someone is prowling around the grounds, he'll be sorry for his snooping. Very sorry.
Just what I was hoping for. Someone's unbolting the door for me.
Carl is afraid to come out himself. Behind those dogs.
Thanks for opening the door for me, fella.
Hey, what the? Mask!
No time for chatter. Take it, Mug.
Yes.
I'll take that gun along so no one else can use it. And I'll get inside.
Meanwhile, across the street from the entrance gate to the mental clinic, the cab driver who'd returned Axford's wallet sat staring at the mansion, which stood out starkly in the glare of the floodlights.
That's a nut house, all right. First dogs yelping, and then the place lights up like an Xmas tree. Wonder what's going... Jeepers creeper. Am I going loony for real? Or is that somebody standing against the front of the place? That newspaper guy at the Sentinel was right. It's a mystery, all right. Strike me pink if somebody ain't coming out the door and I know it. I've really gone nutty. I seen it and maybe I didn't. The guy who come out got blocked out by the Green Hornet. come on, jalopy, start. Oh, I didn't even turn the key. I am going batty. Oh, the detecting book don't say nothing about what to do when I see hornets. No, sir. Oh, my detecting work's about through. I'm going to give the cops a chance. I'll get the cops right now.
Quickly entering the hallway, Brick Reed moved silently toward a closed door under which light was shining. As he stood near the door, a moment listening, he heard voices within.
Did you send Holmes outside, Colonel?
Just after that, now. Evidently, he hasn't found anybody.
Well, if he does find anyone, they'll meet the same fate as the fellow who came snooping this afternoon.
That must have been Axford. Things certainly aren't right in this place. And I'll find out what it's all about. Now to take them off guard.
On, Stevie. Oh, Maskman.
Doctor, that's a notorious American criminal, the Green Hornet.
What's the meaning of this? Why do you come here?
Easy, I have you both covered. I came to find that man who came here this afternoon. Where is he?
So, you know about Narvik, huh? I've heard you're very smart, Hornet.
Narvik?
I cannot believe it. How could he have found out that the Herr Lieutenant is not the real Narvik?
I learned lots of things I don't expect to learn. Shall I say Nazi?
Listen to him, Doctor. He knows everything.
All right, he knows everything. Perhaps we can make a deal with him, Carl. He's hunted by the authorities. He dare not betray us.
Oh, the respected Dr. Breslau's a Nazi agent, huh?
Why taunt us with your knowledge, Hornet? Carl, get the money box in the desk drawer over there.
Yeah. Do you always manage to buy your way out of trouble, Doctor?
With people of your type? Yes.
Here's the money box.
I'll take that.
No, help me, Doctor.
Take it, Lug.
Yes.
Now, Doctor.
Now, wait. Hold on, Hornet. Take all the money in that strong box. Just return the papers you find there. That's all I want.
Incriminating papers, huh?
Well, in a way, yes.
I'll think about it. First, tell me, where's this lieutenant posing as someone called Narvik?
He's standing right behind you, Hornet, with a loaded gun.
Yes, and I'm ready to use it. I heard the noise in here and made it a point to trap you. Who is this masked man, Doctor?
The Green Hornet. A smart operator in a way, but not smart enough for agents of the Third Reich.
So, that snooping Irishman in the padded cell upstairs made a path to our door for others, so it seems. Give us that strong box.
You look as though you've really got me trapped. Here, take it, Doctor.
With pleasure.
Oh, sorry, rather clumsy of me. I'll pick it up and then do this.
That box, he threw it at me.
He reached back between his feet and pulled me down. Get the gun, Doctor.
Oh, no, you don't. Take it, Nazi.
Gas.
Oh. Now you fake. You probably killed the real Narvik long ago.
Don't. Come on. I give up.
This won't do it.
Yes, got...
So, in coming to find Axford, I ran into a Nazi nest, huh? Well, I'll leave that strong box where it is. That'll tell the tale. The police will search the house. They're sure to find Axford. I'd better get out the back way and fast.
Glory be, look at here.
I told you I seen a Hornet coming in. I told you.
That Spalpeen must have been after Doc Breslau's door. But he didn't get away with the strong box. Here it is and open, too.
All three of them are out like lights, Sarge.
Well, don't I know what you're in with? Say, look at here. Great data, Betsy. Plans and secret codes and stuff in Doc Breslau's writing. And look, here's a coded message with the meaning written beside it. It says, new agent of Third Reich will arrive using identification papers of a Norwegian named Peter Narvik. Well, that'll be a monkey's uncle. That guy lying there is that Narvik whose picture was in the Sentinel. Only he ain't Narvik at all. Get busy, men. Search this place.
Cassidy already took some of the boys upstairs, Sarge.
The little mate comes here with a pad up here.
Hey, I bet they found some of the nutty people up here, huh, Sarge? There's lots of people that ain't in here who should be. Hey, what are you looking at through them bars there, Cassidy?
This is Rich. Come here.
Well, what is it? I ain't got a... Great jumping catfish. Axford. Mike Axford in a padded cell.
Get me out of here! Get me out, Sarge! Here are some keys I took from one of those guys downstairs, Sarge. Now, this big one ought to open that cell door.
All right. Come on out, Axford. What are you doing in that padded cell, anyhow? How'd you get there? Hey, I brung him here today, Sarge. I sure thought he was nutty.
I followed Narvik here, Sarge. Where is he?
You followed that Nazi spy here? Axford, I give you credit. But how'd you find out about him?
Now, Sarge, as me friend, the great detective there says, we don't tell all we know, do we, Sherlock?
Nope. The book says just to listen and to keep your mouth shut. Hey, what are you talking about? What What am I talking about?
Cassidy, maybe we better stick the both of them back in that padded cell, eh? Either they're crazy or else I am.
Hey, maybe we're all crazy. But I bet I know somebody even nuttier than we are.
Yeah.
He goes around busting into nut houses.
Who? Ashford?
Nope. Worse than him. The Green Hornet himself.
This week, thousands of American women will buy clothing or home furnishings in their neighborhood stores. Perhaps you are planning to buy a new dress or coat or a lamp or chair. If so, you know that you'll be paying somewhat more than you paid before the war. But you also know that prices haven't gotten out of bounds. Price control has been possible only because the great majority of Americans have cooperated wholeheartedly with their government's entire anti-inflation program. But the danger of runaway prices continues. So for one thing, keep the home front pledge. Pay no more than ceiling prices. Pay your ration points in full. Take the home front pledge today and know that you can be assured of a fair share at a fair price for all. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Why do I enjoy Alpine Lace, low cholesterol, and lower in sodium cheeses? Because they're so delicious. And I take care of myself.
Take care of yourself. Delicious Alpine Lace, low cholesterol, and lower in sodium cheeses.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. The stories of his courage and daring were told around 1,000 campfires. Indian and white men alike turned to him when they needed help, for his reputation for fairness was known to everyone. It was he, more than any other man, who finally brought law and order to the new territory. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! Outlaws are near Cedarville. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! Our story begins one evening in the cafe at Cedarville. 3 men are standing at the bar: Newt Birch, the sheriff, Duff Seeley, the local harness maker, and Bill Meadows, a horse dealer. Meadows says,
Sheriff, I don't hold with the way you got it figured out at all. Lige says he'd swear there was just 2 fellas run off that second bunch of horses, and Poke Peters don't stir a step lest he's got his whole gang along.
I don't know, Bill. We trailed him as far as Antelope Pass, didn't we? And ain't that Poke's old stamping grounds?
That don't prove nothing.
It's too doggone bad old Lige couldn't get to town sooner to let us know the last time. If we could have started after him just 15 minutes sooner, we'd have likely caught him. Once near the pass, there's a couple of 100 canyons for them to hide in.
That's the wildest country there is. It ain't no wilder than I'm feeling right now.
Say, Sheriff.
Yeah, Duff?
Is there anybody you suspicion for this?
If there was, I wouldn't mention it till I got some proof. Why, you got ideas?
Well, I don't know that it amounts to anything, but you can take it for what it's worth. Yakima was in my shop day before yesterday. He bought himself one of the best saddles I had. Bought her with cash.
Careful, Duff. Yakima's sitting right over there. He might hear you.
Oh, what of it? Look here, Sheriff. Yakima is just an Injun. He and Little Wolf, that partner of his, don't do nothing but raise a little grub on the place of theirs to sell to the folks in town. Now, where would they get enough cash from that to be able to throw it away on fancy saddles?
Can't jail a fella for spending money.
You can if that same was stole.
Sheriff, I wonder if Duff ain't on the right track. We got Lige's word for it, but there was 2 fellas herding them horses. What's to prevent them fellas being Yakima and his sidekick?
Yakima! Hey there.
Oh.
Step over here a second, Redskin. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
You want buy fresh grub from Yakima?
Nope. But I wouldn't mind knowing how much cash you and Little Wolf's been making out of that garden of yours.
Make plenty cash. Yakima buy saddle. Buy good saddle. Pay cash. That plenty good, huh?
Maybe just a mite too good, Injun.
Saddles come high, Yakima. You sure you got all the cash for that saddle just from the grub you've been selling?
Me save cash long time now. Me want saddle long time. Now me got.
Sheriff, I reckon the Redskin could stand more questioning. His story don't sound straight to me.
What matter? You think me not tell truth?
You just bet we don't, Injun.
Hold on, Duff. He might be telling the truth. I savvy Redskins enough to know how they are once they get the notion in their head they gotta have something. I recollect one old fella that near starved himself to death just to buy his squaw a mirror like white folks use.
Nah, that don't mean that this Injun...
Seeley.
Huh? Oh, it's you, Buck. Thought I told you to tend shop while I was gone.
Mr. Greggy stopped in to find out how much some work you wanted done had cost him.
Well, what you want done?
I took the shortcut around back to get here sooner.
What's that got to do
Please,
with...
Mr. Seeley, just wait a second. Sheriff, I seen something when I came here that I think you ought to know.
Yeah? What's that, Buck?
Well, don't let the Redskin get me, will you?
Oh, what do you mean by it?
He's got a horse tethered around the side of the cafe where it's dark. I know it's Yakima's because the saddle Mr. Seeley just sold him is on it. And that saddle is on one of the horses that was stole from Mr. Meadows.
What? Not tell truth. Yakima leave horse in front.
Don't let him get me, Sheriff.
Careful, Redskin.
Me not hurt him.
We're gonna find out about this. You sure it was Yakima's saddle you seen on that horse, Buck?
I ought to know it, Sheriff. I helped Mr. Seeley make it.
Maybe you made a mistake in the horse.
No, sir. Mr. Meadows, it was that big black horse with the white blaze on his head that you let me ride a couple of times before it was stole. I'd know that horse anywhere.
And by thunder, so would I. It's around to the side of the cafe, you say?
Uh-huh. He likely left it there hoping nobody'd see it.
Come on, Redskin.
Me not steal horse.
We'll blame soon find out. Lead the way, Buck.
I can take you right to it.
I guess this proves I had the right hunt, Sheriff.
Maybe so, Duff.
Me leave horse right there. Huh? It gone.
Don't try to pretend, Injun.
Yakima not thief. Yakima not steal.
Redskin, it's gonna look mighty bad for you if Buck didn't make no mistake.
But me
Hey,
not...
hurry. It sounds like there's somebody around there.
What the?
Hey,
It's the masked man.
And he's taking the Injun's horse with him.
Pull up or we'll fire. Traveling too fast ahead.
Blast it, there goes the evidence.
I seen the saddle, though. It was the one I sold to the Injun, all right.
Yeah, and that was one of the horses that was stole from me.
Yakima, you're going to jail. Bill, get my deputies and tell them we're taking after that masked fella. Hurry it up so we can get started before the trail gets cold.
Yakima not...
You come along.
Buck, come here. Where do you think you're going?
I was just going back to the shop, Mr. Seeley.
Look here. How'd that masked fella know that horse was there? Did you get careless?
Gosh, I don't know how he found out. Honest, I don't. I done just like you told me. I was sure nobody seen me.
You spoiled everything. The sheriff jailed the Injun, but he won't be able to keep him in jail unless he's got evidence.
But even if he does let Yakima out again, he'll figure him and Little Wolf as the horse thieves just the same, won't he?
Maybe, but it ain't to be depended on. Who was around when you took the Injun's horse from in front of the cafe?
Well, nobody, Mr. Seeley. I made sure of that.
And what'd you do after you took the Injun's horse?
Why, I headed away in that place you said. Then I changed the saddle under the stolen horse and brought it around to the side of the cafe the way you told me. Why, gosh, it just don't seem possible anybody could have seen me do it. And right after that, I came inside the cafe. Now, can I get back to the shop, Mr. Seeley?
No.
But I've got...
I got more work for you.
Yeah?
You're riding to Antelope Pass. You're collecting the $500 Polk owes me for the first bunch of horses we stole for him. And tell him that masked man is around these parts.
Please, Mr. Seeley, I don't want to get mixed up anymore in this horse stealing. Ain't I done enough already?
Oh, are you?
Please, I don't want
You'd like to report me to law, wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't tell a thing, Mr. Seeley. Honest, I wouldn't. Just don't make me steal.
Give me your hand.
Huh?
I said give me your hand.
Yeah. My arm, you're twisting it. Don't, I'm sorry for what I said. Let me go.
Changed your tune, didn't you?
That hurt, Mr. Seeley.
And the next time will hurt worse. Now, are you going to do like I say, or ain't you?
I'll ride to Polk's camp, Mr. Seeley.
The boy, afraid of the crooked harness maker's threat, spurred his horse on through the night until he had reached the camp of Polk and his gang. There he delivered Duff's message. He did not know, however, that in spite of the precautions he had taken, the masked man and Tonto had trailed him from town. They had reined in their horses less than a mile from Polk's camp, and...
We can't get closer to the camp, Tonto. Polk has guards posted more than half a mile down the trail.
Him play safe.
Yes, and he's making it difficult for us. We've got to prove that he and Duff Seeley are working together. I believe I can get Duff to visit Polk's camp. Then all the sheriff will have to do would be to see them together.
That right.
In this case, however, that won't work. By the time the sheriff got near the camp, the guards would have given the alarm and Duff would have made his escape.
And what we do?
We'll wait here until the boy returns. He shouldn't be long soon. And Tonto, as long as we can't take the law to the outlaws, we'll have to do something else.
What that?
Make the outlaws go to the law.
You got plan?
I have. Wait.
Maybe that boy now.
It probably is. We'll see when he's clear of the mouth of that canyon.
You stop him?
I said we'd have to make the outlaws go to the law. I know a way to do that. First, we'll have to capture the boy, however. There he is. How far from here are the nearest guards, Tonto?
Them not hear us.
Then come on. Come on,
Get him,
Silver.
Scout.
Rein up, Buck! Stop your horse!
Get on there, boy.
Me rope him.
Hey, watch out. You'll drag me off the horse.
Oh, Silver. Oh, fella.
Oh, Scout.
Let me go. What are you... Say, it's the masked man I seen in town.
You're right.
And the Indian. Are you a friend of Yakima's? Look, I didn't want to see him jailed.
Quiet. What's that money pouch you have there?
Well, it ain't...
I'll take it.
Hold up, man.
We're not. You're going to tell us where you got this cash, however, and what it's
No.
for.
Wait, listen
There's
to me.
no hurry. You're going to camp with us. You can tell us then.
Please, mister, I got to get back to town.
Dismount.
But...
I said dismount.
All right, stranger.
Take him on scout with you, Tonto, but keep the rope on him.
No, you getting saddle.
When morning arrived and Buck Davis had not returned, Duff Seeley began to worry. At first, he suspected that Buck might have run away, taking the cash with him. But when the boy's horse returned riderless to the home corrals, his suspicions took a different turn. However, before acting upon them, he decided to turn even this misfortune to his own advantage. He persuaded the sheriff to ride with him toward Little Wolf's cabin, about a mile from town.
I tell you, Sheriff, it's as plain as day. Just as soon as Little Wolf found out his pard was thrown in jail and found out it was because of Buck, he decided to get even.
It's likely. Here we are. Oh, there. Redskin's home, all right. There's his horse.
Must be inside. Come on.
I'll soon get to the bottom of this. Open up there. Open this here door before I bust it open.
What matter? Why are you
Redskin, you're going to talk and talk fast. What have you done with Buck Davis? Where have you got him hid? Or have you killed him already?
What you talk about?
Don't give us that.
Talk or it'll be the worse for you, Little Wolf.
Me not see Buck. Me not got him hid.
Why, you blasted sneaking redskin, I ought to gun whip you. Buck was just the same as a son to me. I'm going to get him back safe and sound, or you wish you never was born. Now will you talk?
Why you think me take Buck?
Because we just the same as caught your partner red-handed with one of the stolen horses last night. Because we happen to know there was two fellas that run the horses off, which makes it look mighty bad for you. And because it was Buck that got the goods on Yakima. And now he's gone.
Yakima not steal horse. Me not steal horse either. You get wrong fellow.
Well, Sheriff, what are you going to do with the polecat?
If he won't talk, there's just one thing to do.
Uh-huh.
Put him in jail alongside his partner until he does. All right, Redskin, you're coming with me.
No. You not take Little Wolf.
Start marching.
You make bad mistake. Little Wolf not savvy where Buck is. Me not take him.
Maybe you'll change that story after you've had a spell in jail to think it over. Now get on your horse. Come on, Duff.
I won't be going back into town with you, Sheriff. I reckon you can handle the engine alone, can't you?
And a dozen more like him. But where are you going?
To start hunting for Buck. How do we know how soon the engine will tell where he is? Maybe Buck's someplace right now where he ain't got food or water or a chance to get free.
Yeah, but wait till I send a posse to help you.
Nope, I'm starting right now. Sheriff, that boy meant more to me than I can tell you. And I just gotta be looking for him.
Uh-huh. I reckon I savvy.
I'll see you later, Sheriff. Get up there.
Now, Redskin, we're heading for the jailhouse. Come on, get up. Get along, boy.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. In spite of Duff's statement, he did not believe the boy, Buck Davis, had been made a prisoner by Little Wolf. When Duff left the sheriff, he drove his horse toward Antelope Pass, where he made his way through a maze of canyons. After being hailed by Polk sentinels, he was permitted to enter the outlaws' camp.
Duff, what in blazes are you doing here?
I reckon you can guess.
You got a line on more horses?
I'm looking for Buck.
Huh?
And you're the fella can tell me where he is.
Where he is? Didn't he get home last night? He started out soon enough.
He didn't get home.
But I thought
What's more, I got a good notion why he didn't. Did you give him the cash you owe me?
Sure I did. Say, you mean you figure he run off with it? Well, I'll be...
He didn't run nowhere.
Then what are you
His
talking...
horse showed up to home this morning by itself. Poke, you wouldn't by any chance have figured you'd keep that cash for yourself, would you?
Now, look here.
You wouldn't have drilled the kid, so as I'd think he stole my cash, would you?
Why, you blame fool. If I'd done that, why would I let his horse get away?
Maybe you couldn't help yourself. Maybe it broke loose before you could stop it.
You're a blasted idiot.
Oh, I am I?
Of course you are. There's a dozen things could have happened to the kid without my having anything to do with him. Maybe one of his stirrup straps busted and he took a tumble.
His stirrup straps was all right.
Well, his horse could have thrown him, couldn't it? Or maybe that masked fellow he said was around here might have done something with him.
How could he? The sheriff sent his deputies to chase him. He had enough to do to look out for himself without trailing after Buck.
It's the same masked fellow you suspicion it is. That horse of his would get clear of them deputies in no time.
Maybe.
And besides, you know I wouldn't try to do you out anything you got coming.
I don't know anything of the kind. Poke, I wouldn't trust you as far as I could throw a heifer.
That's kind of reckless talk, ain't it?
What if it is?
Maybe you're forgetting you're alone in my camp. If I was you, I'd talk kind of soft and easy like.
Well, maybe the kid did take a tumble. Or maybe the masked hombre did have something to do with his disappearing.
Yeah?
But recollect this. If I find out one of them things ain't so, if I find out you done this trick to me, I'll get square with you if it's the last thing I do.
You're welcome to try it.
And here's another thing to remember. I still figure I got $500 coming from you. You gonna pay up or ain't you?
To blazes with you. I paid the kid. If you didn't get the cash after that, it's just your hard luck.
Well, I'm heading back for town. But don't you forget what I just said.
It ain't likely.
And you're getting no more horses from me till you pay up. Get it back. Get along now.
When Duff Seeley left Polk's camp to return to town, he did not know that two men, one masked, were watching him from a place of concealment beyond the last sentinel stationed by the outlaws.
There he comes, Tonto.
And him look plenty mad.
Crooks never trust each other, Kimosabe. Perhaps Duff and Poke didn't quarrel, but I'll wager enough was said to make our plan successful.
Get up there.
Quiet.
Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Get up there. Get up.
Him ride heap fast.
Probably hoping you'll find Buck somewhere on the trail. You've learned where the horses are hidden?
Them not near camp. Them in canyon over that way. Me take you there, all right.
Poke's clever. The law should somehow be able to surprise him. He could claim he knew nothing about the horses. This time, however, his cleverness is going to trap him. We'll wait till dark, Tonto, and then we'll act. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Only one of Polk's men was needed to guard the stolen horses in the narrow-mouthed canyon. It was some distance from the camp, and the law could never have proven that Polk knew of their existence. But that night, the outlaw on guard was aroused by a low call.
No.
He jumped to attention with a startled cry.
Hi.
Saw two figures loom up in the darkness, and then...
Oh.
You got him, Tonto?
Him not come to for maybe 2 hours now.
Good. Come.
The masked man and the faithful Indian mounted their great horses and raced toward the animals grouped within the canyon. They circled behind, uttered sharp commands, and suddenly the herd swung about with a great pattering of hoofs and sped toward the canyon's mouth.
Come on, Silver!
An hour, 2 hours went by. Then slowly the outlaw, left behind, stirred, groaned, rose unsteadily to his feet.
Well, gone. The horse is gone. Wait till I tell the boss about this.
In their camp, the outlaws were still grouped around the dying embers of their fires. But as the sound of running footsteps reached them, they looked toward their leader in alarm.
Hey, somebody's running this way.
Quiet! Who's there?
Poke. The horses.
It's Shorty. What's the matter?
The horses are stole, boss.
Stole?
Every last one of them gone. Clean gone.
You fool.
Boss, I couldn't help it. Honest, I couldn't.
$1,000 worth of horseflesh took right from under your nose.
But I never even seen him till it was on me.
What's that? You seen him?
Well, not to know again. But I can tell you one of them skunks.
Who?
Duff Seeley.
Why, how do you know it was him if you couldn't make him out?
I heard one of them call out his name just before I was hit. I was knocked cold.
Boss, that fits in all right.
Yeah.
You know what Duff said. He told you he figured you did something to the kid. I'll bet my saddle this is that polecat's way of getting even.
And who else would know where the horses was kept?
The double-crossing sidewinder. Get your horses.
Are we riding?
Where are we going, boss?
To have a talk with Duff.
But if we show ourselves...
He don't live in town. He's got that place beyond where the Indians live. And I don't care if he was in town. I'd get him anyhow. Now hit leather, fellas. We're traveling. All right.
Duff Seeley retired that night with nothing on his mind but the disappearance of Buck and the $500. In the morning, he rose, dressed, and started to prepare his breakfast. When a glance through the window toward the corral made him drop the pan he was holding.
By heavens, where'd they come from?
Back, Duff. Keep your hand from that holster.
The masked man.
Right.
Let me out. Them horses in the corral.
Stolen horses. The horses you stole and delivered to Polk.
I gotta get rid of them. Hide them if they're sheep.
You're staying inside.
But
That door over there. Where does it lead to?
That's my bedroom. But look, stranger,
Keep still. I'll do the talking.
You're
going to have some visitors.
Visitors?
Poke Peters and his gang.
No, they'll think I took them horses. They'll drill me. Stranger, wait, listen. Don't make me stay here.
I know a lot about you, Duff. I know that when Polk decided to come back to this part of the country, it was because you had written to him suggesting a way the two of you could work together.
That ain't so.
You stole the horses and delivered them to him to sell. What's more, you made Buck help you against his will. You had him so terrified that he had to become a crook.
Please,
now
wait.
you're going to pay for what you've done.
I tell you, there ain't a word of truth in what you said. It was them Indians that stole the horses. Ask the sheriff. Ask anybody. They'll tell you. They'll show you where it was wrong.
Polk and his men.
Oh, they'll kill me.
I'm going in that bedroom, but I'll have a gun on you every second, Duff. I'll leave the door open an inch. If you say a word about my being here, you'll taste lead. Don't make any mistake, Duff.
They'll shoot me. They won't let me explain.
Duff, we know you're in there.
Come in.
You rotten double-crosser.
Oh, what's the matter?
I knew it was you took them horses from the canyon, Duff. But I never figured you was fool enough to bring them right here to your own corral. It was lucky I found out what a loco idiot you are before you got us all in trouble.
I can't explain now, Polk, but you got
Don't let him try to talk his way out of this, boss.
Give the polecat what he's got coming to him.
He'll get it. Duff, you was at my camp last night. You said I kept the cash that was coming to you and that you aimed to get square for it.
Polk, don't talk. Keep still. We'll talk this out later. But
Later,
right now...
nothing. I've caught you dead to rights.
Wait.
And I've got things figured out. Buck never did disappear at all. You just want to bluff on me, thinking maybe I'd give you more cash.
That ain't it, Polk.
For all I know, maybe you was deciding to leave town. Maybe you had a buyer for them horses outside and wanted them back so you could make the sale yourself and keep all the cash.
You're wrong, Polk.
And all that talk about the masked fella being back. That was just to keep me from suspicioning you. The same way you put the blame on them Injuns living down the road to keep the sheriff off your trail.
I wish I could talk to you the way I want to, Polk, but I can't now.
Why not?
Well,
If you got any explanation to make, now's the time to make it. Because in another minute, it'll be too late.
I can't say anything now. Honest, I can't. But later...
No, there won't be any later.
You're all through, Duff.
Let's drill the double-crosser and get the horses back and light out. They ain't safe staying here so close to town.
Right.
No, don't shoot.
You're getting drilled. And you ain't getting nothing you ain't deserving.
No, put that gun down.
Take it like a man. My
Where'd
hands.
that shot come from?
Look, it's a masked fella.
My hands broke. Up with your hands, all of you.
Polk, that's why I couldn't talk. He was behind that door all the time. But I couldn't warn you, or he'd have drilled me.
And the masked fellow was back in this part of the country.
Well, it don't make no difference if he did hear what we said. He can't prove nothing against us. Nobody's going to take a masked fella's word for nothing.
No one will have to. Have you heard enough, Sheriff?
You bet I have, stranger. Come on, Tonto, you too, Buck.
Hey, what is
It's Buck.
And that Injun that always travels with the masked fella. You was pretty slick, but the masked man was slicker yet.
Sheriff, I ain't done nothing.
No? All you done was steal horses, deliver them to Polk here, and then put the blame on a couple of redskins that never done no harm to you.
It wasn't me that blamed the Injun, Sheriff. It was Buck there.
Because you made him do it.
How'd you fellas get in that there room?
We was there before you got here. The masked man kept Duff busy talking while we was climbing in the window.
But how did you know we'd be here, Sheriff? You didn't see us riding here.
Tonto told the sheriff what to expect. We took your horses, Polk, and told the sheriff when it was done.
And I don't mind admitting that when the Injun first talked to me, I didn't believe him neither. He made me come along. And now I'm blamed glad I did.
Blast you, Shorty. You was the one said you heard Duff's name mentioned when the horses was took from the canyon.
Well, I did, boss.
Me call mask friend Duff.
What?
Shorty him believe what him hear.
Come here, Buck. Yes, sir? You think you can handle a shooting iron well enough to help me get these skunks back to town and stowed in jail?
Sure I can, Sheriff.
And here's Polk's gun. If they try to make a break for it, let him have it.
Sheriff, Buck's just as guilty as the rest of us.
You can't jail us less than you jail him, too.
Yeah? Well, I've heard the whole story. I know how you scared the living daylights out of the kid, Duff, to make him do like you said. So I'm giving him another chance to go straight.
That ain't fair.
Maybe not. But the masked feller asked me to. And after what he's done, that fella can't ask nothing that wouldn't be agreeable to me.
Come on, Silver, old fellow. Someone's waiting for us near Plainfield. We've got to hurry. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Are you interested in a new and exciting career? The travel industry offers many opportunities and rewards.
Travel is one of America's fastest-growing careers and offers good jobs in airlines, travel agencies, and hotel and motel reservations.
Employee travel opportunities are one of the many benefits. Catherine College can help you get started.
Call 263-7800 for a free catalog. Call 263-7800. Do it now.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is house. H-O-U-S-E.
Really?
You bet your life. More than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, the Queen of the May. Well, here I am again with $5,500 for one of our couples, George. It's a lot of money, huh?
Sure is. Groucho, the first contestants to try.
Groucho is not the first contestant.
No, the first contestants to try.
If I was a contestant, I'd be standing over there and you'd be sitting here.
I wish you were. The first contestants.
And you're not alone either, George.
What I was getting at.
You're drunk with power, Grandma.
The first contestants to try for the $5,500 question tonight were selected from our studio audience just before we went on the air.
How interesting.
And here they come right now. Mr. Irving Humphrey and Miss Evelyn D. Smith. Come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mr. Irving Humphrey and Miss Evelyn Smith, eh? Mr. Humphrey, where are you from?
Philadelphia originally, West Philadelphia.
West Philadelphia.
Yes,
Huh? Is that Philadelphia?
Yes, it is, west of the river.
I see, huh? Did you have many a scrapple there in Philadelphia?
And pepper pot soup.
Pepper pot soup, I see. And are you married?
Yes, I am.
I see. Miss Eveline Smith, is that right?
My name is not Smith, it's D. Smith.
Oh, it's D. Smith, huh? How do you spell it?
D''S Smith. D' Smith.
Evelyn, let's not be so formal. I'll call you Mr. Smith, huh?
All right.
What sort of work do you do?
I'm a double.
Suppose I'm slipping. I should have noticed it right away, I guess. What kind of a double? Double Dynamite or Double Trouble? By the way, did you see Double Dynamite, the movie I was in with Jane Russell?
Not as yet.
Well, you ought to see it. It's playing around. You ought to see it. It's pretty good.
All right.
Don't forget now.
No, I shan't.
Meet you in the balcony. Now, what kind of trouble do you get into, Evelyn?
No, I'm a motion picture stunt girl double.
You don't look stunted.
I do all the fighting and the falling off cliffs and turning over cars and crashing planes and driving motorcycles and all the stunts and...
Do you remember your first stunt?
Yes.
What'd you do?
Well, it was for a picture called Torpedo Boat. I had to crash this speedboat into rocks. And
real rocks?
Real rocks, just down at Cabrillo Beach. And so this was my first job, and I wanted to make a good impression, so I really crashed the boat, and it threw me onto the sand.
I crashed a party the other night. I never crashed a boat. It threw you into the sand?
Threw me in the sand. I broke 2 ribs on my first job.
Is that so? Well, what happened? Did they send for a doctor?
No, they stood around and shook hands and congratulated themselves on getting such a good shot.
That's those Hollywood directors, kindly, thoughtful, and solicitous. Well, tell us some more about your work. You must have had a lot of unusual experiences.
Well, I can remember one time when I drowned 12 times for Betty Davis in Stolen Life.
Now, what was Betty doing while you were drowning for her?
Well, I'm not sure, but I think she was having her picture taking, getting artificial respiration.
While you were drowning? Well, if one of your stars should happen to expect the stalk someday, my advice to you is keep away from the hospital. Well, I better talk to you for a while, I think. Mr. Humphrey, you certainly have an interesting occupation. What is it?
I'm a tree surgeon.
Well, tell me, Doc, are you in practice for yourself, or do you just have a branch office somewhere?
No, I have my own business. I do business under the name of Humphrey Tree Surgery.
I see. Well, how do you get your customers when the trees want you? Do they just wave a limb at you, or...?
No, we have our ordinary customers, but once in a while we get emergency calls.
Emergency calls? You mean an oak tree calls at 3 in the morning and says, hurry, Doc, we're expecting a little acorn? Why, a tree could go nuts under those conditions. What kind of emergencies can a tree possibly have?
Well, when we have windstorms, rainstorms, whatnot, it usually blows over trees and they lean against wires or buildings and they have to be removed.
I see.
Take
Well,
care of.
suppose this patient is in a bad way. What do? Do you give it penicillin?
No, usually we cut it up for firewood.
That's a nice way to treat a patient. Certainly made a fuel out of him. Well, I'd like to talk to you two some more, but now I want to give you a chance to earn some money, real money. In just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $5,500 question. But first, I want you to pay close attention to this.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Take the 5-mile trial.
Your DeSoto Plymouth dealer invites you to take the 5-mile trial in a new DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the DeSoto Power Master 6. He wants you to get behind the wheel yourself so you can actually feel the surging power of the exciting new 160 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine that gives you more power from every drop of gas. Yes, acceleration and power you've never known before, and on regular gasoline. In your 5-mile trial, you'll learn what DeSoto full power steering means. Not partial, but full power steering that works for you all the time. When you're parking, even when your car is at an absolute standstill, DeSoto full power steering lets you turn the wheel with one finger. You'll discover new power brakes, Oriflow shock absorbers, and a host of other exciting features that make the new DeSoto the greatest value on the road today. So stop in at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and ask to take the 5-mile trial in either the mighty new 160 horsepower DeSoto Fire Dome 8 or the handsome new DeSoto Power Master 6. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car most like high-priced cars.
All right, now let's see how you work together as a team. George, explain the rules, George.
All right. You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $5,500 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. From our list of 20 categories, you selected Western tunes as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much will you bet?
1975.
Good.
1975, huh? You've been watching this show. What is the name of this Western melody? Play it, Jerry.
Wagon wheels.
What is
Wagon
it?
wheels.
Wagon wheels.
Wagon wheels is right.
Well, you're on your way.
Only a tree surgeon would know wagon wheels.
You're on your way. You have $39.75.
Remember, you're going for $5,500 tonight. Now, how much of the $39.75 you're going to try?
39.
Give me the title of this song. 39?
50.
How much?
39.50.
39.50. All right. Give me the title of this song. Play, Mr. Fielding. Twilight on the Trail is right.
You now have $79.25.
And here's your third question. How much are you going to bet?
79.
79. Let's see if you can identify this one. Okay, Jerry.
Red River Valley.
Red River Valley.
Red River Valley is right.
To $158.25.
And here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
158.
158. What is the name of this song?
Last Roundup.
Last Roundup is right. Play that, kid. Give him a big kiss.
But you still wind up with $316.25.
That ain't hay.
That's right.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Thank you.
Groucho, we invited some beauty operators to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Roberta Tate. Her partner is a housewife, Mrs. Teddy Rochers. Ladies, meet Groucho Marx. You're right here. Right in here. Right in
How do you do?
Yes.
Welcome, girls, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Miss Roberta Tate and Mrs. Teddy Rochers. Where are you from, Roberta?
Oh, I'm a native.
You native what? Native son?
Native daughter.
Oh, you're a girl, huh?
It's amazing.
Yes. Well, it isn't amazing, but it's certainly amusing. You're a beauty operator?
That's right.
Well, so am I. Just show me a beauty and I'll start operating. You know? Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Now you're talking, kid. I'll start operating right after the show. Well, what are some of today's popular hairstyles? Could you bring me up to date?
Yes. I think that one of the most popular today is the poodle hairstyle.
What's a poodle? Is that when it rains, you mean? You step into a poodle? What are some of the other popular hairdos these days?
Well, there's another one that's been quite popular, and that is the horse's tail.
Well, that's just at the racetrack, isn't it? What's a horse's tail? What does that consist of?
Well, a horse's tail is, again, an adaptation, and it is where the hair is smooth and sleek, drawn back, and tied with a ribbon or a band, and the hair hangs down the back, very similar to a horse's tail.
Well, do you have to whinny when you wear that?
No, fortunately not.
No, you don't, huh?
Fortunately
What's considered the smartest haircut, a poodle or a horse's tail?
Well, there aren't near as many horses' tails as there are poodles.
Obviously, you haven't been around Beverly Hills very often. Mrs. Teddy Roaches, eh? How'd you ever get a name like Teddy?
Oh, my uncle was a personal friend of Teddy Roosevelt, and I presume they wanted another boy because that's what they named me.
And you got the name because he was an admirer of Teddy, is that it?
Oh, sure, was a good friend of his.
Mm-hmm. Where were you born, Teddy?
Well, that's very complicated.
Well, it usually is. Nobody has it easy these days, Teddy.
Well, unusual.
Life is grim right from the beginning.
See, before I was born, I lived in San Francisco.
Before you were born?
Yeah. And after I was born...
Many people prefer it that way.
And after I was born, I still lived in San Francisco. But
now, just a moment, How did you know you were in San Francisco if you weren't born yet?
But I know. My mother went for a trip, and she told me. So she went for a trip to Europe. And she missed the boat. The engine was broken or something, so she couldn't come back.
Your mother's engine was broken?
The boat.
The boat's engine was broken, and you were in Frisco, and you weren't born yet?
No. So in between, you see the two San Francisco stays. Well, I was born in Paris.
Well, that's clear enough for anybody but me. Well, judging from your accent, Teddy, you must have remained in France. Did you just get over here recently?
Oh, no, I was 2 weeks old when I came back.
Was your mother with you at the time?
Oh, sure.
Well, that's Paris for you. It's amazing what you can pick up there in 2 weeks. Now, come clean now. You just didn't get an accent from spending 2 weeks in France. What happened?
Oh, no, I went back there. When I was 5 years old, I went back to Paris, you see. Mm-hmm. And I went to the...
You didn't like Frisco? Or San Francisco?
Oh, yes, I did. But you see, when I was 5 years old, I just didn't have any...
You had no choice
voice
in the matter.
in the matter.
Well, what do you know? Are you French or American?
Oh, I'm an American.
Uh-huh.
You see, my great-great-grandfather came here when, in 1705.
Oh, it wasn't Lafayette, was it?
Oh, no.
How did you meet your husband, Mrs. Roaches?
Well, I went to take a friend of mine to the boat in Marseille.
This is when you were 2 weeks old?
Oh, no. That was after the war, after the First World War.
Oh. That's right, there were two
And then I got lost. I got lost in the, amongst all the ships on the quay, you know. And then my husband came along and rescued me. So, and...
You weren't married yet, and he was your husband?
Oh, well, I mean my future husband.
Oh.
No, I tried very hard to get away from him, you see. After he'd known me a week, he wanted to marry me. And I didn't want to because I had 4 other fellows who wanted to marry me at the same time.
So you must have been pretty hot stuff, Teddy?
I don't know why they are.
You don't know why these 4 fellas were chasing you?
No.
Well, if we had more time, I could probably explain it to you, Teddy. Those French are pretty naive, aren't they? Well, this has been most interesting, and since we mentioned beauty tonight, my advice to you is to see the new DeSoto Fire Dome 8, because it certainly is a beauty, and I know because I'm driving one. Now, you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $5,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The tree surgeon and his partner won $316.25, and the secret word is house.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected songs associated with famous vocalists. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
1950? Okay.
1950. Who made famous the song Over the Rainbow?
Judy Garland?
Judy Garland is right.
And you're on your way. You have $39.50.
All right. Remember, you're going for $5,500 tonight. How much of your $39.50 you're going to bet?
How much would you like to bet?
39.
39?
$39. All right. Who made famous the song When My Baby Smiles at Me? If you don't know, take a guess.
No, I know. Ted Lewis.
All right, that's right, Ted Lewis. Now,
You have $78.50.
All right, here's your third question. How much are you going to bet? You have $78.50.
Oh, 78.
All right, 78. Who made famous the song Thanks for the Memory?
I know, too. Thanks.
Come on, kids.
Oh,
Take a stab. If you don't know.
Kate Smith.
No,
That's not it anyway.
sorry, it's Bob Hope.
Oh, horrible.
You now have 50 cents.
That's a shame. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 50 cents are you going to risk?
All.
All of it.
All right.
All right. Who made famous the song When the Blue of the Night?
Oh. That's a good gamble, because I don't know.
Well, take a guess.
I don't.
It's Bing Crosby. Well, I'm sorry, but nobody leaves here with less than $25. I'm going to give you this one question. Get it right, and we'll bring your winnings up to $25. You ready? Who was buried in Grant's tomb?
It couldn't have been Grant.
General Grant is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We have a grandfather and a high school boy for you now, Groucho. Mr. George Bartlett and Mr. Billy Compter. Come in and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and you'll win $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. Grandfather and a high school boy, eh? Which one is the high school boy?
I am.
Oh, you are.
Yeah.
Who are you?
I'm Billy Compter.
Well, I'm glad to know you. Then this is Mr. Bartlett, huh?
You're right.
George Bartlett, huh? Billy, how old are you?
17.
And what is your age, Mr. Bartlett?
Oh, I'm only 91.
Really? He's got a grip like Jack Dempsey. 91. I thought he was 60. You said you don't look it. Where are you from, Billy?
Philadelphia.
West Philadelphia?
No, I'm from any part of Philadelphia.
Oh, I see. Well, that's quite a trick, huh? Why are you from Philadelphia, Billy? Do you know?
Well, there's something about it. My parents live there for one thing. And I guess
Just
that's...
for one thing?
That's pretty necessary. If they live there, then I live here.
I see, huh? And you were an accessory to the crime, is that it?
It was a horrible one.
I don't think so. I think you're a fine-looking lad.
Thank you. I think you are, too.
Yes, but I'm telling the truth. Mr. Bartlett, what's your hometown?
Vineland, New Jersey.
Where?
Vineland, New Jersey.
Vineland, New Jersey?
Yeah.
That's near Atlantic City, isn't it?
Down along that line, yes.
Uh-huh. You're a grandpappy?
Oh, only 15 grandchildren.
Is that so? 15 grandchildren, huh? On a dead man's chest, huh? How'd you happen to get so many grandchildren? Were you working in the vineyard?
I have 6 children, and, they all got married, and you know what happens after that.
Frankly, I don't, but I'd be willing to listen to it. What sort of work do your children do?
Oh, they're all doctors.
They're all doctors?
All doctors.
No wonder you're so healthy looking.
Thank you.
You don't look like you ever had a sick day in your life.
Well,
did you?
I was just given up to die some few years ago. I was quite ill, and the doctors gave me 3 days to live.
The doctors gave you 3 days to live? How long ago was this?
This is 53 years ago.
Well, for a doctor, that's a pretty accurate diagnosis. If there are any doctors listening, I'm only kidding. Now, Mr. Bartlett, to what do you attribute your phenomenal recovery?
California climate, principally.
More liars on this show tonight than we've had in years. What are some of the jobs you've held during your career, Mr. Bartlett?
Well, I started out kind of young, selling newspapers on the street right after the Civil War. And shortly after I had been selling the papers for a while, the people in the office thought that I would make a pretty good devil. And so they gave me a position as printer's devil. I worked there for a while, and finally I graduated from there and went to college. After I got through college, I went to work for General Electric Company, where I was made the chief consulting engineer. They generally gave me the jobs that no one else could do. And among those was harnessing Niagara Falls. They gave me the job of...
Were you there on your honeymoon at the time?
Oh, no, my honeymoon was past. I had the full moon by that time.
You say you harnessed Niagara Falls? What sort of work did you do when you came to California?
Oh, I dabbled in real estate.
And did you make any money?
Oh, about $1,000 a day.
Really? $1,000 a day? What's...
7 days a week.
Is that so? You worked Sundays too, huh?
Well, I tell you, I just worked all the time.
Say, you must have had a lot of money. How long did you keep on making this kind of dough?
Well, I kept on. I don't know when I would have stopped, but the crash came in 29 and I lost every blooming thing I had.
Well, I wouldn't feel too bad about it. If you hadn't lost your money in the crash of 29, you'd be wiped out in the taxes of 52.
Right you are.
George, I can't get over how healthy and young you look. What's the secret? Do you have a drink occasionally?
Oh, no, I don't drink.
Do you smoke?
Oh, no.
You lead an exemplary life, huh?
Oh, I don't know about that particularly.
I'm afraid to ask the next question. Now, Mr. Bartlett, do you have any special philosophy you must have to be so successful? Could you tell us what it is?
I don't know particularly, but some years ago I framed a little motto which I have on my wall. The words were like this: God and I are partners in this business. God is owner and I am steward. And I've tried to live up to that ever since.
Well, that's wonderful, Mr. Bartlett. I want to shake your hand. If everybody in this world had a philosophy like that, everybody would live to be 700 years old. Huh?
Well, we wouldn't have so many wars anyway.
No, we certainly will. Well, I'd say both of you boys have successful futures. Now, good luck to both of you. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $5,500 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The tree surgeon and his partner still lead with $316.25.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected observation test as your category. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
We'll bet about 1950.
Oh, yes, I might just as well bet the $20 on that one.
Let's take 1999. We need it.
1999.
We can flip for the other.
All right, here we go. Whose likeness is on a 1-cent stamp?
Washington.
George Washington is right.
You're off to a great start. You have $39.99.
$39.99. How much you betting?
How much you betting?
33 cents for leading.
All right, you're betting $39.96.
Swell.
Here we go. Is that all right with you, Mr.
That's
Bartlett?
right, that's right.
How many rows of keys does the standard typewriter have?
7. No.
Talk it over.
About
one answer between you.
14.
How many rows? How many rows?
Oh, I see. Wait, we have one more? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 rows. 5 rows. 5 rows. 4. 1. What do you
One
say?
answer now.
7.
No. A, B, C.
5.
5.
No, I'm sorry. It's 4. You hit it, and then you strayed away from it. Well, that's a shame.
They,
How much have they got?
3 cents.
You got 3. All right, now you got 3 cents. How much you going to bet?
We'll risk it.
You're going to bet the 3. The colors of the solar spectrum, as in a rainbow, are always in a definite order. What color is on top?
It's either red or blue. Which one?
Blue. One answer now.
Blue. He said
no, I'm sorry.
red.
It's red. No, it's red. It's red. Well, you did better this way. Now, all right. Now they're broke.
They're broke.
Nobody leaves here broke. We're going to give you one more question for $25. You get this right, and I give you $25, and no helping, please. All right, you ready?
Ready.
In what city was the Boston Tea Party?
Boston.
Boston is right. Put it there, Mr. Bartlett. Put it there. Sorry.
Well, Groucho, this couple went broke, so that means that the tree surgeon and his partner with $316.25 in just a minute get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $5,500 question. You know, when you buy a used car, the reputation of the man who sells it is often as important as the car itself. When you deal with a reliable person, like a DeSoto Plymouth dealer, known and respected in the community, you can be confident you're going to get an honest dollar's worth. It will be a car that not only looks nice, but has many miles of good, faithful service in it. And that's what counts. Of course, a DeSoto Plymouth dealer has many makes and models to choose from, in every price range. In addition, he has some used cars that he knows particularly well, because he sold them originally and has serviced them in his shop from the time they were brand new. So if you're in the market for a used car, now's a good time to buy. But here's a tip. Be sure to go where you'll get a fair and square deal, where you'll find the best used car values in town, to a DeSoto Plymouth dealer. Here's the tree surgeon and his partner, the winning couple, Groucho, all set for the $5,500 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, here we go for $5,500. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. So think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. Shakespeare's famous Romeo and Juliet is the story of two feuding families. Romeo's last name was Montague. For $5,500, what was Juliet's family name? Talk it over. All right, you have one answer between you now.
D'Artagnan?
No, I'm sorry. The correct answer is Capulet.
Capulet.
So that means the big question next week will be worth $6,000. That's the most money we ever had. Well, you lost the big money, but you won. How much did they win the quiz, George?
$316.25.
Well, congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $6,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, see DeSoto Fire Dome 8 tomorrow.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Make safe driving a habit. Check your car. Check accidents. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith, music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hey, Matt, what have you got there? It's a letter from Mrs. Badcock. Oh, good. It seems she's accepting our photos as proof that you are a resident and not a pet and thus don't violate the Homeowners Association's ban on pets. Well, that's good. Maybe not. She's now coming after us because of what you've done with your room. She now says that you are a tenant who conducted unauthorized constructions on the property. Isn't this your house? I asked you if I could make changes to my room. Yeah, and I gave you permission. So, what does that have to do with her? I'm definitely not inviting her to my room. Have you seen her? Ugh. It means she's an old busybody, but we're going to have to deal with this nonsense now. See you next time, folks.